still so much to see. You bring out the best in me. Hey! You make me come alive. There's still so much to see. You make me come alive. I've never felt so free.
It's the 2016 Forrest Wood Cup on Wheeler Lake. Veteran John Cox knew he was a long shot to win. No electronics on his boat, and the only thing at his disposal is instincts.
You know, normally, like when you're running like main river stuff, you can run a pattern or something. When you're back in the creek, it's more like pond fishing.
That didn't stop him from giving it his all, and going where he knew the fish would be. Small backwater creeks with bass waiting to bite. Consistency and patience. Will it pay off?
I'm like any second now we're going to blow up. Hey! There's still battling. Here we go.
Okay, anglers, if you have not went through boat check, I do have a couple of pros. Greg Bohannon, Barry Nixon, you need to go through boat check each morning, and so you have not been checked in as being checked in at the boat check. Both Greg Bohannon and Larry Nixon. Thank you.
Forrest Wood Cup.
Check 1, 2. All right, welcome everyone to our day one takeoff here at the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup, the Mecca of all championships, the Super Bowl of bass fishing. I'm here with Byron Velvick, who's turn on his microphone for.
I'm hot, baby. It's hot now.
There we go, man.
These lights.
And my co-host Byron Velvick this morning. Hey, this is what it's all about. You know, we have got the best anglers in the world here. Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina this week. 53 anglers that are excited at their chance to take on $300,000 and the title of Forrest Wood Cup. Byron?
How many?
It doesn't get any better than this right here.
And it's not raining. How about that? The forecast is not what it was. Everybody's probably happy out here in the crowd. It's a great crowd, and it isn't raining, so I know the anglers are probably wishing it was just blowing and nasty. According to some of the pre-tournament interviews we did yesterday on the red carpet, these guys want that weather to come in. The last thing they want is just a sunny day, hot, balmy, no wind. You know, they want this place to get a little bit rough, a little bit nasty, and turn those fish on and make this an awesome first day practice.
Absolutely. You know, we were here back in 2014, just a few years ago, and Anthony Gagliardi walked away Forrest Wood Cup champion. He's just from right down the road, Prosperity, South Carolina. And if you remember, that tournament may be the best Forrest Wood Cup win that we've ever had. Ounces separated the top 5 guys. Steve Kennedy went way up the Saluda River. Remember on that last day?
Oh, my gosh, and wrecked them. I mean, what a last day heroics event Steve Kennedy went.
Awesome, man. Oh. Brent Ayler was part of that top 10. Brian Thrift, part of that top 10. And let's see, Casey Ashley was part of that top 10. But in the end, Anthony Gagliardi was your champion.
But it was a slugfest. I mean, they were throwing haymakers. Every single fish was just another boom as they were going up, up, up. Nobody knew who had it won. You couldn't even guess what the way it was going to look like at the end.
Absolutely not. The one thing that's going to be really special this week about this event is we are FLW Live. We're going on FLW Live all 3 days of this event, starting now. We're opening up the show here day one, but that'll run all the way up to 12:30. You know, you're a part of that. That's taking our sport to the next level. I said this many times, but, you know, our TV shows are highlight reel. But when you get to watch these guys making on-the-water, real-time, game-time decisions, man, it doesn't get any better than that right there.
You're in their boat, man. I mean, that's the best thing is that there's so much going on out there, and when you're watching FLW Live, you're seeing this thing transform. These guys are figuring stuff out. A little bit of breeze comes up, they make an adjustment. Something's not working right, they're talking to you. You're sitting in the boat. You're basically riding along with these guys and experiencing it right up until that magic hour that we get off air. But what an opportunity for anybody that's watching with FLW Live to really get a feel of what's happening, all the pre-tournament stuff, all the talk we had yesterday, all the sandbagging, all the guys that aren't catching them. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, really. At this last minute when you're watching today, it's go time right up until 12 o'clock. See what these guys have figured out or what's changing on the lake as we go.
Yeah, absolutely. One theme that's going to be an ongoing theme this whole week is, you know, we've done this thing over 20 years now. Yep. We've never had a two-time champion. We've got 6 guys that have the opportunity to become that first two-time champion. It's been a historic season. We kicked off the year with Mark Rose winning the first 2 events. Brian Thrift finished second in both those events. He goes on and wins Angler of the Year. But, you know, one theme is, will this be the tournament, the Cup, where we have our first two-time champion?
Finally, and it could be the guy that's actually the repeat guy. Not just two-time champion, but back-to-back. I mean, for the first time ever, yeah, there's never been anybody that's ever won it twice. What if John Cox does what he did last year and rolls right into it again and actually does 2 things? Imagine, like, just kind of like you said, going out and then winning again right behind it.
Absolutely. John Cox is walking up here. We're going to get his thoughts here in just a second. But, hey, last thing. So we always do our picks early in this thing.
Oh, no.
Yep. Do I need to give you some time to think about this?
No.
Okay, who's your pick?
Anthony Gagliardi.
Anthony Gagliardi.
Oh, come on.
That's your pick.
He knows where these blueback herring live. He knows the bait in this lake is moving around, and there's one guy, and Suggs said it yesterday. Scott Suggs said this. Living on this lake, knowing the bait, knowing how the bait's moving around, knowing the migration of these blueback herring. You're talking about a forage fish that these fish love here on this lake. And with that herring population, it's tough to beat a guy that knows. I mean, 12 months out of the year he's here. He sleeps on the lake sometimes. I've seen him out there doing some night tournaments. I mean, Gagliardi's my pick. I know it's a layup, but I'm going with Anthony Gagliardi. And John Cox, because he's right here, too. John Cox is my pick, too.
I got you. Well,
Ryan Thrift is my pick, too. Ryan Thrift and John Cox and Anthony Gagliardi. Those are my picks to win.
I got you.
All 3 of them. Who's yours?
My pick is I'm going to give it to you at the end of the show.
No.
Absolutely.
You don't get that much
John,
time.
come on in here.
No.
I'm going to let you go get with Brian Thrift. We're going to throw it to you with Brian here in just a minute.
Right.
Come on in here, John.
Come on in here.
2016 Forrest Wood Cup champion, John Cox. Pleasure to have you, sir, on the set. Thanks for joining us this morning. All right, let's talk a little bit. All right, so, again, ongoing theme. Is this the tournament where we have our first two-time Cup champion? You won that last year. I'm not even really sure that you were actually fishing on Wheeler Lake. You were fishing in a ditch about 20 miles from Wheeler Lake, but somehow it all connected. You got to some untapped fish. I know that's what you like to do. You're a shallow water guy, but just talk to us a little bit about practice and what's going on with Lake Murray. Are you ready to go day one, Forrest Wood Cup?
Yeah, I'm super excited about this thing. Last year, that spot I found was just it was an incredible spot. And I just milked it for 4 days. Here it's going to be a little bit different. I think we're going to have to move around, bounce around, and just try to to hit that herring bite. And then catch them in 30, 45 minutes.
Absolutely. So this is a different kind of a deal because of the blueback herring. We know they're nomadic. I mean, you can get on one day and then they're gone the next. But it seems like, have you found anything like you found at Wheeler last year?
No, I mean, there's nothing real similar. I mean, there's some areas, but I mean, it's a grind. You're not going to go in there and catch them quick. So, you're just going to have to grind it out all day and hope for 6 or 7 bites.
So you won this Forrest Wood Cup a year ago. Man, that was an awesome win. Huntsville, Alabama, Wheeler Lake there. I know the whole mud hole team came up. That was an epic moment. Hugged you on the stage. A $300,000 payday. That's life-changing money. And but there's something special about becoming a Forrest Wood Cup champion. What's that like, man?
Man, I'm telling you, it's it's so unreal. I wake up in the in the morning, I throw my Tackle Warehouse T-shirt on, and just like everybody else out here, and just go fun fishing, and it was just unreal to go win that thing last year.
Absolutely, you're kind of you're a double qualifier. You qualified again this year. You were leading the Harris Chain of Lakes for 3 days, almost won that event. So there is something to be said for momentum in this sport, man. You're on that momentum train right now.
Yeah, the Harris thing kind of was disappointing this year, but, you know, I'm looking forward to at least something good happening here before the year's over.
I love it, man. There it is. He is your defending champion, the 2016 Forrest Wood Cup champion, John Cox. Thanks for joining us on the set this morning. I'm going to let you go down to your boat, get yourself ready. Good luck. Day one at the Forrest Wood Cup. John Cox is ready to go. I'm going to throw it to Byron Velvick, who's with our Angler of the Year, Brian Thrift.
Talk about a guy that has been on them and crushing them. You have had a fantastic year. How's it feel coming into this one?
Oh, it feels great. You know, this one's only 2 hours from the house. I like coming down here. I love these August tournaments. It's tough. You know, it's as much a mental game as it is a, you know, a fishing game. So you got to be solid all the way around.
Dude, everybody talks about smoke on the water, burning a lot of water. Are you going to slow down, fish deep? Are you going to take your time? Are you just going to do what you're known for doing and just basically burn more fuel in this tournament than anybody else?
I'm going to burn a lot of fuel today through that Evinrude E-Tech, and I'm going to, I mean, I'll probably make 2 laps around the lake today.
2 laps. And what's your prediction right now? Are you thinking it's a pretty good bite shallow, pretty good bite deep? Is it a mix it up? What's it going to take to win this Forrest Wood Cup?
I would like to see a mix, but I think it's going to be one offshore. I mean, I really do. Those fish are so healthy and fat. If you can manage to put together a couple of bites out there every day, that's going to be the winner.
What's your prediction to win? What kind of weight are we looking at?
I'm going to say anywhere from 14 to 15 a day.
14 to 15 a day. Yeah. Well, good luck, man. You've had a great year. How's it feel? Talk a little about Angler of the Year before I let you go. I know you got to get out to your boat, but what's it been like? What's this year been like for you as Angler of the Year?
Oh, it's been an awesome year. I mean, the beginning of the year is still kind of a blur, you know. I've had like 3 or 4 top 10s in a row, and I'm glad I did that because I built enough lead that I could survive the 2 river events.
Oh, dude, you were unconscious. I know you don't like rivers, but you were unconscious at the beginning of the year. And that's it with Brian Thrift. Right back to you, Chris, with Phil Gaines.
All right, thank you so much, Brian Thrift, reigning Angler of the Year, ready to go here on day one. And joining me now on the set, the director of the South Carolina State Park Service, Phil Gaines. Phil, how you doing this morning?
Good, man. Good to be out at Lake Murray and Drew Island State Park.
Absolutely. Drew Island State Park, great facility. It takes a special facility to host a Forrest Wood Cup, man. And we were here 2014.
Right.
Had a great tournament, big crowds every day. And one of the most epic weigh-ins I've ever been a part of on that final day. So not only a great facility, but a great fishery to boot.
Yeah, man, we're excited about having FLW out here again. Local boy did good last time I think we were here, so we're excited about that. One of the things that I thought was really cool this morning, if you get a chance to come out and watch the FLW in action, a lot of young people here. A lot of young kids and children and
absolutely.
So it says a lot for the sport and the excitement that the FLW brings here at Lake Murray.
Yes, with our high school programs now and our college programs, yeah, it is about, you know, it's an evolution. You know, that has changed through the years, and I think that's exactly right. We're catering to the young people, and they are the future of this sport. And if you come over today to our expo, it's nothing like the whole fishing world comes to the Forrest Wood Cup, Phil.
Yeah, we're excited about that in downtown Columbia. We're going to have a lot of events going on, and in the culmination of big-time events on Sunday at the Colonial Life Arena. We're glad to have y'all here at Lake Murray, the crown jewel of South Carolina lakes.
Absolutely. Yep, you got it, man. Tell us a little bit about the State Park Services, what you guys do.
Well, we have 47 state parks, a lot of parks on lakes and reservoirs here, like at Drew Island. And we're about making memories and doing great events like this to have folks come out. And it kind of starts things off with where you get young people out here and they learn how to fish and they learn how to make memories and get outside and in the outdoors. So we're real excited to be here in the central part of South Carolina at beautiful Lake Murray. Drew Island State Park has 14 miles of shoreline here, so a lot of fun stuff to do here, and what an honor it is to have FLW here. And I think we're going to get a little bit of that nasty weather before the weekend's over with, but it's going to be nice in the morning, so hope folks get to come out and watch this blast off.
Absolutely. You know what, the anglers, they welcome that nasty weather. It seems to turn the fish on a little bit. Well, thank you so much this morning, Phil, for joining us on the set. Absolutely. We're glad to be here. I want you to know that Columbia is a home away from home for FLW, and you guys cater us and take care of us, and thank you so much for all you guys do. Phil Gaines.
Appreciate you being here with us.
You got it. All right. Now I'm going to throw it over to Byron Velvick, who's with the 2014 champion, Anthony Gagliardi. Byron?
Hey, man, here he is, the guy that everybody's got their eyes on because, man, you're not – how many years have you been fishing this lake, and what do you know about this lake that other guys really don't?
Probably not a lot. I mean, there's probably not a lot that I know about it. You know, I do have a lot of history here, and I don't have a lot of summertime history, though. I mean, it's so hot here in the summertime. So, you know, that 2014 tournament was probably the most time I'd ever spent out here in the summer, and I definitely learned some from that and was able to kind of apply some of the things that didn't work and did work back then and to my practice time this time. And so I feel like I practiced a little more efficiently this year. And plus we had 4 days. I mean, that was a lot of time out on the water here for me. Just anytime you're, you know, familiar with the lake or comfortable with the lake, I mean, after a few days, you feel like you're running in circles, and that's kind of how it was for me after the first 2 days.
You were done after the first 2 days? After 2 days, you're like, I think I can stay home now, sleep in late?
No, it wasn't that. You know, it wasn't that I'd caught them so good, but you feel like you've seen everything because that's just how it is when you're familiar with the place. But no, I still fished those last 2 days, and I think I fished a lot of places this time that I've not fished before. I spent most of my time fishing new water, which there's not much new water on your home water, but I tried to fish new areas and spots like that, just because I know places that I'm going to fish today that I didn't fish in practice. So there wasn't any point in practicing on a lot of places. So I knew I'd fish them regardless. So, yeah, it makes for an interesting practice because you're spending a lot of time in places that maybe there's not a lot of fish. And
is it a disheartening practice because you know this place so well, you're rolling around checking your spots, and you're seeing other guys on places you really wanted to fish?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, there's gonna be guys fishing places. I mean, that's like I said. I mean, I don't do anything that's, you know, out of the ordinary. I mean, the other guys here don't know how to do. So I mean, there's guys that will find the same fish that I fish.
4 days hurt the fish? You think 4 days of practice kind of really took a lot of the easy, opportunistic fish out of the equation now?
Yeah. That might be the case, you know, especially some of the fish. I mean, there's not a lot of fish to go around. You know, some of the shallow fish and the ones that are up there are going to be aggressive, and they're going to get caught. You know, an extra day out there it could play a role in that. That's one thing that I thought about, but probably in the end, it's probably not going to change things much.
Now, one great thing: you're sleeping in your own bed, you're drinking out of your own coffee cup, you're opening up your refrigerator to eat. But how are you sleeping at night? And yeah, tell me about that.
Yeah, I've been slept pretty good until last night. You know, last night I had a little hard time. And I kept feeling like I had forgot something. You know, I was missing something, or I forgot to do something, forgot to put something in the boat. And you know, I think part of that comes from, you know, being at home versus at a hotel or something. You get in kind of a routine when we're on the road, and you follow that routine. But when you're at home, it feels normal. And so I just felt like that I didn't do something. I did.
Is there anything you didn't do?
Yeah, I did remember. My wife actually asked me if I put the net in the boat like at 11:30 in bed.
11:30, you're putting the net in the boat.
Walk outside and put the net in the boat at 11:30.
Chris, back to you. Hopefully a well-rested Anthony Gagliardi out here at the lake, remembering to put the net in the boat at 11:30.
Love it, man. The 2014 champion Anthony Gagliardi ready to defend that title here at Lake Murray. So we've got the rundown now from John Cox, last year's Forrest Wood Cup champion, Brian Thrift, our new Angler of the Year, Anthony Gagliardi, who knows this whole pond about as good as anybody. We're moments away from our takeoff now. You know, we've got the best of the best here, top 53 anglers in the world, the top 35 from the FLW Tour here. We got the best of the best from the 2016 Costa Series Championship. The 2016 FLW Invitational winners are here. All-American champion Marshall Deakins is here. TBF National Champion Alan Boyd is here. Our college champion from Kansas State, Kyle Alsop, is here. And, you know, this is the best of the best, and that's what makes this tournament so special. Not to mention our international division winner from the Costa Series Championship.
I don't know why you're reading that list, because you are the best of the best. You know every one of those things by heart. I saw you yesterday on the red carpet. This guy is Mr. Factoid. I mean, he's a legend among facts. I don't even know why you have a cheat sheet. You don't need a cheat sheet. You can just sit there and rattle all that off in the top of that crazy skull of yours where you keep all that fishing information.
My wife just teases me about it all the time. She's like, you know what, you are just a walking book of useless information.
Until we get on camera like this. You're not so useless right now. I need a cheat sheet to remember my friends' names.
Well, this is a special event, Byron, no doubt about it, man. That's game, and it just doesn't get any better than this. You know, last night, the red carpet, seeing Forrest Wood, what he means to the sport. You know, that guy right there, he's just iconic. He's a legend in this game, and it's nice to have him. You know, we got Hank Parker coming in this week. Got a lot of stuff we're going to run down here in just a few minutes, but it really is a special event for us, for our company.
And and everybody has to stay tuned for that live show, because after this is over, we go to the live show, which is going back at the auditorium back there, and those guys, Travis and Rob, they're going to get on, and they're going to start covering the guys, and then to the point with the viewers, they get to watch what happens when those trolling motors go down and the first casts are made, and what these guys are really doing and what's really popping out here on the lake today.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be such a great opportunity.
And TV shows the highlight reel, but FLW Live does not lie, man, and that's what's special about it.
I mean, between now and 10 o'clock when I go back to this convention center, I mean, we got to have that on our phone. We'll watch it just to see if what the guys told us is legitimately what's going down, or if they've already made some adjustments even in the first hour or two.
Absolutely. Lots going on this weekend. Again, we'll just kind of overview that in just a few minutes. Let's talk about Lake Murray real quick. We've got a few minutes here before we start. Last time we were here, we had a lot of guys fishing out of deep brush piles, a lot of guys chasing, the blueback herring bite, and then you had guys that were going really shallow, catching them on top water. You got guys that went, way made long runs to the river that did well. But, this time the weather is going to factor in. It's going to throw a curveball at them. It's just there's a different feel to this event, Byron.
Yeah, look at that weather right now. You wonder if that rain's coming in, if the clouds are going to come in. If it gets kind of nasty, it's going to pull those fish off of a lot of those brush piles and deep structure, because those fish won't be magnetizing too, because they'll have that overcast. And then again, that bait, moving around, it's so nomadic. Big schools of fish are chasing bait this time of year. And with that nomadic situation, you might pull up on an area, it's just loaded, you're catching them great, but will it sustain? Will it hold? Can you go back to that same area the next day and it'd be just a vast wasteland because the bait isn't there? When you go across the spot, that graph lights up and all that bait's there, hang on, they can load the boat quick. A lot of guys are talking about how big the fish are. Those deep fish are a lot bigger fish, and the shallow bite is just tough. It's real fickle.
Absolutely.
It's popping up here and there, but again, when they're chasing bait, one point might be hot for 20 minutes, 10 minutes, and then it won't be hot again the rest of the event.
Yep. And talking to a few guys just, off to the side before we got started here on our live show a while ago, these guys, man, they're ready to go. They've got some things figured out, maybe a little bit better, and this is our third.
But to that point, it's only a 3-day event. And a lot of guys talked about how they are not going to – the fish management changes a lot. Whereas before you got 4 days event, it's more of a marathon longer than I normally would. I mean, top 53 guys until Sunday, 10 guys on Sunday. Big difference there, man. I mean, you got to fish hard those first 2 days to make that cut and keep those big fish coming in the boat. So you might not let off on day one. You might sit there and say, I'm going to push this to 17 pounds, 18 pounds, 21 pounds. Normally I'd catch 14, 15 pounds and pull off, saying I got to save that for the next 3 days on top of today. Now it's like, get it done today, and you'll see some bigger weights because of that.
Absolutely. There's so many people that work so hard on this event, on the scenes and behind the scenes, and what Bill Taylor, our FLW Tour Tournament Director, has done here this week, man, just with the management of everything and just all the people that support this event. It's a special thing, man. It takes a lot to make the Forrest Wood Cup happen.
It's an amazing event, and it's such a great opportunity. These guys know they got a great check in their pocket. A lot of guys said they're just fishing for fun. They're glad to be here. Like I said yesterday, with some of the guys just hope to fund their way into $300,000 because they're that close. It's like, I can just go out and have a good time. A lot of guys had a medium practice, a bad practice, and they're still ready to rock and roll and say, hey, a bad practice, medium practice sometimes is great for a tournament. And it's just a fun event with everything that's happening for the kids, the expo, all the fun stuff we get to do this week. Looking forward to it, buddy.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about that. We're going to give away a Ranger Z521C powered by an Evan Root on Sunday after the weigh-in.
Are you going to be in that drawing?
I would love to be in that drawing.
You put your name in that.
Ineligible.
You would be ineligible. And you'd probably get booed off stage when you drew your own name for that vote,
that would not be good. I would love
Chris Jones.
I would love to be able to do that, but no, you're right.
Nope. No Byron Belt either.
I don't qualify. We got the FLW Foundation Unified Fishing Derby going on tomorrow. The Bass and Barbecue that'll be going on all 3 days. The Easton Corbin concert that's going to be right before the weigh-in on Sunday at 4 o'clock. It's all free over at the Columbia Metropolitan Convention Center. Of course, the weigh-in's going to be the Colonial Life Arena. It's good stuff, and you're going to be giving a seminar as well.
Yep, but right now, they're getting ready to go. I mean, I can hear the anglers starting to say, let's pop, let's get this thing going. So we need to throw it to the guys and let them start.
I think it's about that time, man. So at this time, we are approaching our takeoff time. I'm going to turn over to our Quaker State pro, Scott Canterbury, who's going to lead us in prayer, followed by the singing of the national anthem by Candace Pipkin. Scott?
Bow with us, please. Kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we just give you thanks for all the many blessings you give us each and every day, Lord. As anglers, we come to you giving you thanks for the opportunity to come out and fish on a beautiful lake like this and do what we do for a living. And dear Lord, just do what we do that we love to do. Lord, we just ask you to offer special blessings upon FLW and their staff as they put together these tournaments. And this is the greatest tournaments on earth, Lord. And God, we just ask that you would continue your blessings upon them and bless all the sponsors of this sport and just continue your blessings upon all of them, Lord. God, we just ask that you'd be with us today, watch over us, keep us safe out on the water, and help us to show great sportsmanship. Lord, we just ask you for forgiveness for our many sins and shortcomings, dear Lord. And Lord, we just ask that each and every one here knows how much you love them, Lord. We just give you thanks for sending, most of all, for sending your Son to die on the cross for our sins and transgressions. Lord, in Jesus' heavenly name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Candace Pipkin, wow, great job. Thank you so much, Candace. Byron Velvet, man, it is game time. Are you guys ready to go? Oh, come on, crowd. Are we ready? Day one takeoff at the Forrest Wood Cup starts now. No, Ken? Okay. Here we go. Flight number one will check in at 3:15 right here at Drew Island State Park this afternoon. Checking in over at the pier where the boat dock is. All right, here we go. Boat number one this morning from Auburn, California. He's finished 3 times in the top 5 at the Forrest Wood Cup. It is California's Cody Meyer. Boat number 2 this morning from Catawba, North Carolina. Had a top 20 cut at last year's Forrest Wood Cup. It is Shayla Hugh. Boat number 3 this morning from Junction City, Wisconsin. No stranger to the Forrest Wood Cup, Matthew Steffen. Boat number 4 this morning. He won an FLW Invitational last year and punched his ticket early to this year's Cup. Missouri Pro is James Watson. Boat number 5 from Fulton, Mississippi, who won the TBF National Championship last year, earned the Living the Dream package, and a top 10 finish at last year's Cup. Back this year is Joseph Webster. Boat number 6 this morning from Ridgeville, South Carolina, qualified through the Costa Series Championship last year at Table Rock Lake. It is Bradford Beavers. Boat number 7 this morning, he is your new TBF National Champion, a 2-time TBF National Champion from Salem, Indiana, Alan Boyd. Boat number 8 this morning from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, well-accomplished Western pro, Roy Hawk. Boat number 9 this morning, part of that great McMillan fishing family out of Clewiston, Florida, Brandon McMillan. And rounding out the top 10 in Flight 1 from Prosperity, South Carolina, the 2014 Forrest Wood Cup champion, Anthony Gagliardi. Flight number 2 will check in at 3:30 this afternoon, and that's boats 11 through 21. Here we go. From West Memphis, Arkansas, he etched his name in history in stone this year when he won the first 2 events on the FLW Tour, and that is Mark Rose, our first pro to win back-to-back events on the FLW Tour. Boat number 12 this morning from Odenville, Alabama, finished second last time the Cup was at Lake Murray, part of the Quaker State Pro team, that is Scott Canterbury. Boat number 13, his 3rd year on the FLW Tour and his 3rd straight Forrest Wood Cup. He's from Shreveport, Louisiana, Mr. Clark Ream.
Welcome everyone to the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup here on Lake Murray in the beautiful town of Columbia, South Carolina. Guys, we're going to be making history today because we're going to be going live for the first time this championship event, and we're going to be going live 5.5 hours all 3 days of this tournament. And you guys, let's come to the studio here and meet some of our other hosts. And I'm Travis Moran alongside Rob Newell, longtime content contributor for the Bass Magazine and also FLWfishing.com. Rob, you bring a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience with the tour, with these anglers. I really appreciate you coming along today.
It's fantastic, Travis. I was counting up the other day. This is my 18th Forrest Cup that I've attended, and it never gets old. You know, you leave the house and you think it's going to be the same tournament, but once you get here and get on scene and the intensity builds and you come over here to the convention center and you see everything set up and all the vendors coming in and the armada of Ranger boats being set up back here and seeing the industry come together to watch these 53 guys, and you start talking to them and you can see the first day of practice, they're like, oh, this is just another tournament, but by the final day of practice you start to see that kind of caged tiger look, that look in their eyes. They're ready to get out there and get with it.
Absolutely. This is going to be a fun event today. We've got a few guests that are going to be joining us. Byron Velvick and Chris Jones, amazing job blasting everyone out this morning and really building the hype, really bringing the energy of what this tournament is all about. These anglers have been working really hard all season long to get to this point. Byron's actually going to be coming to the studio a little bit later on, giving us a little bit more insight, as well as Hank Parker. A name that doesn't need much introduction, man. It's going to be a lot of fun getting some of his insight on this tournament and through his experience and everything like that. And for you guys at home, you can follow along on social media, hashtag FLW Fishing and FLW Live. And we will post some of those pictures and always go through. We love seeing your setup of how you're watching the event at your own house, on the couch, on the computer screens, TVs. Let's see your setup. But we've got one heck of an event coming out today. There's going to be what we've heard is a quick bite going on first thing in the morning, and I'm pretty excited to see that happening.
Yeah, a lot of guys talking about the first couple of 3 hours will be really, really key. That's when it's going to go down. Things have been hot in the morning, low clouds, you know, before the sun gets up, before it gets really hot. And you're looking at one of the superstars right there of the quick morning bite, Brian Thrift.
And let's talk about Thrift. He was obviously crowned the Angler of the Year title last night. Well deserved. He's fished a dominant season. It's been just a pleasure to watch him live and really see, really see what goes on behind the scenes. How he lines up his boat with all those rods he's got lined up. How he picks apart, moves around a whole lot. I think this tournament, with how many different variables these fishermen are going to have to fish to put together a limit, might really favor stack some things towards Thrift's advantage on trying to get his first Forrest Wood Cup win.
Yep. That's one thing about Brian. He keeps it short and sweet. His speech last night, I mean, he got up there. I think it lasted maybe a minute and a half. He thanked his wonderful wife, Allie, for all she does for him, and pretty much said, let's go fishing, guys.
Nice. And Mr. Social Media himself, Scott Martin, and obviously he's hashtagging FLW Live right now at the blast off here. And Scott, another guy that has we might see, we have the theme for this event is going to be is someone going to get their second cup win. It never happened before. And Scott Martin was such a versatile angler with wins on so many different bodies of water. He is always a threat to pull off a win.
Looked like they might have just called Scott boat number there. It's time to go. Here's the playing field, Lake Murray, third Forrest Wood Cup that's been held here. And those boats are fixing to spread out across that place at lightning speed. Those fiberglass rockets are on the way. We got a couple different sections of the lake. Looks like we're launching there from the Dreer Island area. That right there is a very popular place. There's a lot of tournaments go in and out of there, and of course you always have that kind of like that release fish thing going on, keeping things restocked and fed in that general portion of the lake, and that's where they're taking off from. And the big dividing line here will be who goes up those rivers and who goes down there to the dam. For those of you that have followed these events here before, probably well aware, those headed down there to the dam will be looking for the schooling bite, waiting on schoolers, waiting on shad, waiting on herring. Those guys running up the river, all about shallow grass, brim beds, stained water, moving, new water. The classic, what's fixing to go down here, if you just rewind to 2014 and you take a look at the classic battle that's set up between Gagliardi and Canterbury, there's probably going to be a lot of repeat of that. Guys up the river, all new water, you're going to hear the term junk fishing. You're going to hear the term talking about, always covering some new water, always staying moving. That is, the junk fishing thing always kind of cracks me up because they're going to call it junk fishing, but trust me, they're looking for tiny little subtle things. Last time Canterbury was all over with, it looked like he was just fishing those, the willow and gator grass. Come to find out, he was looking for hard bottom rock, anywhere he could see gravel or sand as opposed to just muck. That was key. And you'll have those type fishermen up the lake in the river, down the lake in the clear water. You'll have Gagliardi with like his 6-shooter on his side. He'll be standing there waiting to cast, just waiting for the schoolers to come up. You today might not see Gagliardi. He'd just be standing in his boat sometimes, and you'll be like, "The heck's he doing? He taking a break? What's going on with Gagliardi there?" He's waiting for one to come up so he can throw directly at that fish and get it to bite, instantly. And it's better, he feels like his time is better spent waiting for those fish to come up and throwing directly at him.
100%. So many different factors coming into play for this event, and that's why this Lake Murray truly is a perfect place for this championship tournament. These anglers, they all have their strengths. Some love shallow, some love deep. There is going to be all of that in this event. So every angler should be able to find their strength somewhere on that lake. But the part that is unique about this is they probably aren't going to be able to rely on that the entire event. They're going to be able to get their limits. They're going to be able to catch some good fish doing what they enjoy in their wheelhouse. But then they're going to have to venture out and do something outside the box to actually fill out that 3 days. And that's what Lake Murray's all about. You can't just hammer down on one thing the entire time. You've got to make adjustments. And that's going to be the true test of a champion. And when we hand out that trophy 3 days from now, it's going to be a well-deserved, well-fished tournament, whichever angler that is.
I am curious, Travis, to see if a guy can commit to something for 3 days totally. Last time Anthony had to pick on a lot of different things. Yes, he did catch school and fish. He did catch the scenes we always remember from that was the final day when he won that tournament. He's standing out there waiting on the schoolers. But the first couple days of that tournament, he caught some shallow fish. He caught some fish up shallow the first couple days. I think his first day or two, he caught 13 pounds or so. Those came shallow. And then day 3, I believe it was, he actually went and picked on some brush piles that he knew about up the lake. He had some sneaky stuff in his back pocket. It wasn't like he just throttled down on schooling fish all day long. I'll be curious to see if that can happen this time. If some of the guys that I've talked to last night and during practice said that schooling bite this time might be a little stronger than it was last time. Anthony came by here yesterday and talked to you and I for a little bit, and he made it clear that what he did last time, the schooling bite, was something he could only do in short segments and in short. He had to mix in other times. But the key thing that I heard him say this time was, I think I'm going to be able to do a lot more of what I want to do for longer periods of time. And kind of how that translated to that is he's got more schooling water this time. The window will be open longer for him to catch those schooling fish. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's some interesting stuff that he brought up. I mean, it was great insight that we got from Gagliardi. He is definitely one of the favorites to finish very high in this event. And he brought up the idea of the schooling bass. These Lake Murray bass they like to roam. They move around. They're looking for food. They're always on the hunt. And even when you do find a school that's locked on some kind of structure or something like that, Gagliardi was saying a lot of times it's just good for one fish because you pull that school off. That school follows that one fish that's hooked because they think that it's chasing bait or something like that, and it follows it back to the boat. It's no longer up on that prime feeding area, so those fish aren't going to bite for a few more hours possibly. So you've got to know how to manage those fish, when to go back, but also not to just sit there and fish for fish that aren't there anymore.
Yeah, we're getting our first look at Anthony, and this is this is awesome. I mean, this is, history for the Forrest Wood Cup to be able to look at the first couple of casts of the Forrest Wood Cup here. And your home lake guy, I mean, the hometown favorite. We've got cameras with Anthony and a couple other guys this week. But looking at that, looking at that weather right there, that's the kind of weather I think these guys want, is some of that, calm, still, they can see over that calm. With it being calm on the surface, they can see schoolers a long way away. Whereas if it's roughed up and there's, some waves and stuff, they can't. When it's dead quiet like this and you have low clouds, you can hear those fish pop so far away. And I can just about guarantee these are the kind of conditions that Gagliardi likes to see his day start with right here.
If you guys are hearing some clanking and stuff.
So Anthony, we've got you up live now. Can you just kind of run me through what the setup here this morning?
Well, we're just I'm just fishing it's just a little point. Nothing real special to it. We got a little island here, and I'm fishing a little point that runs out off the side, and I'm gonna fish it probably 10 or 15 minutes and just keep moving. We're just looking for some small active schools. Hopefully maybe something will come up and break while we're here, but it doesn't have to. If these fish are just up here pulled up on these points roaming around, hopefully I can call some up on this, even if they don't come up breaking. But we're just gonna run as many of these little places as we can that I think have had or should have fish on them, and hopefully by the end of the day, I've run across several of them that we've caught some good fish off of.
This is the way you want to start your Forrest Wood Cup right here.
Yes.
"15 minutes into the day, and this is your first bite." Yep.
I had to get it started. That'll start today.
Wow, the repeat could be underway right now.
Nice 3.5 pounder, guys. We're at 7:17 in the morning. I'll take him. 5 more. He's about 3 3/4.
On the replay right here, look, I mean, this is what you're looking for. You're Gagliardi, you've fished out here a million times, but before you get that first fish, it's all about, you just wonder, are they going to be there? Are they going to cooperate? Are they going to do what they normally do?
I thought it was funny, before he made that cast, he actually laid his net out. Like, I feel like I'm fixing to get a bite. I better get my net ready. I mean, he like got the net out, extended it before he even got that bite. He knew it. He could feel that, like everything is perfect right now. And I'm sure he's seen some things out there, on top of the water, popping, schooling type stuff. He knew something was fixing to happen.
My line's gotten twisted around my keeper. I've never seen that happen before. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't use that one. I have to retie it.
Not sure what happened with his hook there. Something wrapped up, and he had to go to had some backup rod there. He's seeing something.
And this is what live is all about. Look at the focus right now.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like he may have seen something following, swirling, and now he went to a spinning rod, a little more finesse.
These are definitely
Just missed another one right there.
the little things you don't get to see in a hour-long highlight show, that's for sure. Small details like this. I'm curious what happened here with this hook. He wasn't real happy about it. I think his knot got turned around inside the eye of his hook or something. I bet he might be shaking a little bit. I mean, you put your first fish in the live well 3 3/4, you have a little small equipment deal going on there, and you're just, I mean, there's a million thoughts going through your head right now. You know every second counts.
Yeah, the nerves that must be going through his mind right now. I mean, it's, you need to tie the knot again. You need to retie, but those fish are there, and it's just hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. And it might feel like the first time you've ever tied a knot.
Look, he did a lot better job of that than I could have. I'd have been shaking like a leaf. I could have never threaded that through there. I'd had to have the camera guy do, hey, could you tie this on for me?
I mean, I'm pretty much shaken knowing what he's on right now. The potential that Gagliardi has, and, you know, we knew he had a chance to do something like this, and he comes out, immediately puts a great bass in live well, has another one following. I mean, he's right now locking into his zone, and we're only a few minutes into the tournament.
Is our camera guy one of those guys?
Yeah, one of the boat drivers.
Which one is it?
I think it's a white. I think it's a white boat.
That legend right there?
Maybe. Yeah. I didn't get eyes on it this morning when we left.
And for you guys that are tuning in live right now and you guys are hearing what sounds like construction in the background, that is everybody setting up right now for the amazing expo we're going to have starting at 10 a.m. this morning here at the Columbia Metropolitan Convention Center. A lot of different tackle companies here, a lot of cool games. Bring the family. We've got the live cast going all over, so you're not going to miss a second of this action, and you're going to have a lot of fun fishing things to do.
He sees something now. Here we go.
Now we have some of our other anglers getting set up. We have 5 cameras that are going to be out live with some different anglers. But when we've got Anthony Gagliardi, the defending champion on this lake from 2014, and he's in his zone. It's getting exciting right now. We are not going to go anywhere until we figure out how good this is going to start.
Guys, I'm gonna probably work down this way a little bit, but I'm gonna come back up, so kind of just stay about there if that's fine.
A normal part of a championship field like this, when you have to start kind of managing your traffic on the water and fans and flotillas and press out there. It's part of the game in these Super Bowl type events like this. It's all become part of the. Yep, you don't want those guys crawling up on your shoal where they're breaking, so you have to kind of manage that traffic a little bit. You can see him hearing. I mean, it's so quiet out there this morning with that calm water, and that such a critical part of this technique is seeing and hearing, and these conditions right here allow you to have. There we go.
There he is, hooked up, number 2.
Damn, that's a big one there.
Mm-mm.
That's a 5-pounder.
Mm-mm. Wow, we are already seeing the emotional roller coaster take a wild ride right here in the beginning. First 20 minutes, you put a nice keeper 3 3/4, 4-pounder in the boat, and then you lose one. That's really high and really low.
Rob, this event is really divided up into segments. You know, if you're watching this, you see him get 2 bites already, and you go, oh man, he's got the entire day. He's going to be able to blow this field away. But the reality is, it's all about this like 2 hours or so in the morning that you've got to really, I mean, that's your chance to really make something great happen. And then the rest of the day, you take that. The rest of the day, you take that limit that you started with, or that 1, 2, 3, 5 fish that you started with, and you try to add to that throughout the day. But this morning is a key part that even
Yes, if
Gagliardi
y'all
talks
can
about.
Push back that way a little bit. I'm going to come back up.
In 2014, that morning spot he had was a key to him actually getting that victory.
Yep. He got that last bite with his ears. I know it sounds funny. He didn't cast with his ears or anything like that, but he had actually casted in different direction, and you could see him. He heard something break. He heard something, on top of the water out the other side of the boat. Made a cast over there, and that's. These conditions are premium right now for Anthony in terms of being able to really be aware of everything going on around you at one time. You get a little wave, you get a little ripple, you get a little wind, and it starts to, your zone kind of starts to narrow in terms of what you can see and keep up with out there.
Now, Rob, you've had a lot of time to talk to Anthony. Break down a little bit about what he's doing right now, because he's casting towards some waypoints, but he's keeping his head on a swivel and everything. He's looking for the signs of those busting, feeding fish. How does that play in all together? How does he manage all those things?
Basically, it's a schooling fish thing with Anthony, and I've had this particular conversation with a lot of guys in this field, this herring thing. We hear about it being a herring lake. Murray's a herring lake, and what does that mean, and to what extent is it a herring lake? First couple times I came out here years ago, I was kind of under the impression that herring lake, like if you go to Lanier or Hartwell, you see a lot of herring. Like you can see them come by the boat, you see them skipping. But in the times I've been here and covered tournaments on Murray and talked to these guys, here we go, about the herring, it's almost as if Murray is not as strong of a herring lake as some of the Clark's Hills and the Hartwells. And so you'll hear these guys like Anthony say, I'm catching herring fish, or I'm targeting herring fish, but a lot of these fish are actually on shad. That's actually what they're schooling on, is shad. And herring occasionally come by, and when that happens, that's when the explosion goes off. I talked with Scott Suggs last night. He's a big offshore guy. He's doing the same kind of fishing. They're out there on these shoals. Basically, they're on these shoals, these breaks as they call them, and shallower shoals or humps or tops that come up, and these fish sit up there and wait for these balls of shad and herring to come by. And Suggs kind of described it like this. The shad are there all the time. They're kind of smaller. They can school on them anytime, and it's kind of like salad. You know what I mean? Just like they can go up there and eat all the salad bar they want to. But when the little schools of herring come by, that's the filet mignon, and that's what they want. And when those herring come by, that's what they're after. And
Rob, let's talk a little bit more about how these fish act, because everyone has largemouth in their area, and they go, hey, I know how to fish for largemouth, but the reality is that these fish, depending on what kind of bait they feed on in that particular reservoir, lake, pond, whatever it is, they act a certain way. They've got different types of structure. They've honed their skills to their world, right? I mean, they live in that little universe, and they have figured out how to have success, and the bigger fish have figured it out the best. And so with these herring and stuff, the bass really have to move a long ways. There is times that these guys talk about that these fish aren't afraid to come up from 10, 15 feet to hit a topwater or hit some bait that's up on the surface, where at other impoundments and things, guys talk about that if it's 4 feet of water, a fish isn't going to come up to hit a topwater, where that's not true here at Lake Murray. These fish move a lot. And so at every individual body of water, you've got to figure out the personalities of those fish and how they react to different baits so that you can present them and really exploit that. And this is a great example of that these guys really, they have talked about the personalities of these bass, and they contribute that to the blue herring bite, but these fish have been conditioned differently than other lakes.
Yeah, it's so funny. The herring thing is, like, I've talked to Brent Ayler. He led here in 14. He led after day 3. He almost won here. And he's like a non-believer in herring, like they don't exist. I don't put them out of my mind. I think they're unicorns. But you talk to some of these local guys, Anthony, Casey Ashley, and they're like, oh yeah, this place has herring in it. This place has herring, and it has changed the behavior of the fish. It's made them, because herring are nomadic and roam more than shad do. It's made them more that way. And I talked to Anthony at length about this the other day, and he said, shad and herring are both pelagic fish. So bass have always been prone to school. If we go to Lake Ouachita right now that has no herring in it, those bass, he's caught bass out there before schooling on shad, out in the 20, 30, 40 feet, same exact thing. But so bass have always wanted to chase kind of that pelagic thing. But shad are slower, and they hang up in certain areas, and they use certain areas. These herring are on the go all the time. They, what we understand about them, they just go and go and go and go and going all the way around the lake. I don't know if they make big laps around the lake or what. They're a faster bait fish. They are a tastier bait fish, apparently. And the argument is that has made Lake Murray bass, or any of these herring lakes, more prone to roam with those fish, so they can to get the taste of the herring.
Yep.
And of course, it's all up to opinion. You can ask one guy one thing and another guy another thing. And the thing that's unique about Murray here is you can, if you don't want to play this herring game, you can run way up the river and just deal with bluegills and grass and stuff like that. But guys like Anthony, and I think guys like Scott Suggs, are convinced that these bass that are eating these herring, it's a better protein for them, it makes them bigger fish. And those are the ones you want to catch when there's $300,000 on the line.
Back to our live look at Gagliardi. Something that you guys watching, keep an eye on that skyline. We want to watch those cloud cover and everything like that. As this day changes, so is the bite for these anglers, and so is what they're doing is going to have to change. These guys are going to make adjustments throughout the day with these changing conditions.
More pass back through there, and we'll move on down.
Moving over to Scott Suggs now. We talked a little bit about him. I believe he came out here and spent some time during pre-practice at Anthony's house, and they worked together a little bit. But it's interesting because Suggs is a master at Lake Ouachita of the offshore schooling bite. Anthony is the master of the offshore schooling bite on Murray. And to hear them talk about the differences in the way these fish school on shad or herring and how it changes their behavior is just, I could talk to them all day long about it. I asked Suggs, I told him, some of these guys don't believe in herring. They have never seen a herring and coming here in 2 or 3 cups, and Suggs just kind of laughed. And I said, have you seen herring this week? And he said, oh yeah, I've seen them chase. I've seen bass chase herring. Herring have a real distinct way. They kind of porpoise and jump out of the water, almost, like a saltwater, because they are a saltwater fish. When it's being chased, they just jump, jump, jump. And he said to see a 3 or 4 pounder behind one of those herring, waiting every time it jumps out of the water and exploding on him every time, he said it's just like being on the ocean, watching saltwater feeding go down.
And Scott Suggs, another one of our anglers looking for the first ever repeat Forrest Wood Cup champion. And he's been close. He's definitely a contender to do this, and like you said, he's used to fishing schooling fish. This is right in his wheelhouse.
See the top water with the front runner rig there. And just for clarification, these guys can still use, when the Alabama rig came along, there was, and it was outlawed in the tour level events. There become a lot of questions, well, can you still use a double fluke rig, which is really a big ticket out here on these herring legs, and the front runner type rigs where you have the top water behind the little front runner. Those type baits are still allowed. The double flukes and front runner type rigs. The double fluke is a big deal out here on these herring legs.
We're leaving that split screen real quick. Suggs is making his first run. We're going to be seeing that a lot out of these top anglers. There's a lot of movement. Gagliardi, he had talked about he might spend a lot of time in this first area if there's fish biting, but he will be doing a lot of jumping around throughout the day as well.
I'm seeing some of the, I don't think it's any secret with Anthony, some of the same techniques that he used when he won before, some kind of fluke style bait there, on a weighted, like a belly weighted hook. That's one of his go-to things here.
That is one thing he talked about with us yesterday, is he's going to spend more time on the things that worked for him last time. He said this is laying out very similar to last time he won it, and he's going to try to exploit those successful techniques even more.
These guys, Anthony and Scott, have a premium morning to get this going. And that's not to say that the guys fishing upriver, shallower, don't have a premium morning. It's a pretty good morning for them too. And we'll be checking in with some of those guys that are, fishing up shallow. Once again, here we go. Heard that fish. Heard it break. Can you hear that same fish if you have a 10 or 15 mile an hour wind?
Oh, Gagliardi going up on point right there. The nerves have just got to be tightening and tightening. Every time he hears these fish bust on the surface, that's just one more opportunity. That's a lot of money splashing around right there. All right, we're going to leave Gagliardi here for a little bit and check out our Angler of the Year, Brian Thrift. The spinning rod in his hand, not something we see too often.
The morning so far, it's been about like I expected. I started out here on some herring fish, and I've had one kind of show interest, but he didn't eat it. He didn't even touch the bait. He just kind of blew up behind it. They came up twice, but it's just 1 or 2 fish. It doesn't seem to be as many here as there was in practice. So we're going to give this about 5 more minutes and go to another one. Just a second ago, they literally tried to eat my trolling motor, and I couldn't get them to bite, which is not good.
Look at those rods on his deck.
That's about as messy as you're going to see his deck. There's actually one
out of place. I see that. Might have to give Brian a penalty for that. I mean, the front of that boat looks like a prestigious tackle shop.
And that's been one advantage of watching live this year is he's had an absolutely dominating season. Just an amazing performance out of him all season long. And getting to see how many different rods he has rigged up there. I mean, he has a lot of ones that are just the same bait, different size line, or same bait, just a slightly different color. And he has no problem making 2 casts with 1 rod, picking up the next one, making 1 cast. You will very rarely see Brian Thrift make the same cast twice, where he's not changing up some kind of retrieve. You know, he's got the rod up, got the rod down, picks up a different rod. This looks like it has the same bait on it, but the reality is there's just tiny, tiny little differences. And we've really gotten a nice look at what his strategies are and the little details he uses to make these adjustments.
All right, we got to shoot out there right quick.
Looks like he's got a little bit more breeze where he is. He saw something that got his attention out there.
The head on the swivel, didn't even pull up the trolling motor, jump down. And it's all about these active fish. You want to find the easy fish, and if they're up feeding, well, you might as well give them something to eat. And Gagliardi with only 1 fish in the live well, but we've now seen him, bow up, get ready on point for at least 3 different fish now. He had a big one that he says come off. He caught one that was a short, so he's definitely in an active area.
It's time to go, probably.
One of the cool things that Anthony told me about this schooling thing is when they're schooling on the shad, not the herring now, the shad, which they can come up and get those. He said it's full of, little thread fin balls of shad everywhere.
Can't get them to play.
When you're fishing for them, when they're schooling on the shad directly, they're much more finicky and harder to get to bite because they're so dialed in on that little bait. Those little shad, you have to go to little lures and you have to land right on them. It's a much more precise, finicky situation. However, when a blueback or 2 shows up and you see a blueback start hopping out there in the melee, if you can get anything remotely near that, the strike zone of that bass chasing that blueback is much greater. Your strike zone of chasing the shad, you have to land like right on top of him. I mean, he comes up and pops, you got to land your lure right there. But the strike zone with a bass that's chasing a herring is much greater because those herring are so much faster and and that bass is in hot pursuit. Anything that moves up there in front of him, he's going to, that's what he wants to eat. And so you can bomb a big topwater out there, a big pencil popper, those type baits, and get the, your chances of catching a fish, chasing a herring are much greater.
Rob, as we come up to our first break of the day, wow, watching Gagliardi is amazing. You can feel the intensity. I mean, he's only has one fish right now, but it feels like he is on the brink of really blowing away the morning very quickly. He's on the right fish, and that's what's really important.
Yeah, what I like already is how quick this is getting out of the gate. Of course, we don't ever know because the ones we've seen before, we don't know how quick they caught these fish, but getting out of the gate so fast, and what Anthony's doing is we don't see this type of fishing all year long. It's not like flipping or throwing a spinner bait where you can do that kind of stuff everywhere. In general times of the year, this is a very, very window type of thing. It's something I'm very curious about. I don't get to see very much, and I'm sure a lot of the fans don't either. So to be able to witness this go down so early excites me, because I think for the next two or 3 days we're going to be able to see a lot of this.
Yes, you guys, we are guaranteed to see a lot of action over the next 3 days. There's going to be a whole lot more twists and turns, which really sums up this entire season. We've had some amazing things, rains, unbelievable wins, tragic losses, and for you guys that got to watch it, or you guys that didn't get to see it, we're going to show you a quick recap as we go into our first break of the morning. '17 was another extraordinary year on the FLW Tour. Records were smashed, champions were made, and lives were changed forever. The best anglers from around the world competed in 7 bodies of water spread out across the country, from Texas to Wisconsin to Florida. The rewards were enormous for those with the mental and physical strength to withstand some of the toughest fishing conditions we've ever seen. The first 2 stops of the tour came down to a fight between veteran titans Brian Thrift and Mark Rose. With only 15 minutes before check-in, Rose landed a kicker that secured him the first win of the season and pushed Thrift to finish second. 2 weeks later, Rose beat Thrift again, this time by a mere 12 ounces, making him the first angler in FLW Tour history to win back-to-back events.
Back-to-back wins at the highest level of this sport.
Yeah, I've been doing this a long time. I can't believe this, Chris. I'm just absolutely blown away.
Let's hear it one more time for your champion, Mark Rose.
One of 30 rookies on tour this year, Bradley Dortch landed an impressive 73 pounds at stop number 3.
That's the way you start the day off right there.
Giving him his first tour-level win, helping him secure Rookie of the Year, and propelling him to his first ever Forrest Wood Cup appearance. Scott Martin added Kentucky to the long list of states where he has an FLW Tour victory this year with a first-place finish at Lake Cumberland, making him the first angler in FLW Tour history to win 8 tour-level events. Johnny McComb showed up at Beaver Lake ready to face monumental challenges on the water after having already overcome his own off the water. After over a decade hiatus from the sport spent battling addiction, he's now clean and back in full force.
Gotta go get him, baby. Gotta go get him.
Landing only 2 keepers on the final day didn't stop McCombs from finding redemption and bringing home his first FLW Tour victory. At the final 2 events this season, veteran river experts Brian Schmidt and Tom Mansour got their first tour-level wins on each other's home bodies of water. Potomac angler Schmidt,
number 1,
on his first trip to the Mississippi and Wisconsin, upset the GOAT, Andy Morgan, while Mansour, the river wizard from La Crosse, scored a win on the Potomac, beating rookie Chad Warren by only 5 ounces. All season long, Brian Thrift had his sights set on the coveted Angler of the Year title. His amazing consistency, highlighted by 4 top 10 finishes, yielded him his second AOI title and thrust him into an elite group of only 5 anglers with multiple FLW Tour AOI titles.
A giant Florida bass, 16 pounds and 8 ounces.
2017 has been a historical year. Crowning triumphs and agonizing defeats have all led up to this year's Forrest Wood Cup. The road to get here was paved with record-breaking achievements and wrought with heartbreaking hardships. But for the 53 anglers who made it, it was worth every drop of blood, sweat, and tears shed this season. On this stage, one among them will become a champion.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole nother level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Out of office? Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the other line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Anthony Gagliardi knew he was a lucky man, being the last to qualify for the 2014 Forrest Wood Cup at Lake Murray.
The pressure was built up all year for me just to make it. My whole focus was just on getting here.
This was his lake, knowing where to go and how to fish.
Yeah, baby. Now we're talking. Yeah! That's more like it right there.
To win, he had to be consistent and keep his eye on the prize, ignoring the pressures that can break a spirit.
My nerves are a little rattled at the moment. I got here to where I wanted to start, and there was a fisherman here already, which was fine.
See, that's the problem with it. You're showing the whole world where the place is at.
For Gagliardi, 2014 was all about redemption by the slimmest margins.
You got it by 1 ounce. Your champion is Anthony Gagliardi.
He beat the competition and made history, becoming a member in the most exclusive club in professional bass fishing, a Forrest Wood Cup champion. Welcome back, everyone, to our live coverage of the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup here on Lake Murray in beautiful Columbia, South Carolina. And now we're taking our first look at Scott Martin.
Trying to win this thing, man. It's hard enough. I appreciate it. I thought you might be John Cox in that aluminum boat. All right, I am right now chasing some schooling fish. Matt, behind you, way out. Me and Matt are on the same little spot here. I think they're stripers. And so far, I haven't caught any bass. I've caught 3 or 4 stripers. The bass are mixed in with them, though. So it's just a matter of time before I connect with one. I think Matt's got 2, but a little bit. So my plan is to start here. Start here and then run on down the lake a little bit and fish a bunch of different little piles of brush, and I got some stuff on the bank too, so just trying to start the morning out with a nice little fish, nice couple fish at least. Okay. Who's out there on that point?
Okay, I'm going to be Captain Obvious here. So far this morning, all offshore guys. We haven't seen anybody up on the bank, you know, doing what I kind of call the Scott Canterbury, you know, running the bank, junk fishing up the river. Not only is Scott there, Matt Aries right there behind him. A lot of guys starting the day offshore. And I'm a little surprised to see Thrift doing that. That kind of tells me I kind of thought Thrift might go to the bank right off the bat.
It's hard to catch these fish when they're not physically blowing up. But they come up every few minutes. One will bust up around the boat. So far, I've just caught the stripers in the mix, but that can all change in a hurry. What's up, live fam?
Just to kind of show how fleeting.
See them on the graph. They're still here. They're not going anywhere. The only difference today is we just got a lot of boat traffic. You look around, there's 20-something boats around here.
Just to show kind of how fleeting that schooling bite could be. In the first 15 minutes, Gagliardi hooked up with a 4-pounder.
Yeah,
we thought, oh my God, he's going to tear him up.
We found these fish in practice.
He hadn't landed one since.
There's actually 3 schools of fish here. There's another little wad behind us. I hadn't really seen them come up much. There's a local guy in a aluminum boat back there fishing. So I don't know if he's going to have them come up around his boat or not, but Oh, I just saw a big largemouth in the mix right there. There was stripers, 2 or 3 stripers swiping at my bait, and a big largemouth came up like a 5-pounder. I just saw him in the water. It was a really big one. I just had the stripers chase my bait in. There was about a 4-pounder behind it. Yeah. One busted right there. Yeah. So amped up that I'm going to cast hard in a minute and backlash everything. I've got to be careful. I'm very excited to be back at the Cup. Very excited. It's I like Lake Murray. You know, growing up in Florida, you know, I fish shallow a lot. I enjoy fishing offshore. It's just kind of something I don't get to do that often. When I get an opportunity like this, it's fun. You know, the thing is, it's a little bit risky because sometimes you just, you know, it's hard to get them going. They're very picky out here, but there's quality out here. That's the difference. I think they're bass. Literally looking for them on the graph. The fish that I had follow me up a minute ago, I had my Panoptics out there and I saw a little wad of fish about 40 feet from the boat. And I threw the bait over there and worked it through them, and they followed it to the boat. The stripers were running up on it trying to hit it, and there was a big giant largemouth behind it. Just a matter of time here.
No, I could never tell. Dang it. Could never tell what it was.
and two former Forrest Wood Cup champions right here, side by side. Rob, no one has ever won two Forrest Wood Cups. We've got a lot of guys in contention to do that. What do you think the chances of us seeing history broken here this weekend?
It continues with every cup, obviously. I mean, the more past winners you get, the better the chances when they requalify. I think it could go down this week.
No, striper. Bunch of them too. Stripers have been a good little tip for you when you're catching stripers, because they'll fin you. Carry a little towel on the boat and grip them that way. They're not going to poke you too bad.
Sure acts like stripers. Move over and hit another one. No. Oh.
Oh. Come on, baby. I feel like it's a striper. Not largemouth. Dude, these are like groupers, man. Number one. Number one, not a real big one. They're busting in front of the boat. See? Told you. Yeah. Dude, there was a straight up 4-pounder in that school of stripers. God dang it. I'm all jacked up. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew, man. Oh man, they're busting back there. Stay off that. Yeah, they're busting behind you. You're fine, just go out that way, you're good. They're busting behind that boat behind me. Yeah, that's about the 5th time I've seen them come up out there. Yep.
You guys are watching FLW live coverage of the Forrest Wood Cup, and Scott Martin right there really showing the morning bite. That is literally what it's all about right there. He's been moving around.
You got
chasing.
one? It's unbelievable. All right. It's kind of bad. I mean, it's a public lake. I get that people want to go fishing today, and he has every right. It's an awesome lake. Good day to be fishing. But there's a million places to fish on this lake. Day one of the Forrest Wood Cup, and you're like all over the stuff. I don't know. Whatever. Just etiquette-wise, in case y'all are watching. Again, public lake. Y'all can do what you want. But it would be nice to give us some room on stuff like this, especially day one. Any day, really. But whatever. He's backed off a little bit, which is good. The main thing is just boat pressure, is just having him up on that shallow part of that bar, because they come up schooling up in that area too. Anyways, just be nice. Maybe he'll catch the biggest fish of his life and run home to his wife and show her and take the rest of the day off.
Welcome to the world of schooling fish. I mean, if somebody says to you, Travis, they're schooling. We got to go. They're schooling. You're thinking, we're just going to, oh my gosh, we're going to wreck them. They're schooling, right? This is what schooling fishing looks like on Lake Murray. I mean, like I said with Gagliardi this morning, second, third cast, whatever it was, catches a 4-pounder right off the bat. We think, oh man, here it's fixing to go down, and you can see that just how finicky and fickle this bite becomes. And
moisture strips in that little case, and I think it's...
This is why, personally, I'm no big fan of schooling fish, because I just can't deal with this, right? I'd rather go to the bank and flip at a dock or, throw at something than just getting snubbed at all the time by these fish that are laughing at your lures.
Yep, and along with, those schooling...
I haven't had it on all morning. I've turned the hydro wave on, and I've got the Panoptics, and I'm seeing the fish literally coming to the boat, and they're busting literally around the boat. A lot closer than they were before I had it on. You wonder if this thing works. For schooling fish, the hydro wave is the bomb. It's the bomb. Huge, huge advantage.
And when fish are schooling, he's had to weed through some striper. I mean, there's a lot of different stuff, and including other fishermen. These weekenders, it's schooling fish. They want to come catch fish as well, and that's something that these anglers definitely have to manage. And there's different ways to do that. And Scott trying to be, as polite as possible, and kind of just, sway them away a little bit from from the areas that he wants to go back to, and try to pick up a few more bass.
Deal. Check that out, guys. That's pretty cool. Forrest Wood Cup, Lake Murray, South Carolina, representing.
And the thing about these schooling spots is they're very historical in nature. For some reason, they school in the same places year after year after year. There's something about those places. The shad want to be there. The shad get hung up on these places. The shad want to school in these places, and naturally the bass follow. But historically, Anthony has told me this time and time again about this lake. Every year, summertime comes around, and they will show up. These schooling fish will start popping in these same places, and these locals know where they are, and the anglers are. The tournament anglers get educated watching the films year after year, and historical schooling is part of the problem with just everybody kind of getting on the same place.
Cane piles and stuff, and I've seen a lot of breaking activity. And I've had, the bad thing about it is I had an opportunity to another keeper. I jumped one off. I know I've hooked 2 or 3 more. I mean, they're hitting funny. The fish seem to be, one thing I've noticed this morning on some of these places, the fish seems to be a little smaller than what they've been running, but that's no excuse. I've had the opportunities and the bites to maybe have a limit of fish already, and it's just, I don't know, we're just going to have to be patient. I'm getting a little excited. Of course, it's the Forrest Wood Cup, and just going to have to settle down. I don't know, if you're in the Forrest Wood Cup and you don't come out and you're a little worked up and a little excited right off the bat, you need to take up brim fishing or something else, because this is what it's all about. This is what you fish the year for, and that's what makes it so exciting. If you didn't feel this way, you got something wrong with you.
It's the double Scott box there. Great Scott. The 2 Scotts. Both former Forrest Wood Cup winners.
I'm just trying to cover water. I'm trying to find some active fish. Basically, just like I said, I'm running cane piles. And by doing that, I'm just trying to find the fish that are wanting to. I've got them all pinpointed on my Lowrance electronics. I've got them all dialed in. I've got waypoints on them to where I can just pull up. I can throw right over the top of them. I can put my bait in the area that I think I'm going to get bit in, and I can leave. I can go. It's going to happen or it's not, and I can move on. And you know, that's the big deal nowadays with these electronics. You know, Lowrance has made it so easy to do this. Where used to, you had to pull up and line a tree and all this. You didn't ever know if you were really making the right cast, and now it's just simple. You pull up, make the right cast, go find you something else.
Travis Scott Suggs there talking about cane piles. You're going to hear that term a lot in the next few days. And, of course, a lot of people from around this area know what that is.
Which is what I'm fixing to do right now. Go find something else.
These guys put out cane or typically bamboo, long.
Gosh, that's a big one. I think it's a big striper.
We're going to see what species he's got here.
If it's not a big striper, it's about a 6-pound largemouth.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, big striper.
Getting back to the cane piles, the locals here build these what they call cane piles, and they typically use bamboo, something that reaches way up high, because when you're dealing with herring lakes and you start talking about the Laniers and the Clark's Hills, the Hartwells, a lot of those other lakes have standing timber in them. It gives the bass something to orient around and ambush from. But Murray's completely timbered. There's no standing timber. There's no places for these fish to ambush from, to kind of set up, and that's what the idea of the old cane pile is, to kind of simulate a piece of timber sticking way up where these fish might be able to ambush them from these cane piles. I'm sure Scott would have liked to have taken that one to the weigh-in.
I got him hooked funny, because I think he's pulling a lot harder than his size is. Okay. Oh, he's barely hooked. Get in there. Got him.
And not a bad first look at Brandon Cobb here.
That's a lot better one. Fat, eating herring. Oh, my foot's killing me. Put him a little bit better side. Gotta get back out there, see if we can get another one before they set back up.
Look how fast he's moving around. Last time we saw Brandon, he was in a cast, had a really bad broken ankle, foot, something. I mean, he was in a major cast and sitting in the front of the deck, really hobbling around, crawling around to get everything done. But for this event, he talked about he's really going to need to move quick, take advantage of these little things, and he's obviously moving around a lot more freely now.
Yeah, right before the start of the Mississippi tournament this year, he was coming down some stairs in a hotel and kind of rolled, as he described it, he rolled his foot and fractured his heel. And it was a pretty bad fracture, the type where they have to put you in one of those boots and immobilize your foot. It really kind of took him out of commission for the Mississippi tournament and the Potomac tournament, but he was able to still fish through it. Get out there. At times he had to crawl from his trolling motor back to his console. He said it was really difficult. Of course, there's all kind of using the trolling motor. You know, he doesn't have the use of one foot. He had to use a sit-down seat. He said, fortunately for him, Mississippi and Potomac were two tournaments where he could go somewhere, sit, and fish all day. He didn't have to run and gun. But he knew at this tournament he was going to have to run and gun, and he was just praying he could get that boot off, that cast off. And he was in that for 10 weeks, and I think about 2 weeks ago he got it all off. And I said, are you going to like rehab? Because he said the weird part is his heel is healed, his foot is healed, but since it's been immobilized for 10 weeks, his muscles just don't, they don't work anymore because he hasn't used any of that. Obviously, it's a critical foot for getting on the trolling motor and foot, boat control and everything. So he said when he first got that cast off, it took 4 or 5 days to really get all the motion back. And he said he's probably 60% now.
Crankbait up there one time for good measures. About to move on. Oh, that hurt.
I asked if he had gone to had any physical therapy for that, and he said fishing. He'd been putting his boat in every day, at local lakes around home, just fishing. Said it was the best thing for it, just to get out and fish, just to get that motion back in his foot.
Well, and Cobb especially wanted to make the Cup here. Every angler's goal is to make the Forrest Wood Cup, but he's one of our anglers. This is in his backyard, and he's from.
Had him for a minute.
From South Carolina, and he wanted to be able to fish this lake, and so he did everything he could, and now we're seeing why he wanted to be fishing this, because this was a fish he hooked up with a few moments ago, and this is what he needs to be a little bit closer to getting that big payday. Oh, this is going to be our first 3 fish, or his first 3 fish of the morning.
Dang school.
Fish number 2.
Starting to bite now. I'm not sure that's a bass, but I think it might be. Yeah, I think it's a bass. Stay down. Oh, I barely got it. I think I might have just hooked another one. I had one for a minute anyway. Oh, still got him. Stay down. Stay down. Stop. Don't do that. Not a big one. Oh, no.
Oh.
Don't do that. There we go. All these hooks, it's hard to get them in there.
That's a dandy.
2, I think. That's 14 inch. I don't need to measure. There it is.
And this is that really nice one we just saw a few minutes ago. Fish number 3.
It's the only problem with throwing that far. And you got to reel them a long ways. It's a bass. I don't know how big he is, but it is a bass. Stop. got him hooked funny. 'Cause I think he's pulling a lot harder than his size is.
Come in live.
Okay. Oh, he's barely hooked. Get in there. Got him. That's a lot better one. Fat, eating hair. Oh, my foot's killing me. Give me a little bit better side. Yeah, get back out there. See if we can get another one before they set back up.
And Rob, Brandon looked like he's getting some momentum going right now. I mean, that's really what you want, especially if you're one of these local anglers. You know you have some good spots. You know you have some areas that you can really lean on. But it really comes down to, are these fish going to cooperate? Are they going to do what they do all these other days you're out here fishing? Or for the Forrest Wood Cup, are they going to act different? Are they just not going to respond to you like they normally do? And Brandon is really seeing that these fish are doing what they've always done for him, and he's getting that momentum, same as Gagliardi was this morning as well. So you see these guys start to get this momentum. They're locals. They have a ton of water they can go fish, and when they start putting these things together early and they go, okay, this is what the fish are doing. They're on this type of structure. I have a ton of this structure. They're going to start moving around, and some amazing things can happen from some of these local guys here.
Yeah, I believe Cobb's been to 2 Forrest Wood Cup's, been in the top 10 both times. So to make one near his home here where he knows what's going on. Cobb, I spent some time talking to him. He really he kind of explained some things to me about Murray that were very unique. One being that it's a lake with very little timber. It doesn't have many places where fish hold up on stuff, where they just roam, like at Clark's Hill or over at Lake Lanier where you have standing timber, stuff like that. He said this lake is just devoid of like any current, grass, timber, stuff that holds fish, that keeps them there. And because of that, you just got to keep running and running and running. And it looks like where he just was, he ran across a nice start, get the day started.
Yeah, and Rob, to your point, Cobb, one of our younger anglers. I mean, he doesn't have a ton of experience at the tour level, but he does have experience doing well. He has some great finishes in the 2 events that he's fished, the 2 cups that he's fished. And I think that's, you need that experience to get that win. He's got that out of the way. He's no stranger to doing well. Now he's on his home lake, and this could be the one. This could be that one where he puts his first Forrest Wood Cup championship on the mantle and makes his stamp on history.
Yep, and I know I think some of this that he has going on, schooling here, is some bonus deal for him. I think it's a bonus situation. Cobb has plenty of places he can go shallow and run this lake, up on the bank if he has to.
Now, Rob, we have a whole lot of other fishermen out there. There's 53 anglers that started the morning here, and after about an hour and a half of fishing, here is the unofficial leaderboard. Justin Atkins, no surprise, a great angler, and he's our first angler to a limit. Took advantage of that morning bite, and there's not too much of a difference between hooking up with 5. We saw Gagliardi with definitely a shot at getting 5 fish, but sometimes it goes the other way, and Justin really taking advantage of that window and getting an early lead here.
Also, Justin and Cobb, pretty good buddies, working together here a little bit. This year, I've become aware of some of these younger guys that work together. It used to, and we know these guys room and work together all year long on the FLW Tour. But it used to be kind of when you got to the Cup, man, it was every man for himself. And I've become a lot more aware this year of how much these guys call each other on the water during the day, how much they stop and visit and talk to each other about what's going on. And, I know Justin and Brandon are buddies, been roommates on tour. I believe LaHue's part of their group there. And you never know. It could be some of that information sharing, could be some of that drafting, so to speak, helping each other out. That might be why those guys are off to a fast start.
Absolutely. As we go down that leaderboard, obviously a lot of great names. These anglers, it's all about that morning bite, that first 2 hours of the morning. That's really where these guys want to do their damage. And then they basically part 2 of the day is everything after the first 2 hours. And so all the guys doing their shuffle as we go into our, 9:30 and on, we're going to see some different adjustments, and we're going to kind of see a whole nother fishery, and these guys really make these different changes that they need to put some different fish in the boat.
I'm still waiting for our first look at a guy on the bank.
Yes.
I mean, just not, nothing against offshore fishing, but I want to see somebody on the bank if that's working for anybody. We don't quite know. I mean, we don't, Justin's taking a quick lead this morning. Don't know if he's offshore or if he's on the bank. But if he's working together with Cobb and we see Cobb off the bank, we can only assume that Justin might be doing some of the same stuff.
Yes, I think you're right, Robin. We're definitely going to be seeing some guys, like I said, make some adjustments here as the day moves on. And we're going to go to our first break right now. So
yeah, I hooked the littlest one the
anywhere.
whole dang school.
We'll be back coming up. Do not go anywhere. More FLW Live here at Lake Murray for the Forrest Wood Cup.
That's the littlest one in a whole bunch of them. Don't hook me. Don't hook me. Number one.
I had to get a starter. That'll start today.
Performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun's coming on, but it won't be long. But there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I got a line with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before.
In a world where boring, soundless lures were the norm, comes a lure unlike any other. The fish-catching machine. Livingston lures are the only lures featuring electronic baitfish sounds that call the fish. Tie one on today and and experience the power of the fish catching machine.
Hey! You make me come alive. I've never felt so free. Can't get you off my mind. There's still so much to see. You bring out the best in me. Hey! You make me come alive. There's still so much to see. You make me come alive. I've never felt so free.
Welcome back, everyone, to Lake Murray and our live coverage of the Forrest Wood Cup. We've had some action already this morning. These anglers really taking advantage of this morning bite, and this is really what it looks like. I think that's a Gagliardi right there, and these guys just out on these different little brush piles or cane piles and looking for these schooling fish. And that flat, calm conditions, that's ideal. If you have that calm, slick water, you're able to see any disturbance. Anytime those fish come up near the surface, you're able to tell, make those casts, and try to take advantage of those small little bite windows.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, obviously we can't see down under the water there. That's a great aerial shot of what Anthony's fishing. You get a feel for how open the water is, no bank there. Somewhere under that water is a shoal, is a hump, is a high spot that we can't see. I guarantee if you could see the contours there down there, some 25, 30 feet, something comes up, and that's where those fish are positioned. And they're probably a little goody. There's probably a little goody, some like you said, cane pile, some kind of brush that those fish can sit in for ambush points. But that really gives you the feel. That's terrific in terms of how open. I mean, if I went to Lake Murray, that's not exactly the spot I would start on. I wouldn't even. It looks like some random spot out in the middle of the lake. I'd go over there to the bank or maybe closer to that little island over there. But you can see probably what runs off there is I can kind of see a shoal marker running off of that, that little island. There's probably some kind of long shoal that runs off of there. They call them shoals here. We call them long points or humps, but it's probably a continuation of that point comes way out there, and he's on the end of it. And that's just, I don't know if this is one of these historical spots, but I'm betting by the way that lays out, that's just probably one of those historical places that they talk about on Murray that they get year after year, summer after summer. This is just one of those places they go to.
Yep. And there's a big difference between seeing Gagliardi and his area he's fishing and like a Scott Martin, Matt Airy, their spot. Now, that's, I guess, a benefit to being local and having local knowledge is Gagliardi can fish areas that other guys don't know about, that are maybe lesser known, where Scott Martin, Matt Airy, they've got to fish the community holes where they're not only battling each other, but they're battling weekend anglers that have just as much of a right to that area as well and want to catch fish also. And Gagliardi right on cue, hooking up. First cast that we go to him live here.
That's got to be frustrating to see so many fish breaking and knowing so many of them are good fish down there, and then the one that gets your bait is a non-keeper. That's always the irony of the schooling situation. You can see big ones out there, but like when you finally get one on, it's.
Now, Rob, we've talked a lot about this bite window, okay? This 2 hour, 3 hour, that early morning bite window. Where would you say, you've talked to a lot of anglers, and a lot of these anglers have really, echoed the same kind of time frame. Explain to us now what's going to start unraveling now from, the next 20 minutes to 30 minutes as this bite changes a little bit here.
As long as they keep doing what they're doing right there, the fish keep coming up, schooling, those guys aren't going to go anywhere. They might hop point to point to point, but I don't see any big changes in terms of Gagliardi suddenly cranking up and going to the bank or going to his brush piles. There, from what I've seen of these guys chasing offshore, there's plenty of activity going on offshore in all these spots. Catching's going on with Thrift, with Cobb, with Suggs, Scott Martin, all these guys. It'd be different. That's a lot of guys. If 4 or 5 guys, it'd be different if they were all standing around and nothing was happening. But there is plenty to keep them interested. You can tell they're still looking around. They're still like, you know, a cat on a hot tin roof. They're, you know, dancing around looking. As Scott puts it, I'm all jacked up, you know. You can tell when the lull happens because it will go dead, and there's the old double fluke rig there, something made famous in this part of the country. But several of these guys, Cobb and Gagliardi, several of the locals told me what's crazy about this schooling bite is, especially on days like this, when you can see so far, is they'll all start schooling at one time.
I got him in the gill. That's a good one.
Wow. Wow. How about that for Brandon Cobb?
That's a big one. For August, March, anytime, that's a big one.
Good for him. That's awesome.
We talked about Cobb getting some momentum, and every fish
Caught
seems like
2 in
it's
a row,
bigger than the
and a
next.
big one.
Oh, wow.
And that's number 5, so now he's got to get rid of them. A couple little ones.
Wow, we're going to get
Got
a
3
tally on his
little
weight
ones in
here
there.
before long, but he's got a pail full of them there. I mean,
Now,
in my
time to get
opinion,
rid of
all
some
of them have been quality, and he just capped it off there with a nice 4.5, possibly 5-pounder.
Brandon Cobb starting the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup outright. There is a lot of anglers in this field that would give anything to be in his position right now.
I'm chasing around schooling fish, basically, calling them up on some places, waiting for them to school in some places. And they didn't bite good at all early. I needed the sun, but it's like we're in a feeding window right now, and they're biting. So that's the way it goes all day. You won't catch anything for 2 or 3 hours, and then catch them off every place you hit. Where my pliers go.
And that's just not the case for him. I bet down on Gagliardi spot and Thrift spot, they're biting too. It happens all across the lake. It's a phenomenon that we haven't really ever been able to track until we have live to see how these bite flurries happen all the way across the lake, and it's pretty cool. It's like there's one big dinner bell under the whole lake that somebody rings, and all those fish know that it's time to eat.
Unfortunately, it ain't like rabbit hunting. You don't want to kick them out the briar patch. $8.45, not bad to have 5. I kind of figured it'd take longer than that. One more cast and we're gonna let them group back up.
It's funny, the weather looks different. Every one of these guys we go to. Cobb's in the fog. Some guys have wind. Some guys are dead slick.
They usually don't work like that. Catch one and throw them back and catch another one, throw them in. One decided to stay up there, I guess. Let them group back up there and come back in a little bit. Let's roll.
Okay, Cobb's making a move here. You mentioned this earlier, Travis. You'd think, okay, you just caught one. Why in the heck are you moving? Why would you move? And it's because, as Gagliardi was describing to us yesterday, when you catch one, it generally pulls them out, pulls them off the little spot, and you're just wasting your time until they set back up. And my guess here is Cobb knows that. He just caught a nice one. It pulled the school off because he threw back out there a couple more times, nothing. And that school needs to, kind of come back around, set back up. And there's no point in waiting for him to do that when you can go hit greener pasture, so a fresh patch.
And looking at Cobb right now, I mean, he's getting dialed. He's looking like he's in kill mode right now. He's realizing he's got some quality fish in the live well right now, and if he can really put the throttle down on this morning, he could really get a huge head start and possibly have a fantastic day one to start this cup.
This low overcast and this ceiling staying so low and foggy and drizzly is man, it's prime for this.
Now let's take a replay at that last fish he caught. This was number 5 to put an exclamation on his limit right now.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Love it.
Go that way. Get close. Don't jump, don't jump, don't jump.
That fish didn't listen to him very well, now did it? Disobedient fish.
Stop. Give up. Oh my gosh, he's barely hooked. Live to us. Okay. I got him in the gill. That's a good one.
Boom.
That's a big one. For August, March, anytime, that's a big one.
That is some big time fishing by the young angler looking for his
and a big
first.
one.
Yeah, that's a.
And that's number 5, so now he's got to get.
That one's been eating well for August too,
Yes.
and that's what these guys have told me time and time again about these bass that make a living off the bank. They eat better. When they get some herring, they're just got more protein than one. That's compared to a fish making a living off a brim on the bank and chasing down little brim. I'd heard that a lot of the fish on the bank this year were poor, skinnier, and these ones out here are the ones that count.
He's lost. He's supposed to be up here. All right, let's go on. That one wasn't no good. Got 3 casts. If they don't bite, there's no point in throwing again.
He's moving and grooving. I'd be curious to know how many of these places he has. Again, the weather is such a help. I asked several of these guys, paint me the picture of the perfect day that you want for your offshore schooling. Dead slick, calm, with a lot of clouds.
Yep, conditions really lining up, and then the fact that he has a limit now, he can really go with his instincts. That's now he has free range just to go with what he thinks is going to work, because he's going to weigh in a limit. He's going to bring 5 fish across the scales. He's got a decent enough limit that he's going to be in the hunt no matter what happens the rest of the day.
Oh, he fell off in the net.
And now over to Scott Martin, who we can never count out.
Keeper, number 2. I put a weightless with a Trocar 5/0. Rig it the same way, Trocar 5/0.
And Rob, you talked about that dinner bell coming on. Once again, we now see Cobb getting in some action. Scott Martin immediately putting a bass in, and I'm pretty sure Gagliardi just tossed another one in the live well. So all these fish turn it on, and these anglers are going to try to take advantage of this flurry and beef up their limit here.
We as fishermen would love to know what happens under the water that makes all that go off at one time. I mean, why is it dead for an hour and they don't do anything, and then all of a sudden they just decide it's you know, time to go on a rampage?
So I caught number 2 just now. It wasn't a real big one. It was a small 2-pounder, but still a keeper. Okay. Hopefully my wife's watching at home. If you are, honey, I got 2. The kids are in school. They started school, so maybe they'll let them pull out their iPads at lunch and watch a little FLW Live. Hear them every once in a while. So if you guys are going to the expo today, be sure to stop by the Kidcaster booth. We've got SMC, check it out. My new hats. Pray hard, fish hard, baby. And we have a limited supply of free t-shirts if you get a hat. And they're the Fear of the Beard, Lake Murray. So be sure to stop by the Kidcaster booth and get you some. Love to see you at the weigh-in today with a bunch of stuff on. Be fun. Got my team. There's some right there. See if I can call them up.
getting a little shy. I can literally see them on the graph. And those fish there, when I got the bait over top of them, they actually went down. You know, it's that will work, but they want something fast, and it's hard to get something fast deep. And they want to feed up. That's every bait fish they eat out here. They bite it on the surface for the most part, so they want to come up and feed. The deal is if you can get them fired up, they'll come up and blow up on it. But sometimes it's just timing. We could leave this spot and come back in an hour, and it could be totally different. We're about to leave here in a minute. They're coming after it. There's some right there. Like under the boat, or in front of the boat.
Did you finally put your drill away, Travis?
Live coverage on Lake Murray for the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup. Watching Scott Martin do his thing. He's working these schooling bass. And
where? Oh, just barely 2 pounds. 2 of the smallest fish I've caught all week.
Now, what's interesting about Scott, he's not afraid to talk to everybody. You know, we already saw him talking to some of the weekend anglers, kind of trying to be diplomatic with them and move them off his spot. And then he's talking, I think that's Matt Area as well, fishing the same area. And I think it helps Scott just think out loud a little bit. It helps him kind of create Scott's world in that little cove right there. And then I'm sure he's getting a little information back from Matt as well. But I think Scott does more of that talking for himself. I think it just helps him dial himself in. He's thinking out loud, and he can kind of put something together. And if you guys are hearing some noise in the background, that's because we are getting very close to opening up the expo today here at the Columbia Metropolitan Civic Center here. And we've got a lot of fun things going on. At 10 a.m., we're going to let the floodgates open up here, and we're going to have all kinds of things for everyone in the family to enjoy today.
Actually, Travis is drilling on my teeth right now. That's what that is. Great point about Scott. Scott is he's a guy that knows how to work and control a crowd. It doesn't matter if it's competitors fishing around him or locals fishing around him or media boats. He knows how to work a crowd. He knows how to work, keep up with what people are doing and who's catching what and did he just catch one and what does that mean? And it's good to have his buddy Matt Airy right there next to him, because they can almost, like in NASCAR when two guys get together and draft to make themselves go faster. Matt Airy's way over there on that side of the shoal. I'm way over here. We can keep an eye on you. We can see, maybe we can push these fish back and forth. I mean, there's a lot of strategy to working together with somebody else in a schooling fish situation. And sure, I bet Matt and Scott have talked a lot this morning. You seeing any? What does your graph look like? This is all information that's totally allowed to get. You can talk to your other competitors. You can say, hey, what does your graph look like? Do you see any? Was that a striper? Working together could pay big dividends for those guys.
Yep, absolutely. And Scott is a guy that is able to take advantage of all situations. He's always looking for that one little thing that's going to help him get the advantage over the rest of the field. And if that's working with other guys while he's out there, if that is having to, have some conversations with some of the weekenders and kind of convince them to have a little bit more of the water, give way to him just a little bit, that's going to give him just that much more. Even if it doesn't help him immediately, it's going to give him a little more confidence. If he knows guys are backing out, if everything's kind of bending towards, his day, that's just going to help him put some more things together. But you guys are getting a good look behind us right now as well. We've got the Ranger boats. I mean, this expo is coming to life. When we got here this morning at 6 a.m., it was dead. There wasn't, the lights weren't even turned on in here. And now this place is coming alive right now. You can really feel the intensity picking up in here. There is a lot of cool booths that I was checking out when no one was here and kind of messing around with and getting to play around with a little bit. And it's going to be a fun time for anyone who shows up today.
Yeah, we have like a whole armada of Ranger boats back here. Travis and I have kind of already been fighting this morning over which one we're going to take with us when we leave here. There's a nice saltwater tower boat over there and a couple aluminums over here I've got my eye on. So, quite a selection. It's impressive to see for these kind of events, Forrest Wood Cup, the industry come together like this and show off, showcase some of their premium products and beautiful, beautiful boats out here today.
Yeah, if you're into bass fishing at all, this is where you need to be today. This really shows how great the fishing industry is doing right now. There is just nothing but growth, and along with FLW Live, which is a huge addition to being able to watch fishing and being able to bring bass fishing that much more into the 2017. And no better way of showing that as well with this great expo that we have going on today. Once again at the Columbia Metropolitan Civic Center. Get down here, check it out. And I think we're going to head over to Cobb. Cobb's got another one, Rob.
Boy, you like to see this for a young guy that's been in a cast for 10 weeks and been hobbling around.
So hard to net fish yourself. Whew. That's another big one. That's what I'm talking about right there. He may be bigger than the last one. Let's see here. Just caught my second big one. Now I think I got 2 4 pounds or so, maybe a little better. I got 3 small, I'm about to cull one, so I'm gonna have 2 small ones. And it's going pretty well so far. It's gonna be hard to call. Real hard to call. We're gonna have to get those scales out. Thought it would be easier than that. We just ruined this place, flooded over it, but that's all right. I just caught a big one off of it. Get off there. Come on, clear. I gotta do something before I get confused doing this. Write numbers on the buoy so I know which one's which. And then we're gonna weigh them and put them on these. I didn't think they'd all be this close to the same size. They come up so fast from that deep water, they're floating like you call them deep. But we didn't, we caught them on top. All right. $2.24. Is one. This will be time consuming now, but it'll save time later. $2.11. Actually, $2.16. Come off there. One more. I don't like putting these things on them, but it's gonna save some time. I have two that weigh 224. I got two that weigh 224. So our two smallest ones are 224s. So 2 1/4. I need to call number 2. See you, buddy. All right. If I got Cully out the other side, we're done. We're going to do something else. I got 2 I need to get rid of. I have 2 that weigh 2 1/4, and then everything else is over 3 pounds. So I'm trying to call those 2, then I'm going to do something else. We just ruined this spot. We ran it over. Let's go somewhere else. We ran the spot over. Moving on.
And right now we're looking at that last fish that Cobb just caught.
That's not a bass, I don't think. If it's a bass, it's a big one. I wasn't even looking. I was looking at that boat.
And with this fish, the young
like a
Brandon
bass.
Cobb.
It don't feel as big as it looked when he ate it. Oh, it's a big one. I felt the hook pull out.
And this is a replay from earlier, but this is Brandon Cobb taking the lead in the Forrest Wood Cup unofficially.
Come on, don't do that. That's another hook pull out. So hard to net a fish yourself. Whew. That's another big one. That's what I'm talking about right there. He may
I
be
believe he's
bigger
got
than
two
the
that
last
look
one.
like that. I know he's got another one that looks just like that. I think that's his second big one. Look at the stomach on that thing.
Wow.
Those are healthy fish for the month of August in the Southeast. That's pretty spectacular.
And right now on the unofficial leaderboard, we have him at 15 pounds.
God darn it. Pretty confident anyway. He ain't very big if he is a bass. Nope, that's a striper. Then we'll hook you. Stop. Don't do that. Okay. Just caught a striper. The stripers, they mix in with these bass. It's not necessarily a bad sign if you catch stripers. That was the first cast here. Caught a little bitty striper, but I know there's bass here because I caught them in practice one day. The stripers are just a little meaner than the bass.
There it is, just shy of 16 pounds. And Cobb talking about he's got two fish that are exactly the same weight, 2 1/4, and he says he needs to get rid of both of those, and then he's going to go try to make some different adjustments. But man, if he gets rid of those, he might be knocking on 18, 19 pounds. I don't know what else he needs to do besides go eat lunch and figure out what needs to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, we've gotten some really good information in from Chris Baxter over at Zoom, a really good guy. Works over at Zoom, and those guys at Zoom are real proud of Brandon and it being one of their Zoom team members, and he gave me a little piece of information that's pretty interesting because this is what kind of surprised me. The conversations I had with Cobb going into this thing, not after his official practice, but his pre-practice, it sounded like he was leaning towards shallow water. It sounded like that's what he wanted to do, was run the bank. I thought that's what we would see Cobb do this morning. Obviously, that's not happening. And Chris has told us that he has a lot of cane piles out there to run, like 100, 120 cane piles. 30 of them are really good. And that the way Cobb fishes, he would rather be on the bank. That's what his nature is. He would rather be running the bank, but that the shallow bite was really no good for him. And he had to go out and start fishing this way out offshore. And you can see that the old cane pile game is, ooh,
oh,
gosh.
Wow. You saw the green
I
flash
think he's
on
gonna
that
Cull.
fish.
Maybe another one will get him get it on it too. I think he just might have. That's a big one. The little one came off, I think. A good one got it.
Wow. Man,
That's a good one.
is.
Get in the net.
Oh,
Woo.
wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh,
Yeah.
my gosh.
Absolutely
I'm
amazing.
glad that first little one jumped off.
Holy mackerel.
Because I caught a 5-pounder.
I can't believe what we just saw, Rob. If I heard him right.
Right. He had a little one on. I want him to re-narrate that because it sounded like he had a little one on, and the big one came up and basically knocked the little one off and got the bait. I don't know if he had two on, a big one and a little one came off, or he had a little one on and the big one just said, "Excuse me," pushed him out of the way and took the bait away. Literally took the bait away from the small.
The way Cobb just broke that down, it seemed like he had a little one. He thought it might Cull, and then all of a sudden a big one came up.
I called them. They actually weren't sitting exactly where I thought they would. It could be the clouds, got them up shallow or something. And I called them up finally and hooked one about, 2 pounds. And he jumped off. And every time you lose one doing this, you don't want to just reel it back. He jumped off, so I kept on fishing it, and one about 5 pounds got it, and I caught him. So it actually worked out that first one jumped off.
For everyone tuning into FLW
And I'm not so
Live.
sure even that I might have hooked a different one underwater and one came off, because I felt like I had two at one point. But they were real
Cobb
close to
fans,
the boat,
man.
so I'm pretty confident we pulled them off the bank. We need one more 4 to 5 pounder, and that'll be about all. We'll go fish shallow and try to catch a 6. I think I got 3 4-ishes, 4 to 5s. I got a 3 pounder and a 2 1/4. Get up. All right, let's leave them. Come back in a minute and throw at them, let them group back up.
For you guys watching and rooting for Cobb today, this is your morning because he is on fire. Let's go back to that replay. This was just a crazy catch. This doesn't ever happen in this way for me. I know that. And he actually had some stripers slashing at it.
I think that's a striper, but I'm not sure. It's not fighting like a striper. Unless I got him hooked funny. Oh, it came off. It was a bass. He was little though.
Okay, it comes off. And then,
Got that
oh
one.
my.
I don't think he's gonna cull. Maybe another one will get him there. Get it on it too. I think he just might have. That's a big one. The little one came off, I think. A good one got it. It's a good one. Getting in there.
Wow.
Woo! Yeah. I'm glad that first little one jumped off. Because I caught a 5 pounder. One. It's gone. Ain't bad in August when you're culling them.
How about that? One of the key things he said there, Travis, is even after he lost the one, he kept working the bait. We've seen some guys this morning. This is the difference. The guys, well, what's the difference in a pro and the weekend tournament angler? I know personally, if I'd have lost that fish, I would have probably just reeled it on. Like, oh man, he come off and just reeled it in to throw it back out there. But he just kept working it, and then another one gets it, and then keeps working it and keep working it all the way back to the boat. And that is just one of those pieces of information that you get that comes to you after years and years of being on the water and watching that kind of thing go down.
It really shows you how aggressive these bass can get when you're in the productive area. There's only, on an unofficial leaderboard here, we only have 4 anglers that have limits right now. And so it goes to show, if you're in the right area, you're going to put fish in the boat. If you're not, or they're just not committing fully to it, you might have to make some adjustments.
Another great demonstration of what just happened there is how competitive these fish get when one of them goes up there and finally bites. It's like they sit down there and they look at it and they look at the bait and they're looking at their buddies and they're like, "Are you gonna eat that?" "Nah, I don't want it." "You want to eat it?" "Nah, I don't want it." And they just kind of, but the first one that says, "I'm gonna eat that right there," then they are like, "No, you're not. I'm going to." And that's how that all gets fired up. And I mean, usually it's the opposite for me. The big one gets on, comes off, and the little one gets it. But I mean, this could be one of those things when it's your time. It's your time. Come Sunday afternoon, Cobb might be remembering that fish catch for a long, long time.
All right, Rob, we're going to take another quick break, but we will be right back with more of this crazy action from the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup, and Brandon Cobb off to a phenomenal start. More from him in just a few.
Number 1, not a real big one.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Out of office? Oh, man.
Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
It's the 2016 Forrest Wood Cup on Wheeler Lake, and veteran John Cox knew he was a long shot to win. No electronics on his boat, and the only thing at his disposal, his instincts.
You know, normally, like when you're running like main river stuff, you can run a pattern or something. When you're back of the creek, it's more like pond fishing.
That didn't stop him from giving it his all and going where he knew the fish would be. Small backwater creeks with bass waiting to bite. Consistency and patience. Would it pay off?
There we go. I'm like pumped. I'm like, any second now we're gonna get a blow up.
Hey, there's still a fat one in here.
There we go.
One miss and it could cost him the title.
God, the line broke. Why is that happening?
One kicker and victory.
I got her. It's gonna go down.
It's the year John Cox beat the odds with the biggest win of his career, the Forrest Wood Cup. Welcome back, everyone, to our live coverage of the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup here at Lake Murray. And that's the name right now, Cobb. He's got a target on his back because everyone's got to catch this guy who has jumped out to a commanding lead first thing this morning. We have him sitting around 18 pounds, and we're not even at 9:30 in the morning yet, Rob. What's this going to mean for him the rest of the day? What does this do for his confidence?
Well, I'm already, of course, it's you know, the angler and all of us is like, God, if he's at 18 now, could he get to 20 before the end of the day? And I think from what I can remember, there's only been 2 limits in the history of the Forrest Wood Cup on Murray weighed in at 20-pound range. And so that would be pretty exciting to get to 20 pounds. I mean,
and he absolutely has the potential to do that because he's still got one fish in his boat that's 2 1/4. So he's got room for a Cull. It's not like he's got a bunch of 3 1/2s or something.
Nobody saw that. Just checking the line.
And a little backlash right there. Everyone watching at home, everyone does it. All right?
Yeah, that's right. It happens, especially when you have 18 pounds in your live well the first day of the Forrest Wood Cup. that could happen.
This is our first view of some docks. We're getting a little bit different scenery. You know, the day's starting to clear up a little bit here.
Yeah, I heard him mention something on his audio there that they might have moved up a little shallower. I've heard him use the terminology. I'm calling them up. I'm bringing them up, and the only thing I can conclude from that is there's cane pile down there or brush or something, and he's calling them up out of that stuff to come up and eat, as opposed to him already being up schooling. I don't think that's necessarily the case where he's more like Anthony was looking and seeing little pops and shad flicking. This sounds like a case where Cobb's pulling up on these places, these piles, and they're sitting down there and they're just kind of hanging out. They're not really, and he's calling them up, bringing them up and getting them competitive for the bait. And as you saw in that last clip, once they get competitive for the bait, bingo.
Yeah, but he's been able to tell right away with the 3 casts. Look, right now, putting the rod down, you know, he's making those quick casts to specific targets where you'd mentioned Gagliardi kind of really getting in an area and looking for activity. Cobb throwing to exact waypoints, those exact spots that if those fish are there, they're going to react. If they don't, he's going to keep moving. He's going to find fish. He's going to find those easy fish that want to come to the weigh-in scales today.
You missed it.
Cobb was one of the ones that told me.
It might be a striper. It is a striper.
One of the big. See what he
see
says.
them all in the
here.
water with him. I don't know if you can see them. There's about 40 of them. Stop. All right, you little booger. You broke my fluke. Get another one.
One of the interesting things he said about Murray was that, as I mentioned before, the lake is void of timber. It's void of, it's been timbered, and what makes the Clark Hill or the Hartwell or the Lanier a little bit better is you have still some standing timber and provides those natural ambush points, And you know, in other lakes you have current that holds fish, or grass that holds fish. And Murray's kind of a clean slate, so if you have some of these artificial type of cane piles and stuff that you can use to simulate, you know, timber or someplace for these fish to hold, it's a good thing. And it sounds like, you know, Cobb has plenty of them in the GPS machine to run today. I mean, if he's got 100, from what I'm hearing, if he's got 100 to 120 and he's only hit a handful, and this is where we're at, yikes.
Yes. And Rob, this is a good time now.
Right there. Jump across the pocket.
To talk about fish management, this is a 3-day event. So your Cobb, you're obviously dialed into something right now. He wants to get rid of that last little fish, and there he goes, 18. I mean, dude, he's knocking on 19 pounds and still has room to call.
Sweet, I love it.
And so it's going to be interesting to see what Brandon does, because, you know, if he doesn't believe this bite's going to hold up the whole time, he might explore some other things, check some things that he might not be completely sure if it's working right now, but just to start testing things out for what's to come the other 2 days.
Yeah, the decision he might have to, I think I heard him say a minute ago, if I get another one like that or another big one, we're going to go do something else. I would think that what he's alluding to there is we're going to go look at other water. We're maybe going to go practice a little bit, look for some backup. But the decision becomes, do I do that, or do I really mash the gas and maybe try and get to 20, 21, 22, put some distance, keep the pedal to the metal. I mean, if he's got 100, 120 piles to run, I mean, why not go ahead and see if you can put some distance, you know, in, or like you said, he might be saying, okay, I'm to 19 or 20. I feel good about this. I'm going to lay off these fish, let them regroup. I'm going to go look for backup stuff or something else I can do, maybe to catch a really big one, like a 5.5 or 6 pounder.
Yep. And looking at the leaderboard here, there's a lot of other guys in this field that would be more than willing to switch places with him, and they're going to try very hard to knock him down a peg or two and put in some big limits of their own. The rest of the field still trying to put together a limit, but I know none of the anglers are stressing out. It was all about trying to take advantage of that morning bite. Once you feel like that morning bite is passed, then you settle into your actual strategy for the day. If you're going to go shallow, deep, how you're going to fish and stuff. But none of the anglers were going to get discouraged. They really were just going to kind of let it come to them in the morning. Once that morning bite is over, adjust and fish their game and their strengths.
And we see John Cox there in 11th. I even heard, hear tell of John Cox uttering the word herring a little bit during practice, maybe, getting offshore a little bit. That would be really surprising, to see that kind of thing. Safe to say, though, the domination this morning has been offshore. I'm not going to say 100%. I'm 99.9% sure Larry Nixon is offshore fishing in this same exact way. Back in 2008, when Michael Bennett won in 2008, Larry Nixon had a really good bag that first day and fishing this exact way, fishing offshore, schooling stuff. I think that's kind of a look down there at the dam. Give you an idea of what area Brandon's in. Anybody that's familiar with the lake knows what that dam, that tower and everything down there looks like.
Yeah, now I'm at the extreme lower end. I mean, we're right here at the dam. It's there tend this time of year anyway, when it's real hot, most of the herring tend to make their way down to this end. Now, if you move on to early September and any other time of the year, really, there's just as many herring all the way up by Dreher Island, and the bite can be just as good. It just seems to kind of, lower ends always get better. I mean, I've actually not done this a ton on Murray. I do it on Hartwell a lot, and pretty much all the herring on Hartwell get down towards the lower ends of the lake, and that's just a summertime thing. Thought there'd be one here. You don't look like he's home today, though.
Rob, these two guys have a lot of fans that are going to be here today watching this. These are local guys. They've got South Carolina rooting for them for sure. So this is a good time. Any of you guys watching live right now, let's use the hashtag FLW Live. And I want to see all of Brandon Cobb's fans. Make sure you're posting pictures. Show us that you're rooting for Brandon. And anyone out there rooting for Gagliardi, also take some pictures on Instagram, Facebook, whatever you want to put. Hashtag FLW Live. We're going to be going through some of those pictures later today and see who's got the biggest fan base of local South Carolina people.
Than normally it is in August, and that's why I pretty much devoted most of practice to looking for this type bite. One more cast and we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I mean, really, I think it went right in his mouth. Like I went to work it the first time, and he was already on it. I never saw it float like it never came back to the surface.
The thing that's interesting to me watching those two, real quick, Travis, is Cobb is working the heck out of that bait. I mean, he is really moving the bait, twitching it really, really hard. You see Anthony, his cadence of whatever he's working there is not as aggressive as Cobb's is. You'll see Anthony will throw long pauses in right there. There's not much pausing when I see Cobb throwing, I think it's topwater flukes, but Cobb seems to like the speed.
He's working his bait a whole lot faster, but also moving a whole lot more. I mean, his whole strategy is he's moving so much more, and it could just be that he's got two legs now for the first time in quite a while, and he's bouncing around, but it absolutely is paying off for him this morning.
Yeah, again, for those that don't know, Cobb battled through a third of the season with a broken heel that really kind of hampered him a bit there at Mississippi and Potomac River. He had to wear a cast and a boot, and he couldn't put any weight on it. At the Mississippi River, he had to crawl back and forth to the console, to the trolling motor, back and forth, and pretty tough road. And he said he wasn't, when that happened, he said, I wasn't immediately concerned about the Mississippi River or the Potomac. I immediately became concerned about the Forrest Wood Cup because I knew I was going to have to move around a lot. At Mississippi and Potomac, I could get in areas and grind to make the cup, but I knew when I got to Murray, to my home leg, I was going to be, turning and burning, and I needed to get that leg healed before that tournament, and just in a nick of time. It looks like, because you can see when he's moving around, he's still kind of hobbling a little bit. He's not full striding up to that deck.
And Brandon Cobb really kind of alluded to changing some things up here. Especially if he gets one more fish, he's going to go up shallow, start looking for some really big fish. But, it's a 3-day event. Last time we were here, David Dudley took an early lead and then really never filled the limit the rest of the tournament. And he's the first to really tell you this lake can change so fast. There's so many different adjustments you've got to make. There's so many different ways you've got to catch them. You figure out what works for you, but then sometime in this tournament, you're going to have to make adjustments. You're going to have to totally change, fish outside your original game plan, and that's what it's going to take for somebody to actually be holding up that trophy at the end of this weekend. Now, Rob, tell me, normally it's last time it was a 4-day event. We're now at a 3-day event, shorter time, but still there's fish management, there's adjustments. Tell me how a 3-day tournament lays out.
It makes it easier for what Brandon has done here this morning. You get a big lead, get out of the blocks really good, let's say 19, 20 pounds. It becomes easier to ride that big bag for just 2 days than 3. You can have a big day in a 4-day tournament, and guys coming behind you, eating at you at 13 and 14 pounds a day will eventually catch you. But this was said as soon as this was announced that this was going to be a 3-day tournament. Everybody said, uh-oh, if you get a big bag the first day or any day, you can ride that. You can hang on. You get 20, 21 pounds the first day, you can just kind of cling on with 11 or 12 pounds just the next 2 days, and you don't have to worry about a 4th day somebody closing the gap on you.
Yep, and a guy like Andy Morgan, when he found out it was a 4-day event, when he found out it was a 3-day event, he kind of cringed. He knows that he can be consistent. That's his game. He is Mr. Consistency, and a longer stretch, he'd rather have it 5 days, because the more days there are, the more he's going to consistently bring in above average limits and have a chance at winning the thing. But you shorten that, like you said, a big bag, a big breakaway day one, you can just try to hold on, salvage it. And a guy like Brandon Cobb with so many waypoints, he puts together 20 pounds today, then he might just look at his waypoints and go, I'm going to cover every single one of these. I need 5 fish each of the next 2 days, and I have a very strong chance at winning this thing.
Ryan Thrift was another guy that did not like it going to 3 days. He wanted 4 days. He's like you said about Andy. Brian's like, hey, bub, I wish it was 19 days. The longer we get to fish, the more the luck is taken out, the more it's about skill and feel and intuition and be at the right place at the right time. The luck factor goes away. 3 days, you could argue the luck factor plays a little bit more of a role. But Brian thinks that in the 4th day of these tournaments, in the 4th day is when people start to put too much pressure on their fish that they have been fishing, and that's when he tries to make the breakaway to new places.
Oh, man.
And now we got some live action on Scott Martin, and he is hooked up.
Yeah. Oh. Woo. Hooks fell out, baby. There's a bunch of them in there like that.
That's going to help.
Mr. Martin, never disappointing.
Hey. 4. I know. Thank you, Jesus.
Scott loosening up. When you see Scott giggling and smiling and fist pounding the camera, you don't want to be the rest of those 53 anglers on the lake right now. Because Scott is a momentum fisherman. He starts getting in the zone, starts figuring things out. He will get on those fish and get so dialed in that there's nobody that's going to...
There's a big wad of them right here. Just caught one about 4, and there's like 50 in there with him. So, we just got to get them to come up again. They're just moving around a lot today. They're chasing this bait all over the place.
Couple things have kind of already been answered in my mind about the way this tournament is going to continue to develop. When the day dawned, I didn't know how much we'd be looking at the bank and how much we'd be looking at offshore. Obviously, this morning it is being dominated offshore. And, we've talked about, are these guys going to split? Are they going to go do something else? As long as you're catching fish like that and they're there and you're seeing 20 with them, Scott Martin and these guys are not leaving these areas. They can do this all day, especially with that cloud cover.
That's the size fish I need to win this tournament. 5 of those a day, it could be a good deal. It's just, they're tricky. They're tricky.
The other thing, too,
It's all about timing.
I asked some of these guys if they thought it was fishing better this time around than last time. It already looks like it is to me.
I bet John Cox has finally made it up some creek and jumped over some rock dam into some beaver pond lake, catching 7-pounders, laughing and giggling, smiling the whole way. The X Factor, that's what we're gonna start calling him, the X Factor. The reason why you call him the X Factor is because nobody else has got a boat like him. There's a pile right there.
And Scott, talking about last year's Forrest Wood Cup champion, John Cox, and you could tell the reason that just went into Scott's mind is because he's kind of sizing up the field around him, thinking, all right, I got a little momentum going. I think I got what's going down here on the main lake, but there's one guy that's going to be looking for some little sliver of water to go way up into the middle of nowhere and really be fishing a whole new territory, and that is the X Factor is now his nickname is, and that's John Cox.
Okay, we're still live. Hopefully my wife's watching. Darling, I just caught a good one. Just caught a good one. Let me show everybody. Lake Murray, baby. 5 of those, we're doing something. That's number 4, by the way. Got 3 regular sized ones and 1 big one.
And we've got Scott Martin unofficially here on FLW Live, moved into the 5th place currently. But I'm seeing blue skies peeking out, Rob. There was some question whether it was going to be cloudy all day long, some rainstorms and such, but I'm seeing that little blue start to poke out, and that's really what these anglers have talked about, kind of turns off that early morning window, and they really have to then make some adjustments, whether they're going to go fish a shallow or going to go fish those cane piles and really slow down.
It's such quintessential Scott Martin. I love the way he takes his time out of the day to go back and hold up and show off a fish. I mean, that's
Another thing, another little tip, schooling fish, especially when they're picky like this. If you keep making casts where they are when they're not really feeding good, you educate them a little bit. So you don't want them just keep making casts to a school of fish when they're not busting, because they just keep looking at it, and then that element of surprise is kind of gone. When they do finally come up chasing a bait, they're like, oh, I've seen that 15 times already. That's not what I want to eat. So you don't want to just keep casting and keep casting. It's better to wait for them to come up. Shad or herring or whatever's here will eventually run across this point and they'll come up again. When that happens, it's a bite.
Rob, how about that for some inside information? I'm fishing the Forrest Wood Cup. I'm thinking I got to make as many casts as humanly possible to give myself a chance to catch one. And Scott, he didn't make a cast for a few minutes right there. He was showing us fish and stuff, and I thought that was a little weird that he was taking his time, but nope. We just got inside the head of Scott Martin, and he broke it down that there is a huge strategy going on here.
He's giving them a little rest. So another part of that strategy is they want to be able to land the lure right where the schooling starts. And that's what that's one of the things Anthony is so skilled at. Gagliardi is waiting him out. He's got like the 6-shooter on his side. You know what I mean? Like he's waiting for the target to pop up. And boom, boom, boom. And Scott's just saying, even if they don't come up breaking, don't just keep showing them the same lure and the same cast. Give them a break.
First one of these I've ever had.
Let everything calm down, kind of reset, start from 0, and then make a cast out there and get something going on the surface.
And now look at Brian Thrift, who seems to be really slowing down. So he may have made that adjustment. When we saw him earlier, he was looking for those schooling fish, making the cast, head
Yeah,
on the
keep
swivel.
Your reels
But
pretty loose, so you can make those long, an extra little bit longer cast. And you don't have your stuff adjusted just right, or you don't do it just quite right, it's a problem.
that's a good point. We've seen now Gagliardi, Cobb, and Martin all have backlashes and stuff. And like Scott just said, they've got their stuff really loose. They need to make those long casts, those really light flukes and things. It's all about being able to get it all the way to the schooling fish. And you're going to end up getting these backlashes every once in a while.
Yeah, sometimes loosening your stuff up too much like that comes back and haunt you with a backlash every now and then.
Guys, we can definitely tell that the Expo is opening up their doors to some people because we've already got some big fans behind us in the studio here, jumping up and down. And I don't know if we can get a look at that, but we've definitely got some lively people in the crowd behind us here.
They won't. All right, here's our first look at the general, Larry Nixon. This man can be dangerous on this lake. This is kind of his game. He calls this, we call this schooling fish. Okay, we call this schooling fish. Larry's term for this is haunting them. I'm going to stay in this area until I catch. I will haunt these fish. Oh, yeah, you
Wow,
can
we
see them out
just
there
saw
breaking.
them bust,
Oh, yeah.
and he just put it right on them. I mean,
Yep.
that's what you had been talking about, Rob. Let's see if this works out.
There he goes.
Wow.
I think it's a bass, too. It didn't act like a striper.
And this is live, guys. You're watching this live. We come to him. That was his first cast.
This is a bass.
Nice.
He's going to cull, too.
Larry.
Ain't like that.
A great fish. We already had Larry Nixon in second place unofficially with about 16 pounds, but there's no doubt that's going to move him up a little bit more. I don't think that's going to be enough to take Cobb's spot, but he's definitely staying right on Brandon Cobb's heels this morning and doing the same thing. These guys are fishing very similar patterns.
Yep. See what we got here for a call. Looks pretty nice.
And you can see him trying to work as fast as he can right now to figure out which one, because the last thing he wants to be doing is hearing schooling bass behind him while he's trying to do this right now, because he cannot fish until he gets rid of one of these boats. One of these bass. He's got 6 fish in the boat right now. Got to get back down to 5, and then he can start fishing again.
It's got a 0.
Let's see what he says.
2.14.
0.14.
No. 2.12.
Okay.
That's the biggest one right there.
So I think that's the 2.14 he's putting back in the live well. Just released the 2.12. And I'm going to throw a guess that last one he caught was about 3.5 pounds.
Very nice,
He definitely just added a pound to his limit. I'd say he's somewhere in 17 and a half pounds right now. And he knows he's got a good limit.
I thought that fish was bigger than that when I got him.
The general haunting schooling fish. I just love that term he used. Back in 08.
I hope they break just a little bit longer.
Back in 08.
You know, it's just one of them mornings that first place I went this morning, they broke right off the bat, and I caught a nice fit keeper. And I come by here and I said, well, I can't believe there's not a boat there. Because every time I look over here, somebody's fishing, and I stop. And they just came up and said hi, so I just started whacking on them. This is one of them perfect mornings for, well, look at there what you caused me to do.
You watch all these guys make all these adjustments. They're paying attention to those details and stuff. That hook might be a little bent out, a little bit, you know, maybe when he was pulling it out of the fish's mouth, he got it a little bit keeled over. But all these guys doing a lot of retying. This is, there's no, the season's over after this tournament right now. There's no leaving anything out there right now, and they are all on their A game today.
In that 08 Cup that was held
That's
here.
the way this lake is. This Lake Murray is the perfect lake to come out here and just get into them, just tearing them shad up on top, and you can take a spook or some kind of topwater bait and just wear them out. And then the next day you come back and you don't see a bass. And this is one of them mornings where I fell into the right spot. I found these fish, but I mean, they just happened to really be up and active when I got here. God. They're there right now, and I can't quite throw that far. Tearing the water up. Oh, you son of a gun. Gee, many Christmas. You're back on who? Oh. Striper.
So Brandon Cobb just threw a small one back. Larry Nixon with a striper. It seems like this warning is continuing with the.
Yeah, what I've been trying to say about Larry in the 08 tournament was he and Gagliardi, the first day of that tournament, got off to a really good start. I think they had 13 or 14 pounds. And they were on this same kind of bite, schooling bite. Everything was going good. They both had a really good first day. The second day of that tournament, it rained and poured and thundered, and it completely wiped their schooling bite out. So this kind of thing is very fragile and open to weather hurting it, but the forecast for the next couple of days looks pretty sweet. So when Larry talks about having a perfect morning to do this is what they've had this morning. Has been absolutely. You couldn't have, for doing this type of fishing, you couldn't have scripted a more perfect morning is what's happened here.
Now, one guy we haven't mentioned too much is Justin Atkins. Right now, he's actually our current second place angler and sitting about just under 17 pounds. And an interesting thing that we talked a little bit about earlier is that Brandon, Cobb, and Justin are roommates. They're sharing information with each other. They've been helping each other out, and it's basically they have that mentality of, let's help each other make it to that final day. And if either one of us ends up winning this, then we're going to consider that a victory for both because we teamed up. And the other one in that is LaHue as well, and we'll see how he fares for today. But a different approach. These guys are being very transparent about what they're doing with each other, and it seems to be paying off day one.
Yep, all questions about the offshore bite should be answered now. The shallow versus offshore bite. That first, let's see, Cobb, Atkins, Nixon, Neal, Martin, all the way down to, I'm going to say, I'm not sure about Terry Bolton. I know he likes to fish shallow, run a lot of pockets, but I'm going to say the first 5 guys for sure there are offshore.
And now look at all that blue sky right now behind Cobb. The clouds are really clearing up. Let's take a note of the time, 10:03, and let's see how much longer this topwater bite, this offshore schooling bite keeps going, and then we can compare it tomorrow as well.
It will be interesting.
Have something they want. Thank goodness they're after big minnows. You need a bigger lure where you can throw it a long ways. That's an old spook. Had that thing forever.
The general's got him a warrior. That's what we call.
Some lakes you go to, you can find the fish on the tip end of a point, and you can take your topwater and throw out there and just keep throwing, and you can call them up. But boy, Murray's not one of them. I've tried it and tried it and tried it and tried it, and they just won't come up and get it unless they bust. You're not going to catch them. Well, it takes a good morning. Thank goodness we had a good day today. No wind. Just the right amount of wind. We had good cloud cover, so they school for a while. Like it's 10:04 and they're still breaking a little. Them windy days, I think that was one blessing because nobody found these fish. And when I found them 2 weeks ago, they was here and they were breaking. And it was calm and clear, or calm and still. And the last 3 or 4 days, we hadn't had them conditions. They like clouds, and they like early morning, and they like still. They don't like a lot of wind. I got a feeling they're about done.
He's haunting them.
Yeah, but he never broke. The minnow was running, but still, I thought he might bite it. It looks like one of them big stripers I caught out there.
He's just waiting his turn, Travis.
Cobb, Atkins, Nixon, all out to early leads in this thing. All to a nice, beautiful start this morning, taking advantage of those schooling.
Come on, one more big one. And get rid of that 2-pounder.
Cobb, Atkins, and Nixon all out to an early start today, really taking advantage of that schooling mentality of those bass, and really starting this day one.
I think I got a 5 and a 4.
Forrest Wood Cup out.
What I think I got.
On the right pace. We're going to take another break right now, and then we're going to come back with Byron Velvick here, sitting here at the studio and doing some commentating live. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back with more Forrest Wood Cup action after a quick break.
thought it was a good one when it hit.
Whew. That's another big one. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun's coming on, and it won't be long, but there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I got a line with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
You make me come alive.
I've never felt so free.
Can't get you off my mind. There's still so much to see.
You bring out the best in me. Hey!
You make me come alive.
There's still so much to see.
You make me come alive. I've never felt so free.
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing. Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale.
29 pounds, baby!
That's the last time I danced on stage.
Chief Fishing Officer.
How do I get that job?
I don't know. Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
In a world where boring, soundless lures were the norm, comes a lure unlike any other. The fish-catching machine. Livingston lures are the only lures featuring electronic baitfish sounds that call the fish. Tie one on today and experience the power of the fish-catching machine.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup. You're watching FLW Live. Travis Moran here alongside Rob Newell. And now we're joined by a special guest for this next segment, Byron Velvick. Byron, thanks for coming along.
Glad to be back, man. Good to be sitting here talking to you again, hanging out with Rob. This is great. We're back at FLW Live, so I'm excited. What's happening, guys?
Not much. We really get to see some amazing things happen. Brandon Cobb really taking advantage of that early morning bite. A local guy here. Is he really leaning on that local knowledge or what?
He is such a crusher. You know, and I've loved Brandon for a long time. These guys told me about him. I think it was 2-3 years ago we were out here, and they said, do you know the stats on this guy? I mean, look at this. We're going live right now. This guy is somebody that they said he is always a stick everywhere you go. A lot of guys flying under the radar like him that don't have the sponsor roster to back up the performance a guy like this has, and he's doing something that a lot of guys talked about, chasing those blueback herring, covering a lot of water, and I see that he's throwing that pencil pop, and that's a perfect replica for the bait fish that we're finding prevalent on Lake Murray right now.
Absolutely, and this is a replay from earlier. We're going to go over some of his fish catches. What you're going to see is he's moved around a lot, and that's something that watching this live, we're really getting to see how these anglers, they don't just sit on one spot.
Oh, he's a running gunner, dude. You know Brandon, he loves to cover a lot of water. He talks about it. He's a lot like the Brian Thrift school of bass fishing. The guys that say, I'm going to get out there, I'm going to cover water, burn gas. You know, as soon as he feels those fish even have the slightest indication that he's in the area, he's gone. He said before, I saw earlier today, he said, hey, I'm on top of the school, I'm out of here. He knows they're going to fire back up, and look at that right there. I mean, those fish are game changers this morning, dude. Those are studs. I could not believe the quality fish he's been catching. And he's been covering water, throwing the pencil. This was awesome. I know you guys were freaking out about this, right? Loses the 2-pounder. The bait's coming in. It pops back up. He doesn't just reel it straight to the boat. He gives it a couple more chugs. And what is that, a 5? What were you guys calling it? Was that a 4 or 5?
Yeah, he was saying.
It blows it up right there. Look right here. This is great. Slow down. Right there. Boom!
Got that one.
That's a stud. It looked like someone flushed a toilet right there.
Yeah, when it just starts gargling at the top right there, that you want to get the net for that one.
I gotta love that, man. That was exciting live television coverage right there. That was so cool to see that. And I know he thought he had 2 on. Very often in this situation, when you're throwing a really big bait like that, you'll actually catch 2 at a time, and you'll have, you got 2 treble hooks so far apart. One fish will have it, maybe a 2-pounder, and a 5 will come and try to snatch it out of its mouth and catch that front hook. And he's like nonchalantly, you heard him say, oh, I might have 2 on, it might not be 1. Not like a freak you out to, but here comes another 2, not just another 1. And of course, here it is at the end, and boy, he knew exactly. This was one of those fish that put him over the top and well into the lead for this tournament so far.
And this was that moment that we really saw that things were going his way this morning. I mean, that's like in basketball when you do that just checking heat check and you shoot from half court and nail it. You go, wow, this might really be my night.
It's my morning. It's my day.
and Cobb goes, oh, it looks like the little fish had the big fish take it from it, and I had a 2-pounder turn into a 5-pounder.
You know it's your day when that's happening, and it's fun to listen to him because he's already so confident. He's like, I guess you guys said he has like 100 places to go of the poles, and 30 of them are loaded. I mean, he's got spots on top of spots and more spots to go to. He's not relying on any one particular place. He's like, I got a milk run. It's probably miles long. Let's just go cover a bunch of water.
Absolutely.
Byron, do you think he will keep doing that all day long, or do you think he'll abandon that and go shallow or try and do something else?
I heard him say he has 17 pounds so far. Is that right? It's at 17 pounds. He said, I'm going to go shallow and fish for a 6-pounder. I heard him say, now it's time. Why even bother fish those anymore? You got 17 pounds. I know it's a 3-day event instead of a 4-day event, but now you're going to catch one really big fish. He'll go fish shallow and look for a 6 or 7 or 8-pounder hiding under a log somewhere or under a tree, and that's key. What he doesn't need any more 3 and 4 or 5-pounders really, and he sure doesn't need to beat that water up anymore. I mean, right now his milk run is safely in his pocket, and he's probably praying tomorrow's conditions are just like today's.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But it's exciting.
Yeah, and he says the smallest fish he's got right now is a 2 1/4.
Yeah, I know. I got the board over there. It's, it's so hard to read. 2 1/4. You're right.
And that's unofficial, but the idea is, okay, if he stays on what he's doing right now, is he going to catch a 3-pounder, 3.5 Cull up, maybe 1 more pound, or does he want to use that time, go shallow where he thinks he has a better chance of catching a 6-pound bass and really getting a lead going into day 2 and day 3? That could be the defining moment of him actually being able to win this event.
Yeah, it becomes a pre-fish day. Really? I mean, you got 17 pounds in your pocket. You can go shallow now. What if you go out and even if you miss or shake off, see a big fish and you miss it, you're like, well, that fish is there. I can catch that on the 2nd day. I can catch that on the 3rd day. If you catch a big fish, find a big fish shallow, all of a sudden everything you did to get to first place and be in the lead this early in the game is just all gravy. Now it's time to go have fun. I know you guys talked about it, but he's fishing very relaxed now, and he gets to try and change it up a little bit more. All the other guys are still battling to get there. And how about this story? Larry Nixon. I mean, there is 39 years difference between these two guys. 39 years. This guy is 67 years old, and he's out here, and he's out fishing, and Brandon Cobb's one of the young anglers. When you got 39 years between these two guys, it's really cool to see the diversity. And Larry Nixon, you guys call him the General. He's a legend. I mean, there's so many guys here that are rooting for this guy to obviously win this tournament because Larry Nixon has been around, and he signed my hat when I was a kid. I got his autograph when I was a kid. I mean, I walked up to him, Mr. Nixon, may I please have an autograph from you? And he gave it to me, and I was thrilled just to get his signature on my hat. Look at that. He's been doing the same. There it is. Top water. Fishing the same thing. Fishing that top water. A lot of guys are finding those schooling fish. Are we listening to him talk? Am I talking over Larry?
No.
Okay,
These are
quiet on me. I'm
replays from
scared.
earlier.
I was like, uh-oh, I don't have anything in my ear. I don't know if he's talking. I apologize, Mr. Nixon, for talking over you. Man.
Check them two out.
They're catching such good quality.
Now, Byron, we got to watch you live at Takeoff with Chris Jones this morning. Really, you guys, really showed the excitement down there. But bring us in a little bit more. What's it like, these anglers? The fog's out there. It is the Forrest Wood Cup. This is what all these anglers have been looking for this entire year. Break it down a little bit.
Everybody loves it, because at the first day, first morning, everybody's in first place. And you hear a lot of guys say, I'm in first place. I'm in first place. We're all in first place. It's everybody's event to win. It's everybody's event to lose. The guys are fired up. We're jacked up on coffee. We drink way too much caffeine before we got there. I know it was evident from the show because Chris and I were having a ball and lighting it up out there. And it's a lot of fun. And what a great turnout. Did you guys see the turnout?
Yes.
I mean, for a Friday, that was impressive to have that many people out there. And there was a forecast of rain. So we had that many people come out even with that forecast of bad weather. So it's going to be an exciting Saturday and Sunday. I can imagine how many people are going to be out there. It's going to be a neat event. Everybody needs to come out, check that out. If you're watching this thing and you're anywhere in the area out here in Columbia, South Carolina, anywhere around here, it's worth coming out, meeting the pros. They're out signing autographs, talking about fishing, showing you the baits they're throwing. It's such a welcoming group of guys that really meet the press, meet the media and the families and the friends, and then just the big fan base. The fan base is huge. I encourage anybody to get out there and check it out. Anybody that can hear that can come out.
And that fan base you talk about, I mean, that's Columbia. That's why we keep coming back to Lake Murray.
Yeah.
The lake is a great test for these anglers, but also the community embraces this. We've got the Capital City Lake Murray Country host, and they have done nothing but literally lay out the red carpet for all the anglers and the FLW to come here, put on a great expo. The turnout is fantastic. I mean, it's really been a championship atmosphere, and it's only day one.
Day one, and this expo is just getting started right now, and this is another amazing event. Come out, watch the blast off, make a day of it. They got so many things here for the kids to do. I mean, all the casting events, the kids events, super kid-friendly, fan-friendly, sponsors. If you want to come out, if you're a huge fishing fan, love bass fishing, just checking out the new tackle. I mean, these guys are here to talk to you, introduce you to the new products, and really blow your mind of what's cutting edge in professional bass fishing and bass fishing in general right now. So can't miss it. If you can get anywhere near these expos, it's worth seeing. I know as soon as we're done here, I'm going to go walk around with my daughter. Cameron's out there right now walking the hall somewhere, and I got to go make sure she's not crawling all over the boats and getting fingerprints and snow cones on people's carpeting.
And what's fun about this FLW Live for the Forrest Wood Cup is that we're going 6 hours. Normally, we're just the last 2 days, 4 hours apiece, but because it's the championship tournament, we're going 6 hours for 3 days, 18 hours of coverage.
How's that going to work for you anyway? Wait, how's your voice going to hold up? Rob, what do you guys got?
I'm good. I'm saving mine.
Any lozenges you guys are sucking on? What's the secret back here? What do you got for that? How are you going to do 18 hours, Travis?
We'll see. I feel like I'm about to run a marathon, and I've maybe just trained about a 5K. And so
I hope you work your voice out in practice for this. You all ready for it?
Absolutely. We just bring guests like you on every once in a while, give us a little break. And
oh, wait. I'm just the warm-up. You guys brought me in because Hank Parker's coming. I saw his tour bus show up. I'm the opening act, right? Hank Parker's here in his tour bus, sitting back there, warming up. I come in, I open up, I just warm up. The seat's going to be warm now. Hank gets to come in, sit down, and say, man, Byron did a job of trying to light it up, and I'll get all the saliva off the microphone and get out of the seat and give it to Hank Parker. When does he come on anyway?
He's going to come on a little bit later today. He really gets to come on whenever he wants.
Oh, more fish catches.
Yes,
I love it.
We're now back to Gagliardi here live. This was a fish catch, and he had caught a couple littler ones out that we didn't actually see live, but it looks like he's now connected with a quality Lake Murray bass.
And I was put on the spot this morning at the live show, and I was told, this is my pick to win, obviously, because he is the absolute perennial favorite as far as being somebody who's sleeping in his own bed, fishing a home lake if there is a home lake. I know Brandon lives real close to here. He's an hour away. But, gosh, Gagliardi won here before. He's no stranger to the lake. He knows how to win here, and he's got a good program. I talked to him a lot, and he really feels good about mixing it up, shallow, deep, back, forth. When that sun gets up, a lot of those shallow fish are going to drop down, and start sucking up to that structure, that wood and that rock and a lot of those foundations and whatnot. He feels like he's going to be able to do a really nice 1-2 punch. Look at these fish right here. Look at that Cull. That was a good fish he put in there.
All these offshore fish have been so healthy for August.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times in the southeast in August, the fish get real poor, they get real thin. These ones are catching offshore on these shad and herring are, their stomachs are just
surprisingly,
enormous.
isn't it? I know you said something about, I saw you earlier, I heard you say it. What a healthy August fish, right?
Yeah, their stomachs are just unbelievable. When they turn them sideways, just,
does it look like they're spawning?
Yeah.
You look at that belly, you're like, is that fish going to spawn in September? Because, look at the gut on some of them. They really do look like they're pre-spawn. That one I saw earlier, I think Brandon caught that one. It was giant.
Yeah.
Big belly on it.
I think they're eating well. There's no doubt.
Oh, yeah, healthy fish. And that's what's going to make the weigh-in so exciting. With the fish, being that healthy, what a beautiful weigh-in when you see these massive studly footballs coming in,
And I think we're off to a much faster, better, heavier start than we were last time.
And I would have never thought that. You too, probably, right? It's a surprising. You think it's the weather that did that?
I believe so. They had that perfect morning. You saw it out there, just that low, foggy kind of calm.
Oh. I can't hear when he's talking or not talking. I don't want to talk over him. We can sit here and talk all day, but when Gagliardi starts talking, we got to be like E.F. Hutton. Remember that old E.F. Hutton? E.F. Hutton, everybody listens?
Well, I basically just pulled up to another. It's just a known place where they've schooled for years, off and on over the years. And there's a little bit of scattered brush out here, but the fish don't seem to be relating to the brush and stuff like that. They're just out. They're out roaming in those little wolf packs like that, just like that. Fish comes up, almost out of reach, but barely was able to get a topwater to them. And if you can get a bait on those fish right when they're actively busting, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get a bite from them, have a chance to catch them. I think they're harder to catch just casting like I've been doing with the fluke, because they're moving around so much right now. They're not really sitting still. But if I can catch them on anything, that's all I care about.
That fish moved him into the top 10, right? Moved him into 7th place unofficially?
Yeah, we've got Gagliardi right now.
More than likely what happened right there, thinking back, I caught that first one, I missed one, and then caught one right at the boat, and shortly after that they come up breaking. That's what happens a lot of times. You'll catch a fish, and just all that fighting the fish in, all that commotion, it'll cause a couple of them to drive up and start busting. That's probably what happened right there.
And you can see we've got him at about 10.5 pounds right there. I think that's very modest. I just saw some of his fish come in and stuff.
Is he sandbagging?
I think he's.
Is he calling every 3-pounder a 2-pounder, every 5-pounder a 4? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. So for you guys watching, rooting for Gagliardi right now, I think he's. I don't think that 10 pounds really represents his limit very well.
Some of these guys love to lowball it just so they can blow people's minds with, oh, he's talking.
I don't want y'all to think I'm being a jerk or nothing, but can everybody kind of just like
look at those spectators behind him? All those boats you see are all spectators.
I just want to be able to see and hear them and throw at them with that pencil popper.
That's got to drive you nuts. Oh, look at all the boats on him.
Crowd management, a huge part of this game.
Especially when they're popping up all around you, because there's 180 degrees of water that the fish won't blow up on, and they're blowing up all around you. If you're by yourself, you got 360 degrees of fishable water. That eliminates half of their water when those boats are all sitting behind you.
Yeah, it's not like being on a ledge where the boats are behind you or on the bank where the boats are behind you. He wants to fish all the way around there.
Yeah, and it could come up all around him. Those fish could chase, but now they're cut off because, every one of those boats has their transducers on and their trolling motors, and they're talking to each other and eating sandwiches and making all that noise, and that part of the lake is dead to them. That is a disadvantage of being the favorite.
Oh, yeah, they want to come see where you're at.
Gagliardi has an entourage out there this morning.
And him catching that 4-pounder first thing this morning didn't help him.
How many more boats went looking for him?
And
Great point, Travis.
He was close to the launch as well, and so I know that everybody that tuned into live went, let's go follow Anthony.
Hey, this is going to be a toad fest for Anthony. Let's go see what he can do. Yeah, it's fun to watch him. Knowing what he knows on this lake, he's definitely putting on a clinic. And he talked about fishing deep today. He sandbagged. I interviewed him. He said he fished deep. There's nothing deep about what he's throwing right now. And and this is exciting. How great is it to throw topwater all day long? What a great way to spend the day. If the sun stays out, the clouds are out, and you can just fish a topwater and really feel like you could catch them on it all day.
But I was talking this morning, this type of fishing is not real common out on tours. So much of it is spring driven and spawns and flipping and pitching and bed fishing. This is kind of a strange type of fish. We don't get to see this very often. I know on tour you probably didn't. Schooling fish wasn't something y'all did all the time every year. This is a unique look into something that we just don't get to see that often. You agree?
Yeah, you're right. Especially because it's this time of year, the Cup. You get those opportunities in some of these summer events, which you get. And to your point, you don't get to see that because we're fishing early spring, spawning, post spawn. And by the time summer comes, it's pretty much over till the fall. We start back up sometimes. And you're exactly right, Rob. There's a lot of water. A lot of times this is a pattern we just don't get to watch pros dissecting. And it's neat to see if it's going to be an all-day thing or what you got.
Our defensive coordinator's got a guy that his sole job is to grab him and pull him back off the field when he's calling plays in every play. He'll pull him back and he'll walk right back out there. Guy will go out and grab him by the hips, pull him back in. He's a get-back coach.
I'm dating myself with E.F. Hutton, but when E.F. Hutton speaks, everybody listens. Yeah. I know Hank Parker knows who E.F. Hutton is, but I mean, half the field out there, half people watching are like, who's E.F. Hutton? Well, if you're 50 years old, there was a
I remember those commercials.
So I got to shut up every time he starts to talk. It's like I got to go E.F. Hutton on this deal and let E.F. talk.
When E.F.
Now,
Hutton
Travis
talks.
has no idea what we're talking about. You and I do.
Yeah,
shaking his head over here. He's like, who's E.F. Hutton? Hank Parker knows who it is. He's been around. There he is. See that? The warm-up act is almost over, guys. Were you in the tour bus the whole time waiting for me to get off? I'm here to warm you up. I'm the warm-up act. I said I got the heat seat warm. You're the main act. I'm out because you showed up. The legend is in the house. Hank Parker is sitting here looking over my shoulder, and I don't know about Travis, but I'm shaking like a leaf. Rob seems cool enough.
All right, now, Byron, we're going to be going live. We got 2 more hours of live coverage here, and then we're going to let these anglers do their thing by themselves. There's going to be a mystery for a couple hours what they go do, and then we're going to pick back up 5 o'clock weigh-in at the Colonial Center with you and Chris.
That's right.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, it's going to be a blast. Anybody and everybody that's anywhere close and wants to come out and watch the weigh-in, every day is amazing. Starts off today, and by Sunday, it's jam-packed to the ceilings out there. So the idea to get down there today, see the lay of the land, check out the weigh-in, check out the arena, see where we're going to be. And 5 o'clock, me and Chris kick it off and do the big – get to see if these weights really were sandbagged. We get to go out and find out. They might be calling 10, 11 pounds. We're going to find out if it's more like 14, 15 pounds by the time this thing's over.
Absolutely. There's no hiding your weight once you got to weigh these things in. And Chris Jones does an amazing job with the weigh-ins on his own. Now we're throwing in the Byron effect. It's going to be – I don't think
I bring his game down. I just ruin it.
We don't need any fireworks or the pyrotechnics and stuff. We're going to have Byron and Chris colliding together. It's going to be a spectacular event. I'm going to be there just taking it all in.
It'll be a blast. I can't wait to see everybody there. And I love working with Chris Jones because he's like a fact machine. He just knows – he just throws out the facts, knows the guys, gives out the stats, and I just sit there with a microphone hanging on for dear life. So don't miss that weigh-in. It's a great experience.
And for you guys, if you're in the area, you've got to come down to the Columbia Colonial Center. That's where the weigh is going to be each day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 5 o'clock. There's going to be a whole lot of fun concert stuff going on. It's going to be a wild time.
Yep. And we're going to leave you with some fish. Brandon Cobb.
The pencil. All right. Big saltwater pencil. I don't think he's going to help. Well, my smallest one's 260. No, oh, stop. You're going to hurt yourself.
Went the wrong live well there, wasn't it?
Into the rod locker it goes.
Catching them because they're getting to be all the same size.
I'm surprised he hasn't gone shallow yet. He's talked about going shallow fishing for a big one.
Now, in your opinion, he's just burning that fish.
Two
If
and a
that one
half
does,
pounder.
if that doesn't help him.
Yep, exactly. I mean, they're schooling fish, but I mean, you're kind of burning the spot, and at the same time, now's that time to say, let's mix it up. The sun's out. There's targets. to go
Usually don't
fishing,
hurt 'em, keep
amazing
catching 'em,
shallow
but-
water fishing, amazing.
Shade starts to become. You could go run some shade right now.
Yeah, and if you're looking for a giant, I mean, go flip under a log somewhere, go find some isolated piece of cover. You might get 1 or 2 bites a day. You know the deal now. You might get 1 or 2 more bites today, but that's when you're going to catch a 6 or a 7 or a solid 5, and and why be seen on those spots anymore too? When they at the weigh-in today, guys are going to see Cobb and they're going to say, "I saw where he was fishing," because now you're becoming a marker buoy for other guys if they decide they want to put that in their rotation. Well, I practiced there, I can go there again. So it's time for him to cut loose and get out.
Mm-hmm. I think he just heard you, Brian.
Go, Brandon. I hope he says I'm going shallow. I'm like, wow.
Right around the corner
I need
here.
to start coaching.
Is there an earpiece coming from
I didn't
your
want to
mic
tell you
there?
guys, but I actually microchipped myself into his head because I like him so much.
He's actually streaming FLW live on the boat.
On one of those monitors?
graphs. Yeah, one of those advanced graphs.
He's listening to us chit-chat. Man, I really like this kid, and I would love to see nobody else besides – I'd love to see everybody win it, but Brandon, I'd love to see this guy win this tournament. What a story. Sponsors really haven't even discovered him yet. They really haven't, and he has got such a resume. 2 years ago, when one of the media people told me about him and said, you need to check this guy out. I mean, he's just flying under the radar.
Yep.
You know the numbers.
Yep.
I mean, and you look at his stats, like the guy's always in the top 12, 15, 20, making cuts everywhere you guys go. It's just unbelievable. He's getting a little entourage. He doesn't have a bunch. Look at it behind him. The word is out. Brandon Cobb's on him. Let's see what he does next. Is the MO here?
If this goes the way it seems like it's going, I think tomorrow he'll be on live as well, and we'll see as that little armada grows and grows who's following him around.
You know he's going to have a big bunch of people with him tomorrow. That Saturday on that lake, they're going to want to see exactly the stuff he's running. He's shutting down on another spot. He's checking them all. You wouldn't know he has a broken leg, would you? Did you see him hop up there? Kid's fishing with one leg. I asked him last night, I go, did you go to some like rock concert like Stagecoach and get beat up by security and they busted your leg up and dragged you out of VIP or something? Because, I mean, look at it. I saw his leg. I go, how did you break that leg? You know how it happened? How did he break his leg? Do you know?
I think
He
he
told me he
upstairs at a
fell down some
hotel.
stairs.
I heard he was jumping out of his. Well, Chris Jones told me he jumped out of his boat.
No, I asked him about that, and he said I don't know where that came from. He said a lot of people assume that.
It's a romantic idea for a bass fisherman.
Right,
He jumped out of his
right.
boat and breaking his leg, right?
Right.
It's
He
good
was-
urban legend.
He said I hate to disappoint, but I was just coming down some stairs at the hotel. You know, one of those concrete, flights of stairs.
I would say rock concert. I was trying to rush the stage. They threw me on the ground. That would be my story. It's a good story. Or else jumping out of your bass boat.
You
Take
were in
your
the
pick.
mosh pit.
I was
Is that-
moshing.
Yeah, that's right.
Country mosh pit.
Well, Byron, we're going to get ready to go to a quick break.
Right.
Because then you got to go get a little rest and get ready for, crowning
Rest that
a
bush.
day one victory, I guess. But we'll get you, get that nap in and everything. But I want to hear, before you leave, who's your pick for day one? I don't want to hear overall. I want to say, who's your pick? Give us your top 3 about who's going to end this thing.
Today?
Today, just today.
I see Gagliardi coming up into the top 3 for sure because I really think he has a great shot winning it. Brandon Cobb, I don't think anybody can touch him. I mean, I know he's fishing real smart right now, and I know when I heard him even talk about going shallow and fishing for one more big bite, he's going to do something probably very cool between now and weigh-in. So him and, boy, the third one, let me take a look there. I love Larry Nixon, man. He's my legendary
No
friend.
doubt,
I mean, Larry
no
Nixon,
doubt.
I am his fan. So you give me Gagliardi, Nixon, and Cobb, I will go to sleep tonight with a big smile on my face seeing those 3 guys in the top 3. That'd be a great
Absolutely.
first day for me.
Well, Byron, thank you for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you,
It's
man.
always
Thanks
a
for letting me take a
pleasure.
shoot with you.
Guys,
Yes,
we're
sir.
going to take another break, but more coverage of the Forrest Wood Cup after this messages, and also our next guest,
Hank Parker.
Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
The seat is warm for this boy.
Got that one. Go. Get in that. Woo! Yeah. I'm glad that first little one jumped off. Because I caught a 5-pounder.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Hey! You make me come alive.
I've never felt so free.
Can't get you off my mind. There's still so much to see.
You bring out the best in me. Hey!
You make me come alive.
There's still so much to see.
You make me come alive. I've never felt so free.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
Scott Martin, son of legendary Roland Martin, has fishing in his blood. The Forrest Wood Cup has always been his goal, a feature that eluded his father, and in 2011 on Lake Washita, he got his chance.
It's the Forrest Wood Cup, baby! Yeah!
Each day tested his confidence.
I need to catch as big a bag as I can catch. These guys are hungry behind me. They're gonna fish hard. I gotta bring it.
His expertise.
There's something special going on in this spot this morning. A lot more bait, seeing a lot of activity. So I figure out exactly what I need to do.
And his adaptability.
Oh, dude.
Just had to change my approach.
But with each catch, his excitement grew as he got closer to the win.
Dude, I got goosebumps like Mount Everest right now.
For Scott Martin, winning the 2011 Forrest Wood Cup was a game changer that established his place in FLW history and an icon in the sport. And we are back. Lake Murray 2017 Forrest Wood Cup FLW Live, which means live coverage of the event for 3 days. And we have another special guest joining us here in the studio, and that's Hank Parker. Hank, thank you so much for coming along here.
Good to see you guys, man. How about they're catching some fish? This is really good stuff happening.
Yes, absolutely. This is what we want to see. Day one of the Forrest Wood Cup. The best of the best doing their best.
You know, Lake Murray is moody. I fish Lake Murray a lot, and it's been really, really tough. So I'm sitting here looking at the scores, and I'm very surprised. I knew these guys. You said just what you just said, best of the best. It is always amazing how these guys go to a body of water that doesn't seem to be very productive, and they make it productive. So it's always crazy, and I knew they would do well, but I'm surprised they've done as well as they've done as quickly. Man, it's some pretty good scores out there, over 17 3/4 pounds. That's pretty awesome.
We just had Byron up here, and he was talking about his first autograph he ever got was from Larry Nixon when he was a kid. Now, I got to tell you, this guy's one of my heroes. This right here is a memento I brought along. Good fishing from Hank Parker. It's the first autograph I ever got from a professional fisherman back in like 1987, 88. He used to host a tournament down on Lake Seminole years and years ago. It was the first tournament that I ever fished.
Now, I can tell you this signature is pre-1988. It's pre-88.
Okay.
In 1988, I was with Dale Earnhardt, who had an incredible signature, and he looked at my signature and he said, that's about as blasé as you can possibly get. You need to figure out how to sign your name with a little bit of excitement. So I came up with a fish hook on my H, so I can always see
gotcha.
that's prior to 88.
There you go. There you go.
All right, so Rob, we might have to get another signature.
Yeah,
we
I
might have to
know.
get
I'll
the
give you
before
a-
and after signature on that same piece of paper
I'll
here.
give you an upgrade, I tell you.
And speaking of autographs, Hank's going to be sticking around after this segment. We're going to be going about 30 minutes, and then Hank's going to hang over just right next to the booth here and be signing some autographs. So any of you guys that want to get your first autograph from Hank Parker, show up here, bring your hats, shirts, anything you got, and Hank will sign it for you.
That'll be good. Come on down. I like
Right on.
that.
Version 2.0 is what I'm after.
And Hank, we're actually going to go. We've got a young angler in Brandon Cobb really getting that early lead, but then we've got the general, Larry Nixon, experience. He's got the years of doing this, the competitive side of things. Break down what he's doing. Is it nice to see an angler that you've known and watched for a long time still have success out there?
I tell you, Nixon and I go back so many years back, and there's so many times I finished second to him in Angler of the Year. Finished second to him in a lot of tournaments. But Angler of the Year are like 5 different times I finished second to Larry Nixon. So he is just an awesome guy that just keeps on ticking. He's like that bunny, you know. He just doesn't slow down. I'm amazed at how competitive he still is today. One of the top anglers in the whole wide world. And he's got some years on him. I won't say how old. I'm going to tell you, he's just a year or two older than I am, and I'm still in my 40s, of course. I'm 40-23. 40-24. I'm 40-24. So he's a couple years older than I am. So these 40-year-old guys can still get it done. I see he slowed down now. He's digging a little bit. He's tired of throwing that fluke.
Now, Hank, you said you have some experience out here on Lake Murray. We watched that cloud cover, that low-hanging fog slowly dissipate, and now we've got these blue skies, and like you just said, he's jigging. What are the adjustments you're going to make? Are you leaving these areas, or are you just slowing down, trying to figure out where these fish hunker down?
You know what will amaze, and you don't want to give away too many secrets, but it will amaze you if you watch the scores and talk to these guys that fish local tournaments. I saw Brandon throwing that pencil popper. There's about 10 guys that win local tournaments here, and they throw it all day long. It doesn't matter if it's bright, sunny. It doesn't make any difference. They stay with that top water all day long. And a lot of these guys, you'll talk to them, and they've got 0 at 2 o'clock. They haven't caught a single fish at 2 o'clock, and they've been throwing that pencil popper since daylight, and they'll pull up on one point, and those fish will be chasing those blue heron, and that's what they do here. They follow those bait fish around, and they'll just hit that right little spot and pull up there, and boom, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the bright sunshine with a top water bait, catch 20 pounds of fish. It's amazing.
So you don't see these guys really changing up much. As this sky clears, I mean, it looks to me like compared to the last time we came here, this offshore bite is stronger than it was. These guys are probably going to do this the rest of the day.
Well, I tell you, and that's why I look, people say, who you think is going to win this tournament? I think Brian Thrift and Anthony Gagliardi would be my 2 that I would have to put up there at the top, because they know this lake. They know the characteristic of the lake. Maybe they don't know all the spots. Gagliardi does. I'm not sure that Brian does. But they know the characteristic of this lake. They know to stick with that top water. They know these fish are gypsies. These fish move. So it's really hard to marry an area. But I will say this. I fished this lake. I fished it for 35 years. This year is the first year that I've fished this lake since the grass has been gone that I've been able to pull up on a point and use a drop shot, and the fish stay there for a long period of time. Maybe for 2 hours I can catch fish on a bar with a drop shot, and in the years past, man, 15 minutes and they're gone. So it's changed. So it's going to be interesting, and I'm going to learn something from what these guys do on this lake this week.
Fishing in this part of the country for so many years, just give us a brief background on this herring phenomena and when it kind of started to come into play. And do you believe that it really changed? Like pre-herring, didn't these bass still school in the middle of the lake on shad? Or did these herring really, we hear that all the time, the herring change the way these fish behave in these lakes to become more nomadic? What's your opinion?
It's no doubt that the herring changed everything about the characteristics of this lake, but the perfect storm on this particular lake, which is different from any other lake, it's different from Clark's Hill, it's different from Hartwell, it's different from all the other lakes. This lake had a lot of grass in it.
Okay.
And these bass related to that grass.
Okay.
And when they decided, the Corps of Engineers decided that we need to get rid of the grass, once that grass left, these fish became total gypsies.
Gotcha.
I mean, they didn't have a home. Their home was taken away, and they just started schooling, following the heron. Wherever the heron went, that's where the bass went. So it's different from any other lake. A lot of lakes, these fish adjust to the structure and they stay there at their ambush points and they wait on the heron. These fish don't do that. They travel. They are looking for the heron. So this is a different lake than any other lake in our area. I fish Lake Norman, which is full of heron. I fish Lake Wiley. I fish Hartwell. Clark's Hill. These Lake Murray fish are different than all the other lakes. This is a tough lake.
And I hear that's why it's so popular here for these guys to put what they call the cane piles up. Tell folks what a cane pile is. It's a long piece of bamboo, a piece of structure, but the idea is to make it long. Isn't that like
That's right.
high in the water column?
And there's so many of these, and mostly crappie fishermen have started putting them in, and the bass fishermen had a lot of luck with them, so they started installing their own. But really, for me, in the past, until this particular year, that's why I think it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. It's been all top water. If I were going to fish in the month of August, I'd just throw a top water from daylight till dark.
Wow, that's incredible. And that's what we've seen this morning, no doubt.
Well, and I think that's where Gagliardi, he won here in the past. He knows that. Plus, not only does he know that, he's one of the sharpest, smartest, best, most productive fishermen on the circuit anywhere. So when you give him what he knows about this lake, he's going to be hard to beat again. If I were putting money on it, I would have to say Gagliardi or Brian Thrift. One of those two guys is going to win this tournament, in my opinion.
Now, Gagliardi, if he does win this tournament, he will be the first angler ever to win 2 Forrest Wood Cups. Now, that's obviously going to put him, he's already in the history books, but that would make him, stand out by himself with that. But, Hank, bring us into what the Forrest Wood Cup, just qualifying for the Cup, and then actually winning the Cup actually means for a career and what that can do for someone that's trying to make it in the fishing industry.
Well, all these guys, they're all wanting to be the Forrest Wood Cup champion. It is always a dream. It's the ultimate in fishing, and so it's a challenge. And when you achieve that, then a lot of good things start happening for you. So it's life-changing, it's career-changing, it's life-changing. And all these guys, and nobody really knows what these guys go through when you're sitting here watching the Forrest Wood Cup live as we're doing today. And you see the glamour, you see all the pageantry we have here, but you don't see the days that these guys are out there and it's 25 degrees and they've got ice on the face and rain beating down. These guys pay a terrible price that nobody knows about to get to this level. It started in high school, man. They started learning, beating, running rough water, getting beat in the face with rain, freezing cold, burning up hot. They've paid a price to get here. So they did all of that. They've gone through their basic training if you were in the military. And now they've gone through their deployment year after year. And now here's your chance to win and achieve what you've set as a goal for yourself. And everybody out there that is in this cup today wants to win this thing with all their heart. So it is a huge deal, and it's hard to explain how important it is to each one of these guys.
I think you did a pretty good job right there, hey, because I'm stoked. I'm ready.
doubt.
That's a war speech right there. I'm ready to go out and attack. So, I mean, this is you did a great job summing it up, and that's exactly what it is. These guys have put all that time in throughout the year, throughout their life to get to this moment, and to see them be able to go out and compete on the highest level. Brandon Cobb doing what he's dreamed about. You know, he's gone through this a million times in his mind to have a morning start like this, and now it's actually happening, and we're seeing possibly, maybe the next Forrest Wood Cup champion right now.
Well, that adds so much more pressure. When you go in and all of a sudden you do well enough that you think, now, man, it's not my tournament to win, it's my tournament to lose. I got enough fish that if I keep this thing going, I can win. So it adds a lot of pressure. And that's what these big championship tournaments are. They're pressure, buddy. I tell you, and if it gets down to that last day and you've got a lead in a tournament, you don't know pressure. It is really crazy.
Well, and so we're taking a live look at Gagliardi right now. He's still moving around a little bit, head on the swivel, as we can see. One of the things that I started thinking about going into this tournament was everyone was picking Gagliardi to win this thing. He's the local. He's won it before. It's Gagliardi. It's his tournament to lose before the tournament even started. And I was wondering, I talked to Rob a little bit, is that too much pressure on an angler that they're kind of like taking the credit? Because you can have all the things stacked in your favor, and it is still very, very, very difficult to win this event. But when we talked to Gagliardi yesterday, he actually went, you know what? I actually don't feel any pressure on me. I've already won one. Now, if he hadn't won the last one, now this is the third time it's coming to his home lake, he would say, how many chances am I going to get? Like now it's like, okay, already, you got to take advantage. And he already took advantage. No one's ever won two. So if he does that, it's just now icing on the cake.
Yeah, he can handle it. There's no doubt about it. You temper steel by heating it and beating it, heating it, beating it. He's been heated and beaten, heated and beaten. He qualified for this event the last time with unbelievable pressure. He had a DQ at Okeechobee, changed everything. There was no way he was going to make it to the Cup. He made it the last guy in. He comes here and wins by an ounce. So he's been through all of that. He's been well tempered as a piece of steel. So. It no doubt, whether he tells you he's feeling the pressure or not, the pressure's there. And he'll put more pressure on himself. And that's one thing that I'd like to say. All these guys, it really doesn't matter what the world expects of them. It's what they expect of themselves. And so they've set themselves up to be here. The pressure is on, and it's all done from within. That's where it's at. Gagliardi seems to be pretty calm right now, doesn't he? Cool, collected.
Yep, we're starting to see a little lull in that day right now. It looks like the morning is turning into the afternoon here, and these guys are going to make their adjustments. And a guy that's the king of making adjustments is Brian Thrift.
He's so smart. Thrift is just so smart. He's so incredible. He impresses me. He just really has made a great impression on me. He's from Shelby, North Carolina, just up the road from where I was raised, and he's always been a competitor, and he's been great from the time he was a kid. When he fished the tournaments on Lake Norman, he just dominated. He dominated Lake Wiley, and look at his rods and reels. He is the most boat organized guy. If he opens up those lids, every little thing is perfectly in place. Every rod is turned exactly the right direction. He is a detailed guy. Amazing how he does that.
Speaking of that, Hank, back in your time, back in the 80s and 90s when you dominated, did you ever have that many rods on your deck? I mean, this is something we see with this younger generation.
I didn't even own that many rods. It is amazing to me. We didn't have enough money. Back in my days, the payday wasn't quite as good as the FLW is today. I can tell you that.
Come up and swat at my bait or follow it or something like that. I've seen some big ones today so far, but I kind of quit that deal and started running some brush piles to see if I could hopefully catch a limit. And we were fortunate enough to pull up on one and catch two. And so right now I'm sitting on 4. I need one great old big one. The 4 I've got so far, 2 came out of the herring fish and 2 came out of a brush pile. And actually, the 2 herring fish came off the same place and the 2 brush pile fish came off the same brush pile. So I have to go back and hit those again here in just a little bit. Oh, boy. Oh, this is a pretty good one.
He wanted better. I think he's fixing to get it.
Oh, quit digging.
Wow.
Not a good one.
You ain't that mean. There we go. That's what we're looking for right there.
That one will help.
Woo-hoo. 2 or 3 more of those and we in business. We'll put him over on this side. We got 5. Bat.
That's pretty animated for Thrift, too.
I was just thinking.
Yep, that's fist bumping cameras for Thrift is not something you saw 2 or 3 years ago.
Boy, that is good. That's a great fish, and for him to slow down and fish that worm that slow, that's a big deal. He likes to go.
That's good times right there. Forearm cramping.
And you guys are watching right now live on FLW Live, and we're joined with special guest Hank Parker as we watch Angler of the Year, Brian Thrift, break down this lake, and obviously made a nice little change right there, slowing down to a worm, which we don't see him do very much. He is slowing down, caught a big fish, and then showing excitement, showing some emotion out there, gave the camera a fist pound. We're seeing a lot of different things in this tournament here at Lake Murray.
Pretty amazing when you see Thrift slow down to the speed he is right now, but that's discipline, man. These guys, he's so good, it's amazing.
I got to ask you this again. What's the most rods you ever think you had on your deck at the Bassmaster Classic at one time?
Well, you know, the first years that I fished until the last 3 years, you can only have 5 rods and reels. That was the rules.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're talking about tough decisions.
Yeah,
you can only
yeah.
take 5. But the last couple of years, I probably had I'd rigged 13 rods and reels, and I don't know why. Never set out by design to do that. But every time I would get ready to count, I'd end up with 13 rods and reels. So that's basically what I had. But I didn't have them all on my deck like Brian does.
And I guarantee he's got more down below.
Oh,
too.
yeah, I guarantee he does too.
That's what I see about this generation of anglers that I didn't see in your generation is the number of tools they lay out on their deck. They just don't have a screwdriver, a hammer, you know, and a Phillips head. I mean, they've got ratchet sets. I mean, it's amazing how much and how you know, it used to be you picked up a spinnerbait, and if you picked up a crankbait, it's like you backlash because they move through so many weapons so smoothly.
Yeah, and if you know, 99 is not a good number if 100 is achievable. And as time has progressed, rods and reels have got more specialized. You've got category-specific rods and perfect designs, and guys are not willing to compromise that anymore. If you need a crankbait rod with a soft tip to throw a lightweight crankbait, or you need a crankbait rod with a little bit more of a parabolic bend with a little stiffer tip to throw a bigger crankbait, they don't offset that. They've got the exact rod and reel for the exact application, and they don't compromise that. That is what is really different from in my era.
Well, and over the last 50 years, Ranger has increased the size of their deck as well. So there is that room that Thrift can have 15 rods laying up there and still have room to actually stand on the trolling motor.
He's careful. I never was that careful. I'd get excited. I'd run around all over that deck landing that fish, but he's very careful on how he places his feet.
This might be a little bit of a tough question too, but in the last 20 or 30 years, what's the one innovation you've seen
in fishing, whether it be side scan electronics or shallow water anchors or lighter rods and reels or braided line, or now these new trolling motors that hold you and lock you in position. I mean, what's one or maybe two things that you've seen that's really propelled fish finding and fish catching the most?
Well, out of everything that has come along, it's very difficult to rate them. You'd have to go on a scale from 1 to 10, and there would be about 16 ties.
Right.
But most incredible for right here, right now, under these circumstances, are the mapping systems.
Gotcha.
GPS with a map.
Gotcha.
I use Lake Master Map. It is just amazing how accurate they are. You can color coordinate them where your shallow water's red. You go 0 to 10 feet red, and then you can color in dark blue from 10 to 20, and you get that graduated scale. And so you don't have to go back and forth with your electronics idling trying to find the sweet spot. You can actually look on your map, and if you look at most of these guys, they have a big 12-inch unit here and a 12-inch unit here. They'll split the screen here, and Brian's got another fish. Look at this. They split the screen and another good fish. He's got something going on right here. This is going to be strong. Well, not as good as I thought. It shows what I know. But the split screen technology that you have with your side imaging, your down imaging, and then over here you've got your map. You don't waste any time finding that sweet spot. That map shows you right where it's at.
Or switching between sonar and side and mapping, it's all in front of you at one time.
And that's why people ask me, well, why you got 2 big units up there? I run them the same on my boat. Well, the reason you do that is you have the capability of having a full map, and then you can just split your screen. You got your down sonar. I use 2D down sonar, and then I use side imaging, and that's a big deal.
You mean you don't ride down the lake with a paper map on your steering wheel trying to?
Boy, I can tell you how many years we did that and put it in a Ziploc bag where when it rains it don't get wet, and mark it with a pencil. You pull that thing out, the wind's blowing and the rain's coming down. You're trying to get that paper map. Things have definitely changed for the better. I noticed Brian's fish there. I don't like the way they're floating in that live well. He needs to. He's catching some of those fish out of pretty deep water. He needs to work on his fish a little bit, or he may get a penalty. See that fish upside down?
Yep. Get him fizzed out a little bit.
Yeah, he's got 3 of them doing that. I don't like that. Turn them right side up, Brian. What is the penalty for dead fish?
Boy, I'm not really sure. It's changed around a bunch over the years. I think
it's either 4 or 8 ounces.
I think it's 4. I think it was 8 at one time and went to 4.
Yeah.
4 ounces.
Boy, 4 ounces can be the difference between life and death.
Yeah, ask Gagliardi.
So, those live wells are incredible, but I don't know why those fish were floating the way they were. Now that's that technology of the troll motor. We're sitting there watching him weigh those fish. He's not moved. He's not losing his spot. He's hit that anchor button, and that troll motor's holding him right there.
Isn't that incredible? I mean, that's
incredible.
I know.
That is a game changer. That's the difference in him having to pull off and then having to come back.
That's actually an interesting point you bring up, Hank, because Brandon Cobb, actually, when he was calling his fish earlier today, multiple times he would throw the fish out, get back up on the troll motor, and go, oh, you know what, we came over this spot, we got to move. Because that boat had blown up over the spot, it scattered those fish a little bit more. And now with the technology, like you just said, Thrift, more of a veteran and stuff, and he understands that importance and everything, and is using that to his advantage.
Yeah, in my day, I would not allow my boat to drift over my fishing area, so I would have immediately, as soon as I caught that fish, I'd have got on the troll motor over by a boathouse or over by the bank, culled, and then went back to my area, killed 10 minutes, whereas he just hits anchor, he's spot locked, he's right there, and culls his fish, he stands right back up, he's in perfect position, make another cast. All that time he saves.
You're saying you would have liked to have spot lock the first time you went to the St. Lawrence Seaway?
Ooh, man, would that have not been it's a game changer. It really is. I mean, it's amazing. Man, I don't like the way these fish are floating. He's going through all of what he's going through now, where he won't have to go through this again. He's color coordinating. He's weighing all these fish. He knows which fish, what color bobber that's on those fish are going to be the next one to cull. So he won't have to go through that the next time. Getting all that out of the way. That's his 6th fish. So now he's got his culling process lined up where he won't have to waste as much time.
And Hank, with the amazing season Brian Thrift has had this year, we've seen him a lot on live. And he is a person that really lowballs his weight. But the one good thing is once he gets –
Go ahead. He's going to work on his fish.
Yeah, there he goes.
He's going to thank you, buddy. He's smart.
I think he heard you, Hank.
Yeah, I think he did. He's going to work on those fish. That is going to be smart right there. That could save him a lot of ounces. He's got 3 fish that's wanting to float the wrong way. So what happens, that air bladder pops up into their throat, and all you've got to do is get that air out of there, and they're going to do fine.
Yep, these fish go through changes, the pressure changes and stuff with the water temps being so different right now. They fluctuate so much. They come out of deep water. They get a little bloated, and what Brian's doing is he's releasing the pressure in that air bladder and letting these fish kind of come down, feel a little bit more comfortable. They'll go right side, and they'll be perfectly fine here in just a second.
You know, for the viewer that may be watching this live and thinking, you know, you're out here in August, you're catching these fish, and you're working on their air bladders. These fish will not survive. There was actually a study done. A lot of the tournament organizations came under attack, and different universities followed the tournament circuit around. They would tag these fish, and a lot of people are saying delayed mortality after you leave and the tournaments pack up and the FLW guys head back to Kentucky. A lot of these fish die. And so the universities that did the studies that tagged these fish and put transmitters in them, followed them around, and found that that was a myth. Delayed mortality was not at all a problem. They lost less than 1% of the fish total. So as you watch this and you think, boy, these fish are not doing well, what he did right there, preserve those fish. And if you tagged them, according to the studies that were done several years ago by the different universities, all of these fish will survive, but about 1%. So it's pretty amazing how well FLW and all these pros are taking care of their fish.
A lot of conservation that goes into it, and those fish, even when they're bloated like that and they're upside down, they will still last a while doing that. They're not. I mean, they're just uncomfortable. They're trying to reposition. Another trick that FLW has done in the past is put them in a cage and drop them back down to the right depth again, so these fish can then reacclimate and they release them again. So a lot of great lengths going to get these fish to make sure they return back and to become bigger. And so when we come back here, there's going to be bigger limits and more excitement.
Yep, that's important to me. You're on my home lake here. You got to take care of my fish.
One thing we've seen on these herring fish too, Hank, is
Rob doing the live.
Uh-oh, I might be in trouble.
Rob,
here.
what kind of grass is this?
It's Brian's asking me about the kind of grass that's coming in the lake.
I know
recently.
He's laughing.
There's some kind of new grass that's come in the lake in the last half a year, and that some people call it witch hair, some people call it skunk moss. It's some kind of pondweed that people aren't real familiar with. Do you know anything about this?
We're not going to talk about that. We're going to put a gag order on anybody that says anything to do with any type of aquatic vegetation that's in Lake Murray. We don't want to bring any attention, so we're going to keep that totally quiet. We don't need any spraying. No poison, just leave our lake alone, and we're going to be fine. So I don't know anything. I don't have a clue.
What grass, Brian?
No grass.
I don't know what you're talking about at all.
What I was going to say is how good a shape these fish are in for August. These herring fish are catching. Some of these fish that Brandon caught this morning, when he put them in the boat, the stomachs on them were just beautiful. You know, they look like February, March type fish. You know, in the southeast in August, we tend to see poorer fish, skinnier fish. These things are just like tanks.
Well, the lake level has been pretty consistent this year. The water's been high. The bait fish have thrived, and the fish as a whole, when the bait are well, the fish seem to do well. So the lake has been healthy all year. It's a very impressive where this lake has come in the last 3 years. It's better this year than it's been in the past, and it's getting better every year.
Yeah. Yep. the weights today right out of the gate are much better than we saw this, in 14 the first day. We just didn't see these kind of weights like this.
Well, and to brag on Lake Murray just a little bit, almost any lake in the country you go to in August and your weights are going to be down. These fish are going to be pretty skinny, and these fish are healthy, so that is good.
And Brandon
Cobb throwing my froggy.
There you go, making that adjustment
Yeah.
right now. He said he wanted to go throw the horny toad. He's going to go shallow. And as he makes a move right now, look at who just took the unofficial lead. Justin Atkins, his travel partner, his fishing partner. Justin knocking on 20 pounds. And I know for a fact, Justin also, his eyes don't get too big. That's at least 20 pounds right now he's sitting on. Might be even more than that. So both these guys, them sharing information is obviously paying off right now.
That's impressive. I got to get some autographs when they get in. Very impressive.
Beating the crap out of my boat.
He feels good right now, you know that. He's driving out there with a big limit in the bank, in the boat, money coming to the bank for sure. So he feels good right now. That's a good feeling, isn't it? Make a move at 11:15 and knowing you got a good limit, now you're fishing for a bonus fish. So his mindset is a lot different fishing for that bonus fish than it would be. He may not be making the move he's making now if he didn't have a good limit in the boat.
Right. Now, Hank, we're getting to our last few minutes of live coverage here. So real quick, let's talk about Sunday. Let's fast forward to the weigh-in, 5 o'clock Sunday. What's that going to be like as a fan wanting to go check it out? And then also for these anglers that are going to be there, how intense is that final moments if you're in the contention for this thing?
Well, it's a whole lot different for the fan than it is the angler. Sunday is the pressure cooker day when it all adds up, and the better shape you're in to win this thing, the more pressure you put on yourself. So that's a big day for the angler. For the spectators, what a great arena we have here, and what a great part of America this is for the outdoorsmen. So it's a lot of stuff happening here. There's a lot of good displays here. There's a lot of energy in South Carolina. So Sunday's going to be a great day here. It'll be a great weigh-in, be a good crowd, be a lot of fun, and so I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
And we will be crowning our Forrest Wood Cup champion on Sunday. But and every single day, 5 o'clock at the Colonial Center, we will be doing the live weigh-in. Chris Jones, Byron Velvick, and we're going to see how the day shakes out. Like we said before, we're going to go live until 12:30, but then we're going to leave these anglers for a couple hours to themselves. They're not going to have that live camera all over them. They'll get to do their last little adjustments, last little casts, and then we're going to go back and see how it shakes out each day.
I will say this, for the viewer that has the privilege to watch this live, you learn so much. You can't go out there and practice. You could spend 3 months out there practicing and not learn what you can watch by watching this broadcast. I'd like to watch the whole thing. So tomorrow, can I watch instead of talk? I'd just like to be able to be a part of it. That's awesome.
Absolutely. And Hank, you brought up a good point. I mean, when we cut down to our final 10 on day 3, I promise you the majority of the anglers that didn't make that will be tuning in live. And not because they're a big fan of everything, but they're going to want to figure out what little things those other anglers did that they've got to lock down. And for next time, they're going to make those adjustments and learn what they missed, or that they were doing the right thing and it just wasn't their day. But if the anglers are tuning into live looking for ways to get a leg up on the competition, you better believe that everyone else can gain from watching this live coverage also.
Absolutely. I agree. Perfect.
We're going to go back out and get a last look at Brandon Cobb before we take a break here in a little bit.
I think Brian Thrift's weight may be a little low. I think he's got a little more weight.
Brian Thrift has been known to lowball his weight a little bit.
I think we're a little low there, Brian.
even when he weighs them, he still somehow comes in a little with his estimate is a little low.
I think he does that where he won't disappoint himself.
Okay, we're going to be jumping into our next break, but a reminder for anyone in the area, Hank is going to be sticking around here for a little bit, signing some autographs. Definitely signing your old autograph, Rob, right there.
I need a new one, yes.
Updating
Yes.
that one a little bit. And then we're going to be joined by, Hank, one of your longtime friends, Forrest Wood.
Oh, man, how awesome. That's my hero. That is the man that has done more for the fishing industry than any other single man in the whole wide world. So he is my hero, and I'm just privileged to be able to call him my friend.
And we have him on FLW Live coming right up. Do not go anywhere.
Awesome. Look at
Oh, that's a big one right there.
Well, I was. Nah, he ain't gonna call. Don't think.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before.
Hey! You make me come alive.
I've never felt so free.
Can't get you off my mind. There's still so much to see.
You bring out the best in me. Hey!
You make me come alive.
There's still so much to see.
You make me come alive. I've never felt so free.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun's coming on, but it won't be long. But there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I got along with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Hey, thanks, Dame. Out of office? Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What? I gotta go. I got someone on the other line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit flwfishing.com/membership to find out more.
Welcome back, everyone, to more live coverage here on Lake Murray in the beautiful town of Columbia, South Carolina, for the Forrest Wood Cup. And we've got a special guest here that's very close to that. Forrest Wood, we're actually sitting next to right now. So we've had Byron Velvick, Hank Parker, and now just the godfather of tournament fishing right here, Forrest Wood. Thank you very much for coming in today.
Well, thank you for the kind words. It's a thrill to be here. It's a beautiful place, a big crowd, and a lot of people fishing, and it's the end of a year of a lot of efforts by people to qualify to get to come here to fish this Forrest Wood Cup. And it's an honor and a thrill to me to have them named it Forrest Wood Cup. There's just so many people that are involved, so many sponsors, and the FLW people are so widespread, and they've got so many good folks that do so much. They have over 200 tournaments a year across the United States. And then one of the other things that's going on, we got a lot of kids fishing today, a lot of high school kids and collegiate fishing tournaments and so forth. And we've been at it about 50 years, started building Ranger boats 50 years ago, and we have seen a lot of progress in that period of time, but there have been a lot of people working all of that time to grow the sport. And this is kind of not the end result, but a result of the efforts of many people for many years.
Absolutely, and we talked about that a little bit earlier with Hank Parker talking about how the decks of these Ranger boats have gotten bigger. They've allowed more rods to be out there, and over 50 years, that's what we're celebrating here for this year for Ranger boats is 50 years of building quality bass fishing boats. Now, when you started out 50 years ago, did you ever think it was going to progress into what it is today, and what are you most surprised by?
Oh, absolutely didn't anticipate where it's coming today. Our society's changed in 50 years, and so no way you could have guessed what was going to happen, but we just started building the boats that people wanted to use, and bass tournaments had just started, and we had confidence they would be successful, and never anticipated them coming to the point they are here today, being across the United States, and 200 tournaments that FLW's had this year, and then other tournament organizations. But we helped to grow those tournament organizations from coast to coast. The West Coast had several people, and we sponsored them, and then spent a lot of time doing seminars at other universities around over the country. And it didn't just happen. There's been a lot of people working a long time to make it happen. But it's a thrill to see it be successful. And these children today that are getting to fish, and of course there's a kids tournament going on here too, and that's a big thing because last year there were kids from 37 states, I believe, came to the Forrest Wood Cup and fished in the tournament on another lake. But anyway, appreciate you all being interested in covering it, and it wouldn't be where it is today if it hadn't been for the news media and people finding out about it. And what you all are doing is very important to the sport, and I want to thank you all for what you're doing.
Well, I appreciate you thanking me, but Forrest, we are doing some groundbreaking stuff. We're actually doing live coverage, which we're going to get back to in just a second. But we've gotten, this is groundbreaking. This is the first Forrest Wood Cup that's been that we get to watch all the action unfold live. But things like that would not have ever gotten to this point if it weren't for people years and years and years ago investing into a dream and into a passion. And so thank you for being one of those guys with a vision that maybe you didn't know exactly how it was going to go, but you saw this was something that you enjoyed and you were going to put your time into it, and now it's been able to blossom into what we get to experience today.
It has that, and when we started, newspapers and magazines were the main thing. Today they take back seat to what you all are doing. And, as I said in the beginning, our society's changed.
Yep. Well, Forrest, thank you once again. Pleasure. Thank you very much for stopping by. And we're actually going to now go out. We're going to take a look at our leaderboard here and break down some of our anglers basically at the halfway mark today. And then we're going to go back to live coverage with some of our top anglers on the water. Yep, you are good.
So while we've been visiting with some of the icons of the sport and the bass fishing industry here, we getting back to our leaderboard. Look at there. How about Justin Atkins approaching the 20-pound mark? When I was looking at Brandon Cobb a little while this morning, I was asking, do you think it'll be Cobb that'll make it to 20 pounds? Well, look out. Justin Atkins from over in Alabama is taking command. Those two will probably have a lot to talk about tonight, being that they're buddies and might be 1 and 2 in this derby, and we're going to see how that conversation shakes out. It'll be curious to see how much of a pattern they're sharing, if any areas they're sharing. I mean, for all we know, Justin Atkins could be 30 or 40 miles up the river. We don't know just yet, but I'd have to guess he's doing similar types of things as Brandon is. So, and then you got the general lurking right back there in third place. Don't take your eye off him.
Third place. So that went away. Scott Martin also sneaking back up there, about 15 pounds, sitting in fifth place. He likes to be on that live coverage. Scott likes to be in that top 5 each day, so we can get the live coverage, and we enjoy watching him live because he always gives us some entertainment. And then looking at the bottom, I like the 20 spot. He was smiling last night. He has some shallow waters, some interesting little backwaters he's trying to get into with that aluminum boat. And, some of those bites actually pick up a little bit later as those shadows come up on the water and stuff and lock those fish a little bit more tighter to cover. And so this may be something. Obviously, he's got 3 fish for 6 pounds. He's working on a decent limit right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a little bit more of a jump as we cap off the day.
Yeah, I'm looking at Clark Winlet there in 17th, and Brandon McMillan 18th, and John Cox 20th. And those names strike me because they are historically more shallow water guys. And you see them with just 3 or 4 fish. And I think we're starting to really see this thing take shape. I heard some rumors before this thing started that the shallow water bite was not going to be as strong this year. The water's lower than it was the last time we were here. The brim not spawning as strong. So it definitely looks like the offshore thing is going to be the way to go.
Yep, now we're back live on the water. We've just hit our last hour of live coverage right now as part of our expanded coverage, especially for the Forrest Wood Cup, so we can see as much of these anglers pick apart this lake as we possibly can. And at 12:30, we're going to be going off the air, but then at 5 o'clock, we'll be picking back up. Same place, FLWfishing.com.
Another one.
Uh-oh.
Gagliardi on cue. Nice size striper.
Nice, yep.
Not what he's looking for, but made for a nice little
Probably
video clip for our live coverage.
Might make a nice fish sandwich.
But finishing off that, guys, we will be picking back up with FLW Live at 5 o'clock to figure out how these guys are going to end day one. And then for any of you guys that are in the area, come join myself, Rob. We'll be sitting on the sidelines watching, and Byron Velvick and Chris Jones will be bringing the hype at the Colonial Center here in Columbia, South Carolina.
No, that's enough of that. That's enough of that.
Rob, I just got word from some of our guys on the water. Actually, one of the cameramen just reported that Brandon Cobb just told him that he's going to start saving some fish. So he's going to make some adjustments. He's going to leave some stuff alone. So, you know, once again, thinking 3 days here, thinking long term. He's thinking $300,000 check, and he doesn't want to burn up all those fish, and also wants to expand maybe some of his, you know, pre-fishing right now and see if he can't stumble on something else that that could really hold him over the next 2 days.
Yep, the fish management game begins. I think last time he moved, we heard him say something, it's time to get the froggy out or time to get the frogging. So, and as Byron pointed out, this is the bonus of what Cobb gets to do. He gets to go practicing now. I mean, I'm sure he is fishing places where he has had, you know, bites and where a big one might live, but he now, you see these other guys staying on their schooling stuff. They're still having to kind of, you know, see how much juice they can get out of the lemon right now. They can't quite leave. I mean, you know, at Gagliardi has got a limit, but it's not the type of limit that, you know, he's going to have to stay in there and keep culling up and culling up. But Cobb now has the, I mean, he's kind of got the, you know, the privilege or the leisure to go experiment, try some other stuff, see what's happening up here around the shallow water. And on the Justin Atkins front, I've just received some confirmation that indeed he is running offshore, doing the cane pile game, and our on the water crew there has been watching him, and kind of the same type of thing that you're seeing from Cobb and Nixon and Martin, same type of fishing. So. No real surprises there. That's about what we guessed was going on. We just want to kind of double check on that. So thanks to the on the water team for getting us that information.
It's nice seeing a little bit different scenery right now, too. The one thing about when they're fishing for those schooling bass, you're just seeing a lot of open water. I mean, Cobb, Gagliardi, Nixon, all had the same scenery. It was just open water, and they're just kind of looking around waiting for some disturbance. But right now, I mean, look at this. We've got just that beautiful contrast of green grass. I mean, it looks like a fish is just going to blast that thing in any second.
Yeah, those guys fishing open water, that scenery gets a little redundant, but at least they're casting and looking around and swivel heading, and because, you know, some of the most monotonous tournaments I've ever covered are drop shot tournaments where there's 4 or 5 guys standing there on the quad box or double box just holding a rod in their hand, looking at a screen. You know what I mean?
You can't tell if the screen froze up or not. You're like, is he moving? Did he stop breathing?
They all look like statues, just, you know.
That was a bad calf.
And from what I understand, what you're seeing Cobb do there is how he initially, many months ago, maybe last year, saw himself possibly fishing this tournament, is shallow like that. That's, knowing Brandon and how he likes to fish, that looks more like what he would do. But that kind of, like we've talked about, looks like the shallow water bite kind of dried up a little bit. And Cobb knew if he wanted to get in this game, he needed to get out, on the cane and the bait and chase the schoolers.
I couldn't hear you. All right, yeah, I'm just burning down the bank with a buzzbait and a horny toad. Here, there's very few fish shallow. I haven't even hardly practiced shallow because you can catch some big ones, but you're not gonna find them. It's not like you're gonna find a pocket that you can get 15 bites in it or anything like that. There's just random fish up shallow. I've been burning down the bank, and I'll get a couple big bites a day, but I have no idea where it's gonna be or what section of the lake even. I've never fished any of this pocket right here. Just looked like a good pocket on my Lawrence, so I came in here. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be as good as I thought it might be. Really, it'll probably be, I'll probably fish a lot the same. I mean, I know, depending on clouds and sun, like what kind of weather we get, kind of depends on when they bite. You just got to make sure, I got to make sure I'm offshore when they're biting, because it's tough the rest of the day. Like we've ran 30 spots and haven't caught anything. I just caught somebody's little brim off their dock. It was hanging off the side. They might want that back. Stole their bait. I'm gonna throw it back on their dock for them. It was hanging off the side. God dang. Then I made a bad cast.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with what we're going to end up seeing here is we're going to start hearing the words rotation and timing.
The shallow bite should be a lot better than it is. Really, there's a lot of brim beds. I even saw some mayflies the other day. There's plenty for the fish to eat up here. I think the drop in water just has them pushed out.
Especially some of these guys that might be lower down that their place didn't fire or they didn't get in the right timing or rotation today. They know this kind of bag is possible doing that. It's evident now. By the time these standings come out tonight, people will know, and you might have some guys down there, working this kind of pattern. Maybe I don't know what Aaron Britt's doing or Jeff Sprague, but maybe they're fishing in this similar manner, but just didn't hit the mother load, and so they're going to stay in. It's going to give them hope. Like, I'm doing the right thing. I just. The herring didn't come up my way today, and the same thing could happen to, a Nixon or a Cobb up top. This lake is famous for flip-flopping. I remember Cody Meyer came in one time, last time we were here, first day, 14.5 pounds, second day, zeroed. We saw Dudley do that with a 17-pound bag. Next day was really, really off. This lake is famous for that, and making this schooling, offshore bite payoff, timing and rotation will come into account to some degree, because all these guys are running spot. And if you get out, and I don't know how much sharing's going on there, one guy leaves, another guy comes in. The timing and the rotation from this point on will, you're going to hear a lot about that.
Rob, we talked about getting that.
Too, so I can go back in a creek without washing everything out. Yeah.
Rob, we've seen some quality fish caught today. We talked about if you can get a 20-plus pound bag, you might be able to ride that out the rest of the event. But with looking at Atkins, that's really knocking on that 20-pound bag. Brandon Cobb looking for one fish to put him well into the 20-pound limit as well, and he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing, according to him, to get that. Larry Nixon, Scott Martin, all those guys really picking things up. We're seeing a lot more quality be caught early on this year than we have in the past. It may take a little bit more. It may take multiple, 18, 19-pound days out of an angler to really put this thing away, because there's a lot of guys that have figured this out or are making these adjustments right. And like you said, tomorrow, that many more anglers are going to dial in what they need to be doing on that rotation and putting the keys, that puzzle pieces back together. Do you think that this is going to take a little bit more than we've normally seen in the past to actually win this thing?
As long as this weather continues, I don't see why this bite that's been going on for these guys this morning is going to change. If we have some kind of tropical system come in here and we get winds 10, 15 miles an hour, big rains, that kind of stuff, it's going to go away. But as long as it stays like this for the next 2 days, there's no reason. Some of these guys that I see up top that I talk to, they've caught these kind of fish during practice. I had a lot of people tell me day 3 was the best day of practice by far, and that was the day that it stayed overcast, drizzly, rainy the longest. As long as it dawns just like it did this morning and we keep getting these clouds, I don't think this bite is going to go away. It's going to stay around. Nothing is going to change it, and at that point it does just become a timing and rotation game where you get the right spot at the right time when it went off. And yes, in terms of a big, bigger weight than we've seen in the past, of course, other ones have been 4 days. We're only on 3, but average daily weight of what it's going to take, I think it's going to be bigger than what we've seen before.
Nice. And Brandon Cobb definitely didn't hurt his fish. I mean, he would catch one on a spot, move, one on a spot, move, and he was talking about those schools that are there. They obviously have the right fish in there because he caught some great fish. We can see Justin Atkins is around some similar quality fish. And then Scott Martin, he was seeing and missing a lot more big fish than he actually is showing right now on the leaderboard here. And so you've got to think there are a lot of healthy sized bass swimming around. These anglers have figured out where they are, and now it's just all about being in the timing zone, being there when those fish decide to chomp on something, and who knows what these anglers are going to really bring in.
Yeah, Scott in that lineup is the only one that I don't know has moved a whole lot. I don't know if he's in his starting spot, but you know, these other guys, we haven't been able to see Atkins but I'm assuming if he's running multiple cane piles, it's very similar to Brandon. It would make sense. They're roommates, multiple spots. Larry Nixon, I think it sounds like he's on one spot. Remember, he said this spot out here, nobody found it, and we didn't see him move around a lot. Scott hasn't moved around a lot from what we've seen. So you've got a couple of guys moving around a lot and a couple of guys that looks like they're staying put. I mean, this becomes a hold 'em and fold 'em type of thing. I mean, you know, if Scott ends up in the running by the end of the day, 16, 17 places, 16, 17 pounds, is he better off just going to his spot and locking down? Or, you know, should he run around? But I can tell you that every bank, every creek, every shallow pocket that Brandon Cobb runs and doesn't get a bite or a sniff or a smell, he's saying, tomorrow I'm staying out there and keeping my foot on the throttle. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's eliminating, he's getting close, he's just, you know.
Now we're back with Larry
All right.
Nixon.
Yeah, swapping patterns. Got any idea how long it might be?
We are live, Larry.
Probably don't even need to fish this dock. I'll throw at it since I'm here. Maybe it'll happen. Huh? Well, my schooling bass quit me, and now I'm back to what I was going to do if I just had a survival day, just fish docks with a worm and a shaky head. And so now I've changed my strategies totally. They quit out there in that open water, and we're just seeing what we can catch up shallow now. Hopefully we'll get another big one. Them fish out there have quit me every day about 10 or 11 o'clock and never would come back. Early morning feeders. Boy, it was fun while it lasted, though. Ain't nothing like catching them on top water. Well, we're going to stick with this right here the rest of the day, and you know, we're just looking for one more big bite. I mean, I was going to be real proud of 13, 14 pounds a day, and so I've got a good start on that. I'm going to just stay with these docks and be sure that I don't want to gamble on this tomorrow. I know I'm going to stay with them schooling bass. Schooling bass is the way to go. It's just they don't do it. They just don't do it all day. If everything gets perfect in the afternoon, they'll come up again sometimes, but that weather has to get perfect. No wind, cloudy. Boy, once that sun come out, they quit this morning. They ought to have been fishing that brush pile. Oh. My line bounced plumb up over that cotton picking rail. I thought I pitched that in there perfect.
I'm glad I just saw that. That's very important for us to get to see that live, because that's how I spend half my time when I'm fishing docks. And so if the General does that, then I'm not too far off.
I feel a little bit better about myself. That's one of those, how in the world did that happen?
Yeah, I'm the king of the impossible snag. All right, I will snag a dock every which way that you couldn't do if you had 1,000 tries. But Rob, things definitely slowing down for at least the anglers we're watching live. Watching the leaderboard, there's probably about a dozen or so anglers that actually have their limits right now. But as we go to this, the afternoon bite, it really seems like things are slowing down. Are we going to see guys move shallow, or are we going to see, if that cloud cover stays in, are guys going to stay out deep, or basically have guys just jumping back and forth and trying to figure this thing out?
I mean, you just heard Larry there say they will bite in the afternoons on that schooling bite. It will happen, but the conditions have to be perfect. I really feel like these guys that have a nice little, what they feel like is a nice catch, not necessarily saying a big cushion, but a little bit of a cushion over, they've reached past that. You heard him say he feels like get past 13 or 14 pounds, you can start investing some time on those things in the back of your mind that you're wondering about, or that you're gonna wonder about tomorrow if things get tough. Well, maybe should I start running those docks? Well, if you go ahead and fish some of those docks right now, and it's not happening, it helps with that decision tomorrow to stay put. Or if Larry went down through those docks and caught 3 or 4, he would know this is a good deal. I got to come back to these docks tomorrow. It gives them the luxury to kind of start pre-planning for what they're going to do the next day. That's what these other guys that are farther down the leaderboard, they're still trapped and trying to finish a limit. But these other guys are starting to explore their options, and this is where the strategy of tournament fishing comes into place. You have to start thinking your next move, and the move beyond that, and the move beyond that, and the move you're going to make Sunday morning. Start making those decisions today, this afternoon.
Oh, my gosh. Broke my line.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I don't know. Could have been a gar.
Like I said, I don't know how much Scott has moved around.
Could have been a gar. Watch a 7-pounder jump out of the water. There's a lot of gar up on these shallowest parts of these humps. They're big gar.
And Scott not wanting to see a big 7-pounder jump up out of the water right now. Of course, that's the
lure in his mouth.
Worst thing you can see as an angler. A lot of times if you break a big fish off, that hook is still hooked in that fish, and it will come up a couple seconds later, jump, try to toss that hook, and that's just just kind of nail in the coffin of how bad you feel getting to see that fish that you should have had in your boat.
That's salt in the wound for sure.
Be watching to your bait, because a lot of times you'll see the fish behind it, and I haven't done it today, but you can sometimes entice them to bite. If you see them behind it, you can do like a real fast little movement and then a twitch. So I have 5 now, 14 or so, which is good, but I really need to catch a giant bag today.
Looks like there's a bunch of them right there. No, I'm going to stay out here all day. I'm just going to keep doing it. You know, it's a timing thing. There's fish right here. Just we're here at the wrong time, or somebody hit it, or
There we go, timing and rotation.
just got to rotate them. You know, we sat on a couple places a long time just because there was a really good grade of fish there. And I'll probably go back and hit those again, and there's a real good chance you'll get just as many bites the second time. But they're not everywhere. That's the problem. There went one. I heard him. I just don't see where he was.
Well, that answers one of my questions. I was wondering what Scott would do if he had some kind of backup water he wanted to go look at or try, but he just said right there he's staying with this. This is the program he's going to stay with.
That's a gar. What busted up here wasn't a gar, though.
That wind gets up a little bit. You can see it's a little bit wavier there. It makes it a little harder to hear. That you're
And it does it. And Gagliardi actually talked about that when we sat down with him yesterday. He's okay with the wind, and the reason he's okay with the wind is the wind makes it difficult for these guys to see these schooling bass. When they're busting on the surface, you need that calm, slick condition so you can see exactly where it's happening, get your bait on that. But when that wind comes up, that kind of kills that bite a little bit, not because they're not schooling anymore, but because you can't really locate them as well. And that obviously affects Gagliardi as well, but he feels like the tougher the conditions are for the rest of the field, the better chance he has at leaning on experience and leaning on those little secrets he's got over the years he has on this lake.
He knows where to make the cast. These other guys are really relying on seeing them bust, seeing them come up, and the more it's dead slick, the more they can kind of get in his wheelhouse and play his game. The more the wind blows, it takes that away from them, and the advantage becomes his because he knows where to make the cast on those spots. That's exactly right, Travis.
Come on, baby. Yeah, you got to really be listening really good. You got to really be paying attention because you'll find a lot of places just by listening. I'm sure that was a gar. They grabbed the line, broke it.
Rob, as we walk into our last little break here, we're going to leave you guys with a little bit of drone footage, get to a different perspective of the lake, and really see where these guys are bouncing around on Lake Murray. But today's promised, it's lived up to the hype, and we've had a lot of excitement, and we're going to watch the last 30 minutes of the Forrest Wood Cup Day 1 unfold of our live coverage in just a minute.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole nother level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun's coming on, but it won't be long. But there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I got a line with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
In a world where boring, soundless lures were the norm, comes a lure unlike any other. The fish-catching machine. Livingston lures are the only lures featuring electronic baitfish sounds that call the fish. Tie one on today and experience the power of the fish-catching machine.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before.
And we are back with our live coverage of Day 1 here on Lake Murray for the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup. Travis Moran here, Rob Newell. Rob, it's been
awesome.
It's been exciting to say the least. This is what live is
awesome?
all about, is getting to see the little adjustments they make throughout the day. We don't just get to see them walk up with to the scales and weigh in their fish. We actually get to see highlights like this. Gagliardi, first thing in the morning, putting a 4-pounder in the boat, having some other huge opportunities that just didn't work out.
Yeah,
There's one. That's not a bass.
This day has
If it's a
gone
bass, it's a big
much better than I thought it would in terms of fish catches. You know, and based on the past here, these guys have just gotten off to. They got out of the blocks super good, and I'm starting to wonder now what's to come. I mean, if this is the start, we don't see much change in the weather. There's plenty of these type of fish out there. One thing about these schooling fish is, you know, it's not like they're John Cox back in a place like at Lake Wheeler where he's depleting the supply every day. This is I'm not saying a limitless supply. This is a better situation for these guys to keep bringing these kind of weights. I mean, they're estimated obviously, but we have Atkins close to 20, Brandon Cobb, 18, Larry Nixon hanging up there 15, 16 pounds. I mean, man, I'm telling you, Travis, I think it's gotten off to a much better start than I thought it would.
Yeah, this is borderline a little bit of a slugfest going on right now. And
For August,
yeah, if that cloud cover remains, we might just see all these guys that have really dialed in this window and these areas where these schooling fish are. We just might see them just go fisticuffs with each other over day 2 and day 3. And it really seems like how the anglers are talking out there that there's a lot more fish out there. And it's all about that school moves off, so you go to your next spot, go catch one there, and then you eventually come back over. You rotate back over to that hot spot, try to pick off another big bass, and we're seeing a lot of these anglers take advantage of it. The one guy that I'm seeing that's doing something drastically different is Brian Thrift, which I would have bet a lot of money that he was going to be on this schooling trend. He was going to figure something out that way, but he slowed down, and he's throwing that big ribbon tail worm and doing something we don't see him do a lot of. It slow down, but it's working out for him. And Brian Thrift, if he hasn't showed us one thing, it's that he's willing to do whatever it takes to win. He is going to adapt to whatever conditions, and that's why he has Angler of the Year, is because he's willing to change with the fish.
Well, I can't wait to go to weigh-in this afternoon and talk to some of these guys and talk to Atkins and Cobb and ask them how much of your stuff have you pressured already? How much have you stayed away from? How much do you have left in the tank? Did you really put it to the and see what they say? I have 100 piles and I ran 10 of them, and I mean that, you're like, oh my gosh, but. It's going to be interesting to see, and of course our the hometown favorite here, Gagliardi, is certainly not out of this thing by any means. I mean, you see some big weights up there right now, but we still have a lot of fishing time left in the day, couple 3 hours. And I remember the afternoon, last time we were here, there were a couple days the afternoon was real key for Gagliardi on some key bites. So.
Yep, and Gagliardi did not lead this after day 1 last time we were here either, and it worked out okay for him. So we can't count this guy out until the final bell has rung on day 3, and if he's not on top, then he's probably not going to win it. But until then, it's definitely his game to strike on.
Look at those clouds still behind him, Travis. I mean, I know we saw some blue sky, but that's some pretty heavy clouds in the back there.
And with clouds coming in like this, we might see a late-night flurry. We're only going live for about another 19 minutes. But once we leave, these anglers have a few more hours to fish. And that getting those dark skies might really turn that bite on again. But you better believe, Robin, you brought up the point of us going and talking to these anglers. We will be tracking down these guys. And for you guys tuning in live and wanting to get the inside scoop what's going on, tomorrow when we go live, we will have a fresh set of information what these guys are doing, whether they want to give it to us or not. We might have to scrounge through their boats and look at their GPS points and their tracks, but we will have inside information for you guys on what these guys expect to happen over the next 2 days and what they're planning, what the upside they want, and maybe what their fail-safe plan is as well.
Yeah, this is starting at 5 o'clock this afternoon when the weigh-in starts, and they line up back there in the tank. They don't like to see me coming their way. Oh no, don't let him see me. He's going to have questions that I don't want to answer after day 1. So it's part of the fun. It's the part I look forward to the most at these events. It is after the first day is developed and
there's some rain coming,
and talking to them about.
I still don't know if I can put that rain suit on as hot as it is.
some of the details of their day and kind of what they've been doing. Gagliardi talking about some rain there.
Of course, I might as well just go ahead and get wet. I'm sure we'll dry out.
Not sure if that's our signal or we're getting some slow-mo of slow motion. Yeah, a little slow motion action from Gagliardi. We can pick apart his cast if you want to.
That's our new, for the Forrest Wood Cup, we're offering our slow motion insight right now, the breakdown. Rob, I'm going to be really interested to see. We're going to give these anglers a couple more hours on the water with those clouds and stuff. We might see a whole lot of these anglers that were down, 15th place or lower, get a second chance at that, cloud cover bite, at that schooling bass bite, and we might see some things change, especially if they're in some calmer areas. Because it also looks like with those clouds is coming a little bit more wind and everything like that. So a key might be to actually find a little more protected spots to be able to really exploit.
See Nixon here back on the dock program. He didn't like I think he didn't like the looks of some of that wind and the clouds aren't so bad, but the clouds and wind just kind of. He wants it to be. I know when I spoke to him, I said, "Give me your picture perfect day for
I got a good
for
looking
chasing."
cloud coming up there.
He wanted it dead slick and cloudy, no wind.
We have to run back down there and be sure them fish don't school a little bit if that storm gets close enough. They might come up and break again.
You keep those fish honest.
Yes. Yeah. He doesn't.
Yeah, it's definitely cloudy. The wind may be blowing in on it pretty hard, but come on, just one big dock fish. That's what I want, one big one.
Looking for those bonus bites.
Nixon and Cobb, there's a lot of years that separate them, but they are fishing very similar games right now. Both got that schooling fish bite going, and now both are just looking for one fish. That's both of them are saying, I just need that one quality fish.
I'm sure glad it ain't 100 degrees out here. I can tell you that for sure. This weather is nice. Most of them kids, they'd rather have it hot. This old guy here likes it just right.
He's right about that. Out of all the guys I asked about weather and what they wanted, they wanted Brian Thrifts and Cobbs, they wanted hot because they want it to be a struggle and a grind. And Larry said, I'm an old guy, man. I want some good weather, please. them young guys want all that hot weather. No.
All right, for all you guys watching at home, don't forget that we are at the Columbia Metropolitan Civic Center here in Columbia, South Carolina, with the expo going on. So many cool little venues here. So many, we have the tackle stuff that's out here. We've got Ranger boats celebrating their 50th anniversary with all these great Ranger boats. I'm probably going to go sit in a few after this. So you guys don't forget to come check out that. That's going to go on till 4 o'clock today. Then same thing on Saturday and Sunday. We'll be going 10 a.m. to 4. Then if you guys like country music, Rob, are you a country music fan?
I mean, it's not really my thing, but I understand we have a big country music star.
Then you haven't heard Easton Corbin yet, because he's coming on Sunday, and before our final weigh-in, we are going to have an Easton Corbin country concert that I will be there. I don't know if I'm going to be in my short cut-off jeans, but I will be there ready to do some boot scooting and boogieing.
You think you and I could do the electric slide there? And Travis, I was just going to tell you, when you start taking a seat in these Rangers, you stay out of my saltwater tower boat over there. You understand? I'm laying dibs on that right now.
Be sure to stop by the FLW booth upstairs and get an autograph from America's favorite fisherman, Jenny Houston.
They got the kind of docks on this lake. I like it when they're out here feeding around the edge of it because they'll come bite my stuff. They're so low, you got to be Brian Thrift to get it under that dock.
I'm starting to get a little hungry. Is there something you want to tell us that's going on out there?
Out in the parking lot here, there is the Bass and Barbecue, and there is a whole lot of barbecuing going on. And I think we're going to kind of team up on that one. I think you're going to take one row, order a little one of everything on one side. I'm going to do the same, and then we're going to
compare
sit
notes.
down and really share a feast here.
Yeah, the years past that I've been here and I've been working, I would have to walk by that barbecue fast on my way back to get my deadlines met. It used to drive me crazy to smell all that barbecue smoke and not be able to stop and just pig out. I'll look to make up for that today, by the way.
Yeah, that's some nap time food over there, too. If I'm going to go do the damage I want to do, I'm going to have to schedule a little 20-minute power nap.
Caught me about half asleep there and wanted to jerk at him. And he did get my worm, knocked it plumb off there.
Rob, I'm going to ask your opinion on something. We just heard Larry talk about he hit it quick. That fish, really went after it. And today we've been seeing some aggressive strikes. When these fish are up feeding, they are really hammering some baits multiple times, multiple fish hitting baits. And then Hank Barker, when he was here earlier, talked about how healthy these fish are. You guys discussed that this is a healthy fishery. Is the blueback heron playing a role in that? Because they have to go chase, these fish are becoming more aggressive. They have to be a little bit more greedy, kind of more on the offensive. They don't just hunker down and wait. They're actually out being more proactive.
Yeah, I think the thing there is the competitiveness of those fish. If you can trigger that competitiveness in the fish, it just seems like so many times they just kind of sit around and they watch bait go by. And as long as you don't care about that bait, it's kind of like that barbecue out there, Travis. I'm going to tell you right straight up. Just like that barbecue, like we can just kind of sit here, you know, and look at that barbecue, me and you can. But the first time you go over there and try and get my pork sandwich, I'm not going to have that. And I'm going to cut in front of you in line and get your pork sandwich. That's where the aggressiveness comes from. Suddenly me and you've been sitting here pretty chilled out, but you got my barbecue now and I'm not happy about it. Now I'm aggressive and I'm going to get my barbecue sandwich. That's where the aggressiveness is. And that's what these guys are trying to spark, provoke, trying to make that happen. And it's so difficult to do. If you can ever get the first one to give a little chase or just start moving that way, then the other ones are not going to have that. They're going to get in the way themselves, and you know that's where the aggressiveness comes from, is the competitiveness of making that happen.
Rob, great answer. I haven't heard a food metaphor like that since David Dudley. And and just like David Dudley, when he talks about it, it gets me hungry. And now I'm going to run over to the barbecue here in a second. And we're going to be coming back to the studio and capping this thing. But before we do so, let's take one last look at Brandon Cobb and his search for that one last kicker before he ends the day.
Looks like it's sunny where he is.
Yeah, this on and off clouds and rain and stuff, it kind of makes it strange for like the topwater schooling fish thing. Usually you can almost pattern them on just your typical weather day. You can pattern at what time they're going to bite and what time they're going to bite till. But when gets cloudy, gets sunny, gets cloudy, gets sunny, it's hard to know exactly when they are going to bite. And that's why I've been doing it all morning. They bit okay, and then they just quit, and I hadn't had any bites in a long time doing it. So I came back here shallow because it's a little less weather affected. But it's also harder to get a bite.
I really thought we would see more of that type fishing today. Going into this thing shows you what I know. We've not seen it at all from anybody other than Brandon, and he's already got a nice limit that he caught out offshore on schoolers. So apparently the water level, it doesn't sound like much. You know, well, it's only a foot lower. How could that? But when you're talking about shallow bank grass like that, 5, 8, 10 inches is monumental. I mean, it's huge in terms of keeping a fish up there, or he just gets too uncomfortable for him. He feels too vulnerable, and he's out. Looks fishy.
And it's been very educational to hear Cobb and Nixon echo each other. They both have talked that they don't have a lot of confidence catching fish shallow. They think they can catch a big one, but that's not where they're going to spend the majority of their time. and both of them are feeling very comfortable with their limits because they both were able to capitalize on the schooling fish and now just settle in, and they're really looking for one fish. And I think both of them have the confidence that if they cover enough water, they will eventually catch a quality size, upgrade their limit a little bit going into day two.
Or he's not hungry.
Well, Rob, that concludes our live coverage of the day one of the 2000 Forrest Wood Cup. We made history today.
Yep.
It has never been broadcast live, and today was the first day, and the anglers lived up to their part. They were supposed to show us some action and show us why live is the future, and they did just that.
Yeah, and you know, being a fisherman, you always want more. Today's a pretty good day. I mean, we happen to be on Brandon Cobb, who's in second place, but I'm already saying I can't wait to see that Justin Atkins fish tomorrow. I want to see him on camera. You know, you always want to see the next guy, and so you're looking at the leaderboard there. We're fortunate enough to be on Cobb this morning, have a camera on him and on Nixon, Martin. But of course, it's always like, man, I can't wait to see what Justin Atkins is doing tomorrow.
Absolutely. And the way they're both sitting right now, it looks like they both are going to be on the top five and having live cameras on them tomorrow. And them being travel partners, them sharing information, everything, it will be fun to watch that split screen with Cobb, Atkins, and we get to really watch these guys and see that teaming up looks like it paid off, or are they going to run out of fish? We get to see. We'll only be able to figure that out after 3 days of fishing. And one other name I've got to throw a shout out to is Aaron Britt, a fellow Californian.
From your side of the country.
And I always got to make sure I show recognition to these guys. That's a long ways from home. They've got to, everyone makes sacrifices, everything, but coming out from California and stuff, there's a small group that comes out, and they've got to kind of hang with all you East Coast and Southern guys. And for him, he is a rookie. He's a true rookie on tour, and to have a good day one to start this thing. I'm really proud of him, and I can't wait to hear what he's doing for day two and day three.
Yeah, the Forrest Wood Cup has a lot of history of Western pros. Ayler, Bennett. We've had a lot of guys come from the West Coast, and, it's good to see those West Coast guys come in there and do good. Luke Clausen, it's been uncanny how many of those guys from the West has done good.
All right. Well, Rob, that concludes our live coverage. These anglers have a few more hours, but we're done here live.
Barbecue time.
Barbecue time. Let's go get some food, and we will be back live at 6:30 a.m. with Chris Jones, Byron Velvick at the launch to blast these guys off and start day two of this tournament. But if you guys want to see how day one ends, tune back in at 5 o'clock to FLWfishing.com, and we're going to watch Chris Jones and Byron Velvick weigh in some fish. And then if you guys are anywhere in the area, you can join Rob and I. We're going to walk over there to the Colonial Center and watch this unfold live and really get to experience the excitement of what these live Forrest Wood Cup weigh-ins are all about. You guys, that concludes our live coverage of the 2017 Forrest Wood Cup here on Lake Murray in Columbia, South Carolina for day one. We will see you again tomorrow morning.
Day one.